The final premier tournament of the Lifestream format is here. Welcome everyone to the Elestrals 2027 Season Championship Series. This is the final premiere of Lifestream. I am Nick, full frontage, and I am joined by two incredibly talented players, Trishula and Perky. Welcome, guys.
How's it going, Nick?
How's it going, Nick?
Good. I'm very excited to be here. So, Trishula, you've been here before, and I mean, hey, you just came off of a world championship win, like not even like a month and a half ago at this point. How are you feeling about today's tournament?
I'm feeling good. I'm glad to be back on the commentary desk, and I'm really excited to see how this tournament goes. I got a chance to play in the last premiere, and I think this format's a lot of fun, so I'm really excited to see some great matches today.
Yeah, and Perky joining us for the first time. I mean, this is the last premiere with the Lifestream format. What do you think? Are we going to be seeing? What do we think we're going to be seeing today?
So I think there's going to be a little bit of everything. I feel like the last ban list kind of made it to where it's pretty wide open. There's not really like one or two decks that sit at the top. So I think we're going to be seeing some expected stuff that we've seen recently, as well as some new stuff. So I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look at the season schedule for the 2027 season. We have our previous champions coming through here. We had 6 taking the last premiere, and then the first premiere of the 2027 season was Astronite. We've seen Dionysus, we've seen Morfrost. Perky, I think you know a lot about Morfrost here, but do you think we're going to see another repeat deck win, another repeat player win? What are you guys thinking just based on this?
Well, I think that we'll definitely see Earth do well again. I think it's kind of proven itself as the best deck of this in-between format, between Worlds and the release of the next set. But I'm hoping we can see a new champion crowned.
I love it. And speaking of new champions, let's take a look at where people are standing on the leaderboard right now. We have obviously our 2 qualified players being Six and Astronites, but then we have 2 runner-ups, Yoda from the last premiere, who is sitting at 145 points, and then Cthulhu, who brought in a Brontiglow deck to the first premiere of the season, sitting at 145 points as well. And there are some pretty notable names on this list looking to get a few more qualifier points as we get deeper and deeper into the season. So anybody on this list stand out to you guys as a player that could potentially cross that threshold today?
Yeah, I think there's a couple names on here that I could see crossing that threshold today. Some that stand out to me: Trenton, Sir Tractor up there, very good player, won a couple premieres in the past. You see there's some other big names in there as well. Y Rebellion, very great Hermes player. Might see some Hermes today, as well as Rybot and the Doomadam down there. 2 very accomplished players in the past. So I think some of these players are going to do really well today.
Yeah, personally, I'm rooting for Yoda. They knocked me out of Top Cut in the last premiere, and I gotta root for the players that beat me.
I love it. And speaking of last premiere, let's take a look at some of the data from the previous events that we have had. And I mean, you guys have called it, like Trish, you said it earlier, Earth is just kind of like a safe bet, kind of like in between formats going into a new set. So a lot of people have been playing those Earth decks. And we're seeing here from the last premiere that, yeah, Dionysus was up there, 20% use rate. And then obviously Celestial Solar and Morfrost. Those are kind of like the top 3 in here. Now, kind of looking at the bottom 3 decks, is there anything that you guys are seeing here that could potentially come through? Or do we think we're going to see a completely different strategy come out today?
The one that sticks out to me is the Champions of Zeus. I think that deck it's been kind of there for a little while now. I think today might be the day that it actually crosses the threshold and wins it all.
Yeah, personally, I have to root for the Krakatuga Fire Artifact deck. That has been one of my pet decks ever since it was released, and it hasn't done much yet, but I really want it to. So if that is an option in the community poll, please vote for it.
I love it. And briefly, we did talk about some of the players that were on the leaderboard, but let's take a look at some of the top players to watch in today's premiere and who we should be keeping an eye on and who the audience should be keeping an eye on. I mean, these names have been mentioned, but these are our players of the day. Obviously, Six and Astro winning previous premieres, and then we have Adumadam and Y Rebellion as players to watch as well. This is going to be a very exciting day. And Perky, you mentioned Y Rebellion being one of the top Hermes players. I would imagine you think he's probably on Hermes, right?
That would be my assumption. I think that's a pretty safe bet.
And Trish coming into it, do you any insight on what you think Adumadam might be running? I know he kind of goes in from deck to deck. He's kind of a mystery here, but what's your take?
Yeah, I think Adam, you know, he'll play whatever's good. I would be willing to bet maybe Earth, but you know, it could be anything. But if I were to guess, I think that Six is probably on a Frost deck.
Yeah,
what Astro Knight's playing. Astro's played the Dio and won with that one in the first premiere after Worlds, so I'm interested to see if it's going to be a run back of that or if it's going to be something new today.
Yeah, and speaking of all these decks, the community, we want to get you guys involved as well. So make sure you're staying tuned throughout the broadcast so you don't miss any of the action. And also follow Elestrals on all social media and check out those links in the description so you don't miss out. We will be having polls kind of go up throughout the day to see who you guys want to be watching at home. So let us know in chat, and when those polls go up, make sure you are actively voting as well. So, guys, we've kind of talked a lot about what players are here to watch, what decks we think we're going to be running. So we'll get that poll up shortly. But now let's talk about some of the card predictions that we kind of sent in coming through to today and see where we're at so far with that. So I know for me personally, I want to see Pantera hit the board today. And then last premiere, we actually did see Night Venom. So I'm kind of hoping maybe we'll get round 2 of it. Maybe when Night Venom will come back. What cards did you have on today's list, Perky?
So I had to do a couple Stellars that I've got right here and had to do some shout outs to these. Both very good decks. We got the Champion of Zeus deck, the Bull Tempest, as well as the Morfrost Indus form. So couldn't not pick Morfrost here, of course. But yeah, I hope to see a lot of those 2 cards today.
And Trish, you got a couple interesting picks here. Tell us about it.
Yeah, you know, I kind of took some safe bets last time with Exaltus and the Brummelings Champion, and I remember I got 0 and 0 for appearing on the stream. So I've gone a little bit off the wall with just some cards that are personal favorites of mine. The Moss Station I played in the last premiere. So maybe that'll catch on. Maybe we'll see some of that in the Earth decks. And also Ursicle. We haven't seen Bear Bomb in such a long time. I want to see that pop up again.
Is Bean Soldier playing? I mean, he's notorious for the bears.
True.
That Moss Station, I will say, I've been talking to some casters in the community, and I think your Moss Station tech is pretty popular at this point. I will say a few people were there's whispers that there might be a good amount of it today, so you might be right on the money with that one.
Love to hear it.
I love it. Yeah, it's always fun when people bring in fun tech cards. And speaking of fun cards, we have some prizing to go through. One of these casters will be going home with the Champion Celestlio, Champion of Ares, that beautiful card. It is so good, and obviously the playmat with it, and 2 booster boxes of Sunstrike. I mean, come on, we're all excited for Sunstrike coming through. And then we have our top 16 being the Champion of Hera Imperial with the card and the playmat. And I will say though, something that I didn't know until people started receiving their prizing from the first premiere is they had the full art Quackle behind the Imperial in the packaging, and I thought that was so cool to see. I love when they do that.
That's awesome. I haven't got my prizing in yet from the last premiere, but now I'm even more stoked to be getting it.
Oh, did I spoil it for you?
You spoiled it.
Oh,
you spoiled it. The joy has left, and it will never return.
It might return when you open it. And you're like, all right, yeah, this is pretty cool. But I mean, yeah, so awesome prizing here, and make sure you guys get involved for any future premiere tournaments as well. Again, this is the last one for Lifestream, but the Sunstrike format is upon us, and while we get prepped for the first round as players are still coming through and completing their previous rounds, speaking of Sunstrike, let's talk about some of the cards that you guys have seen in Sunstrike and kind of what you're looking forward to. What do you think is going to dominate the meta?
I think the Moth deck is the one that's kind of on everybody's mind, right? But the decks that I want to see, I still want to see the Bears, but, I think that the Krakatuga deck, too, is also really, really cool. I got hit with that at locals, and it's so scary. It's really cool deck.
I love it. Perky, what are you thinking?
Yeah, the Krakatuga stuff is crazy. Moth is going to be insane. I think Sulfuri and the Fire discard strategy is also going to be very good. There's some other Fire tools as well. I know Trish mentioned the Bears, that Ursmog, absolutely insane card, as well as Eruption Hephaestus' Jealousy. Pretty crazy card. I think that's going to be in quite a few decks. I will say I'm excited. I don't know how great it's going to be competitively, but for the as a Frost Cash, I'm going to pick an Earth card, the Paleoth. I think the Paleoth champion of Kione, turboing into the Neandersloth is super cool. So that's the one thing I want to see.
Is that going to be like your first deck that you like go into testing with and like, I'm going to figure out how to make this work and just dominate people?
Yeah, it might be. I've started playing it a little bit recently, so.
I love it. Trish, what are you thinking about rocking it, without giving too many secrets away, of course?
I kind of have given it away. Is that the Krakatuga deck is really cool. Just being able to trigger the Krakatuga effect on the opponent's turn to pop a card is just so powerful, and it's not something that we really have much of in Elestrals right now. So I think it's super fun. I think it's super cool, and I'm so excited to play it.
I love it. And as a Lunar caster, I'm very excited for the Hypnosum Ectopossum strategy. That is just going to be my bread and butter. I've been crafting some decks with it, so I'm excited to pull it out and see what we can do with it. I know a lot of people have been waiting for Lunar to come out on top at some point, and I think set 7 it could have potential. Obviously, there's some other tech out there like you guys were mentioning, but I think the Hypnosum Ectopossum strategy will push moves forward just a little bit in the suppression strategy coming through as well. So I'm excited to see it. And another deck that I have been very excited about, the Phosphocell. I am a huge fan of the new Larvacell line, so I've already got a trade in for the Imperial from the top 16, so I'm locked in. I'm ready to go with my Hera Phosphocell deck. I'm so excited for it. What's like a fun deck that you guys want to explore in Sunstrike?
I think you kind of touched on it with the Ectopossum stuff. That deck is really cool. That deck is so cool. I think those cards are being super overlooked right now.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking the fun deck is like Phosphocell Ares, something along those lines. I know one of the stadiums allows you to Nexus, get more spirits under your Phosphocell, maybe. So I don't know, if there's something there, and then when that thing explodes or gets destroyed, it explodes the whole board, takes everything out. I think there could be some cool stuff there.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I know Ares has been on a lot of people's radars. It's bringing a whole kind of new take onto the artifact strategy, because I know like mainly it's just been Hephaestus artifacts has been like the go-to, but now Ares is coming in, showing off the artifacts that he has, going with the stadium stuff. So there's like a whole new area to explore with Ares, and I think a lot of casters will be leaning into that probably for the first few tournaments of Sunstrike. And obviously, Trish, you mentioned it, like the giant elephant moth in the room is Stratamoth. so we'll see how that goes. And as we're talking about Sunstrike, we also have pre-releases that are going to be coming to Sunstrike on the 15th. That's where LGS pre-releases will be going up. So if you guys have a local game store near you that does carry Elestrals and host tournaments, make sure you check out to see if they are going to be hosting a pre-release tournament. There's a ton of pre-release events that are going to be coming your way, so definitely check that out. And then obviously we have the release on the 22nd, and look at this beautiful Phosphocell Ultra Charged. I mean, like, it's such a good looking full art.
It's so nice. I love the green and the silver, whitish color of the Fazocell. One of the best stellars in the game for sure. Can't wait to get my hands on this card.
Yeah, I mean, this card is just completely gorgeous, and especially with all the like the detail in the background, with all the, you know, just the whole line kind of appearing.
Yeah, and you even got the little Funglow hanging out in the bottom right corner too. It really pulls in everything of the Lestrals. And so kind of talking about pre-release, we went to like what decks. Now the starter decks that are going to be there. What starter deck do you guys think you're going to be picking for pre-release? It's a tough question, I know.
I mean, it's got to be the Hermes one, right? Like that's just a moth deck and a starter deck, right?
I think I want to mess around with the Ares. I would say that's going to be my pick. I need to learn how to get better with like the Nexusing and seeing those lines. So that's going to be my pick, I think.
Going Ares, you're going Aeolus, Trish, with the moth. Just easy steamroll.
That's the easy choice.
Well, sometimes you gotta work smarter, not harder.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, right now I'm between going for the Ares or the Hera. I'm not sure what strategy I want to lean into more. I know obviously like with it you have like the cards that you get in the Sunstrike packs as well for some of the pre-releases. So the one we're doing, we get the starter deck and then you get the pack cards in it to like kind of switch out. So basically just going to kind of be going through and like strategizing like, if I get this from one of my packs, am I going to want to put this in a deck? Like, how would it function like that? And that's one of the fun things about pre-releases. Like, it's a sealed event. You get to have fun with it. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people will probably be going for Stratamoth, but then a lot of people might want to play with the fun new toys, being Hera and Ares. So let us know in the chat what you are thinking for your pre-release, what decks you'll be rocking, and we are going to be soon into the Sunstrike era. It's approaching faster than we think. The next premiere, which will be the first one after this, is going to be on May 31st, and that will be the first online premiere that Sunstrike will be legal. And then obviously we have Card Party coming up before that on release weekend for Sunstrike. That is going to be May 22nd to 24th. And look at this beautiful exclusive Lumavale with the Card Party stamp on it. And it'll be the first opportunity for people to get their chance at the new event packs that are going to be coming in. What do you guys think about the Lumavale artwork, the Twi'leks artwork, the event packs? Talk to me about it. Elestrals just continues to throw beautiful cards at us.
Yeah, I mean, the Twi'leks is gorgeous.
They're so sick. The Lumavales are very nice. I love in the event packs we get the full art Stellar Stadiums as well as the Firestorm Spirit arts in full art as well. Like I don't know, that Zaptor specifically just sticks out to me. I love the artwork of the Zaptor on that Firestorm art. It's just so good.
Yeah, I also love that it looks like with the packs, they kind of, it seems like they've broken it up to where you just get a whole line of an Elestral in the packs, and I really like that because, you know, all you have to do is pull one pack and it's like, oh, look at this, I have my Antitan package, and you know, I think that's super cool. That to me is a great design choice.
I love it. Yeah, I agree. It's like you're at the event, and for new people, especially kind of like coming to Card Party, people who would be going might have heard of Elestrals, but they're like just getting into it, and it's like that's the first line that they get to like experience and kind of fall in love with. So yeah, I agree. I think that is a beautiful design choice. And we will be having a community poll coming up soon. So make sure you head on to the Twitch channel for that poll. Pull it up on your phone, get another tab open, and get ready to vote for the choices that we're going to be going to see what decks are going to be played in the first matchup on broadcast. So we talked about some of the top decks to watch, but do you think there are any like sleeper picks that might not have been shown? Or do you think we'll just come up from the top?
I'm just championing it today. If you see Krakatuga on that poll, you better click the button. Click the button. I want to see a small Tuga hit the board, and I want to see it ascend and eruption somebody on the stream frame one.
I love it.
I'm hoping to let's see some Champs of Kion today as a Frostcaster. I want to see some cool stuff with Champs of Kion. Let's make that happen.
I like. You think like a Glaciersha champ
Maybe
Keon deck?
maybe a Moralist toolbox
Ooh.
kind of deck. Who knows? We'll see.
You know,
Ooh.
actually, one strategy that I have seen that I actually want to see how it works. Haven't played too much with it, but you mentioned it with the Morlith, but paired with the Champion Frostix
Mm-hmm.
is actually kind of, because it's like, hey, search anything in your deck and then special cast it.
Yeah.
Because they're both triggered on Keon's effect. So that Keon toolbox is something to have fun with. I don't know if it has any merit to it, but I mean, it sounds interesting on paper. So I'd be excited to see it.
Yeah.
I know we saw the Champ of Zeus, so that's like one thing that I want to see. But I also kind of want to see a Demeter deck. We see Earth and Dionysus, and that's like what's at the top. I feel like everybody's kind of forgetting about Demeter. Let's see some Demeter in the Earth element today. Come on.
You know, I'm surprised nobody has tried just putting in, you know, the Gigaflora package just into the standard Dionysus deck. You know, it's just a free dude.
Yeah.
You know, forever.
It's a free guy. You just continuously cycle through. And someone, I think it was after the Kissimmee event, somebody had tested with the Demeter Dionysus, and they used Demeter to buff the opponent's Elestral, and then used Dionysus to daze their Cyprong to pop it.
Wow.
Because it gives the stat buff, because it's over 5 attack now. So I was like, whoa.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Those are the cool techs that we want to see here on Premiere. And we saw some crazy stuff last week. We saw Night Venom. We saw Neandersloth hit the board. It's been crazy, but the voices in my head are telling me that the poll is ready. So make sure you guys head over to the Twitch Elestrals channel, pull it up on a different tab, pull it up on your phone, and let's get those votes in. I'm curious. I'm going to pull it up on my phone right now because I'm curious to see what we have as the options here. So make sure you pull it up and let's see what we got here. What are we looking at? Here we go. We have Champions of Poseidon, we have Morfrost, and we have Thunder.
Where's the Krakatuga? I want a repoll. Where is my Krakatuga?
Perky, what are you picking here?
I'm gonna go a bit different. Normally you'd expect me to pick Morfrost, but I want to see some Thunder today.
You want to see some Thunder? I like it. Trish, maybe one of these matchups would be against the Krakatuga.
It could be. I'm gonna vote for the Champions of Poseidon because maybe there's a Krakatuga in there. Maybe it's Krakatuga Champion of Poseidon.
It's a smokescreen Poseidon deck into Hephaestus.
There we go.
There it is. There's the smokescreen.
There we go. So click this one. It's underneath me. You know which one to pick because it's right down here.
Does that mean I have to champion Morfrost because you guys pick one of each? So yeah, let's see some Morfrost.
Yeah,
I want to hear.
We all did the one that we're just above.
Yeah, I want to hear Perky talk about Morfrost and say like, oh, that in this. Yeah, I have a stellar of that. That's fine.
Nah, all Morfrost are the same.
We love all the Morfrost here. We need more Frost in our lives. But no, Champion of Poseidon, definitely a very interesting one. I assume. Now, there's a couple options that could go here, and personally, this is one that I've played around with. I want to see cracking in that Champion of Poseidon deck, okay? If we're going Champs of Poseidon, I want to see a cracking hit the board. I want to see some locking of the zones coming through here. So if it is Champions of Poseidon, I hope cracking is in that deck. So let us know what you guys are voting for in the chat as well. But we'll have the poll results coming in shortly, and right now it looks like Champions of Poseidon is winning. So I mean,
Let's go!
Trish, you might get it, but there's still time. There's still like a few minutes left, but that's on top right now. So make sure you guys get your votes in to see what we're gonna be looking at here now. Perky, kind of since you're the Morfrost expert, and we're seeing Morfrost on screen, what outside of like just the core Morfrost strategy, what like sub synergies do you think work best with Morfrost that we might see if Morfrost ends up on main stage?
Yeah, there's a couple. I think one of the big packages is like the Shiverware because you're already playing Mountains and Morfrost, so throwing the Shiverware in there just kind of makes sense. Getting more, and maybe even the Frigid Cup, getting more spirits on the field, just getting your guys bigger. I think there's something there. The Brumalinks also, as well as like I know Trish, that's one of your favorite things that should be in every single Morfrost deck. That sometimes it's not. I don't know who wouldn't play it in Morfrost main, but who knows? There's someone out there. But yeah, I think the Bruma and the Shiver are probably two that we might expect to see today.
All right, and Trish, as the holder of the champion Voltempest, what are you thinking we see in Thunder? Is it just fully champions of Zeus? Is it Bronzaglow, Funglow? What are you thinking we'll see with Thunder?
I would expect the champions of Zeus stuff. I think that if you're playing Thunder, you're trying to get the big Voltempest onto the field as quickly as possible. But you know, I do know that a couple premieres ago there was a OG Voltempest, maybe one of the world's prize card ones that might have been played. So you never know. You never know. There could be some surprises.
I love it. I love it. And then kind of dabbling into the champions of Poseidon here. And you guys feel free to chime in as well. But I have a feeling it's probably just going to lean more heavily into the Typhlant Ivory stuff. We'll see Poseidon's. We'll see Poseidon's Fury coming through because the Ivory effect comes in. And when it foretells, any card that mentions Poseidon can be added to the hand. So that's a great way to get some additional removal. Typhlant being able to re-enchant. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see like Bubloon, Champion of Aphrodite, kind of make an appearance there because you're enchanting from the underworld to the field as well with that. So get more water spirits on the field to be able to nexus around. Obviously, base Aphoros is out of the equation for this premiere at least. It does have that temporary limit, so it'll come back in the future. But I expect we'll probably see more leaning into the Typhlant Ivory package coming through. So there is, hey, on the BOGO too, mind you, on the BOGO, those are some crazy polls, but there is about 30 seconds left on the poll. So make sure you get your votes in on twitch.tv/Elestrals, and we'll see what we're coming up with. And looks like the results will be in shortly. But Trish, show those again. Show the people what you got for the spoils of victory.
Yeah, you know, I think reminder about the BOGO, by the way. There's definitely a lot of Stellars still available, especially in celebrations, because I pulled not one. Hold please. I pulled not one serialized. I pulled a serialized
and
elephant,
a serialized,
another serialized elephant, 2 reverse stellar Sparkit champs, 2 reverse stellar Earthseers, and a reverse stellar Funglow, all out of a 10 bundle. So I think that if you want to try your luck at the BOGO Shattered Stars, Celebration is definitely the one to go for because I made out like a bandit.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that 10 bundles pulling what 5 reverse stellars and 2 serialized stellars.
Yeah,
that's crazy luck. Maybe I need you to open my packs when they come in from the BOGO. Like seriously, I'm hunting for that Poseidon right now.
Yeah, it's just the world champ difference.
It's world champ diff. World champ diff wouldn't be able to experience it, but we do have the results of the poll. So let's see what deck is going to be featured on main stage for round 3 of the final Lifestream premiere. And wow, Champions of Poseidon, 89%. No one's showing love to the Morfrost. Maybe we'll see it later. Let's
go.
It's world champ diff. It's because that option was below you that everyone picked. It's just the world champ diff.
And to that, I'm gonna say sorry to all the Morfrost fans.
Sorry,
hey, the only one's up here, so okay.
All right, so Champions of Poseidon going to be coming up on the feature match here, and Trish Perky, we kind of just briefly touched on it. Typhlant Ivory, do you think we'll see anything different? Do you think that's probably going to be the bread and butter here in this? What are your predictions coming into this match?
I want to see some Champ Majesty as well. I think that's such a cool card. I mean, just being able to turn off all of your opponent's celestial effects is kind of insane. So I'd like to see some Champ Majesty in there as well.
I like it.
I wouldn't. I want to see Krakatuga.
He wants to see the smoke screen into the Hephaestus.
Yeah.
Just make your elephant stick around, and then foretell, and then just ascend over into Tuga. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, exactly. And then we can search our Champion of Poseidon, Trident of negate all counter runes.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, just board lock the entire thing. Poseidon, Hephaestus. Oh, Hephaestus searches the Trident.
See, I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
He's cooking. But all right, we're gonna get this match set up for you guys. Champions of Poseidon coming your way. The other deck is a mystery. We'll be sending it to Perky and Trishula right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Well, get some water, get a snack, because this first round that we're seeing on main stage is going to be intense.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first feature match of the final premiere of the Lifestream format. I'm here with Perky on his commentary debut. How are you feeling? Have the nerves set in yet?
Actually not too bad so far. I've been stressing all week, but getting up here and just talking to you guys and, getting to run my mouth a little bit and talk some Elestrals and watch some good games, I'm excited.
Yeah, I was in the same spot for my first one. This is only my second, but, it's just always a good time to just talk about Elestrals and watch some good gameplay.
For sure. I will say I did have to go back to a couple premieres ago and watch the World Champ and get some tips, see what I needed to do. So, yeah, I definitely did see, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I am too. And, I'm curious who else took some tips out of the World Champs book, because I think we have the top 16 casters so far, because we are starting in the third round of Swiss today. So we can take a look at that. Do you recognize any of these names here, Perky? Because I notice a few of them.
There is a few names here that I recognize. There's also a lot of people that I haven't seen up here so far, so good for those casters. But yeah, a lot of people 2-0 so far. Why Rebellion's up there? That's got to be some Hermes, I'm telling you. We see Warlord Leo in first currently. Let's see. What other names stick out to you, Trish?
Well, one that sticks out to me is someone that I have not seen playing Lestrals in a hot minute, and that is Dimax at 2-0 as well.
It's good to see the return of Dimax. Really good player. Good to see them back in the competitive atmosphere.
Yeah, and following my World Championship win, they are now holding the title for most second places without a premier win.
Hey, that might change today. We'll see.
Yeah, so that's no bias, but that's who I'm going to be rooting for. But I also see some other really talented players like Kryber and Spicy Sausage up here as well. MG1 as well. Do you think MG1 is going to be on Hermes too?
Probably. MG's the other player known for Hermes, so I think that's probably a pretty fair assumption. We also see Cthulhu up there. Cthulhu with finals appearance a couple premieres ago with the Thunder deck. I wonder what they'll be playing today.
Yeah, I think that if there's any chance for Bronaglow, it's going to be from Cthulhu.
Oh, for sure. We also see Astro as well. Astro, okay.
Yeah, I mean, just so many talented players. I think that they're still setting up the Clash right now, but we know that we're going to be seeing at least one of the decks as champions of Poseidon. What are you hoping will be our other deck?
Against Champs of Poseidon, I gotta stick with the Champs of Zeus to Thunder stuff. I really want to see like 3 Voltempest hit the board at the exact same time. So hopefully we get something crazy like that on stream for our first game.
Yeah, and I think that it's definitely possible, because I've heard whispers from some of the players in the tournament that it has been there. I know at least one of my friends has had to face off against multiple Voltempest today already. So I think that there's a real chance that we see that awesome. Hit the board. Yeah,
and we'll see what kind of Champs of Poseidon we'll be seeing today. Probably the Ivory stuff, but maybe some Majesty stuff. Probably see some whales in there as well.
And definitely a Krakatuga or 3, definitely. Right?
Yeah, hopefully. No, definitely.
100%. But and for no particular reason, I would really love it if the other deck specifically was playing Mostation Ursicle Turbo.
Specifically, okay.
Yeah. I'm definitely not salty about none of my predictions coming true last time.
That's fair. Maybe everyone's just main decking 3 OG Mostation today.
Yeah, and 3 Ursicle, because you play Ursicle, and then you add Ursicle, and then you play Ursicle, and you add Ursicle, and every time you play an Ursicle, my prediction counter goes up, and then I get to win the bragging points.
You get all of them, and you're the champion. I mean, it just makes sense.
It does make sense. Thank you for saying that. As the champ, I think I should win everything that comes my way.
Everything going forward. Only trip.
Yeah, a very humble world champion too. I should say.
Hey, it's fair. It's expected, I think, at this point. So
I only have like 11 more months to be like that, and
something like that. Yeah.
I think we're almost ready. I see them setting up right now. So we should be almost ready to jump into this next match.
I'm super excited to get to commentate my first game today. I cannot wait to see what these casters are playing.
Yeah. So as your first time commentator, what do you want to see in your debut? Like what would be like it would send you over the moon?
I want to see, I don't know, just some kind of crazy play with an underused card. Like I want to see like somehow a Neandersloth take out like a Ogival Tempest. Something crazy like that. Just off the wall, something we're not expecting. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I hope that would be really cool. Me personally, what I was hoping for in my first match, and it did not happen, but I was hoping to have Gambit hit the field. I don't think that it's focusing, but I have the tablet Gambit. What's your thoughts on Gambit?
Gambit's it's a card.
Is it a good card? Good card or bad card?
Yes.
Okay. 50% of the time, it's a good card, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a card. If you're hitting, it's a great card, best card in the game. If you're not, it's the worst card in the game. So
just don't whiff.
Just don't miss. Yeah.
Yeah, just always hit.
Yeah.
Are you feeling lucky?
That's awesome. Now hopefully we do see some Gambit today. Gambit's a cool card, and I have seen people theorying with it in different in the community. So we probably will be seeing some Gambit today.
Yeah, as a bit of a personal anecdote, there was one time where me, Josh, and Justin were all having a discussion, and if you know anything about us, we can never agree on anything. But the one thing we all agreed on was that Gambit was the best normal cast in Elestrals, and every single one of us was like, "Yeah, that just makes perfect sense."
That's wild. We have three of the best players in the game, and you guys are all agreeing on something. There's something to be said for that.
Listen, people are sleeping on Gambit. That card's crazy.
It is insane.
I think Gambit might be my favorite card. Perky, what's your favorite card?
Favorite card? It switches every day between all the different Morphrost forms.
Okay, as a question, do you think that all the forms of Morphrost is the same Morphrost changing forms, or are they different Morphrost of the same species Morphrost, but like they're different based on like their personality? Like if you're like a Capricorn, are you Indus? Or and then if you're like an Aries, you become A-Bomb?
Huh. I don't know. I've never thought about it like that. I think they've got to be the same exact Morphrost. And they're just copying every little guy, I think, is what it is. But I could be wrong. I need to catch up on my Morphrost lore, apparently.
Yeah, we need like the Elestrals lore book.
We do. I've been hearing... Go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, did you ever watch the lore videos? They made lore videos like 2 years ago.
A while back. I do remember watching them. I don't remember much from them at this point, though.
The only thing I remember, and I might have hallucinated this, was that the spirits, so like Teratlis and Vapyro and all of them have like an ascendant form, and there's like Giga Teratlis somewhere lurking around in like the Elestrals universe, and I've always wondered if we'll ever get like dual spirit cards where it's like you can play one like ascended Teratlis that counts for 2 spirits.
That would be so cool. I cannot wait until that gets into the game.
Yeah, Dan A-Drive, take notes. Take notes. Well, it looks like our casters are setting up. Do you want to go over their accomplishments?
Yeah, so it looks like on my side I've got Sanguine Star. We've got a Premier Top 16, a Premier Top 8 player, Dallas Top 32, and World's Top 64. So pretty accomplished player over here on my side.
Yeah, and I mean, I have Adam on mine. I think Adam is a very well-known and respected player. They are a premier champion, a 2-time top 4 player, 2-time top 8, and as well a top 16 player. So very accomplished. And they've been around in the community for quite a while too, I would say.
Oh yeah, these are two names that I've seen quite a bit. So I'm excited to see these 2 casters throw down here today.
Yeah, and the voices in my head, the voices are going around today. They're telling me that it seems like they are ready to start, and Adam has elected to go first. So we are going to see Adam. I wonder if Adam is on the Poseidon deck.
Ooh, that would actually be pretty crazy. I think in the last one, Adam was playing the Champs of Voltempest stuff, so we might see a return of that here.
Ooh. You know, we might have both gotten our wish today.
We see that beautiful Hera playmat right off the start.
Yeah, is that the prize playmat from the recent premiere? That's so gorgeous.
So nice.
Yeah, I'm so sad that I did win one in the last premiere, but I promised to give it to PK. So I won't even get to keep it, and now I regret this decision.
It's all right. As soon as you don't have to cast the next time, you'll get your next one. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. Well, it looks like we're gonna start off with a mulligan from Sanguine Star, and we see the 2 solars expended.
It was a solar and a water.
Oh, is it solar water? It looked like 2 solar to me. So I wonder.
Could be anything.
I wonder if they're playing like the solar strategy. Oh, is that a double mulligan? Oh my! And it looks like is that 2 more water? So yes. I wonder if maybe they're playing Guardian of Light as like a tech in their deck.
Yeah.
Because that was something that I was trying out at one point for the World Championship was the fish deck playing Guardian of Light just as a way to like heal and just get a recursive back row. So I wonder if we'll see that from them.
That's a pretty good option, honestly. Yeah, it could be the Guardian of Light. We might see like the Chronodial here. Looks like we actually see a Cyanectar come down on Adam's side, so going to be able to search for a poison. Looks like we're getting a poison-tipped arrow here.
Yeah. Now, I have a question for you. Do you think we're going to see the Demeter come down and daze the Cynectar and potentially get another poison-tip arrow?
Potentially. That would be an insane turn 1 play to get double poison-tipped arrow when your opponent is mulligan twice.
Yeah, just especially, whenever you go first and you see poison-tip arrow, it just feels so powerful, just because you remove your opponent's Elestral, you get to develop another Elestral of your own, and while you spent 2 for that poison-tip arrow, you just kind of make it up immediately, right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially if they're playing a 5, just because the poison-tipped arrow gets it down to a 3 and they can't swing over your Cyanectar.
Was that an expended draw?
Yeah, that was an expended draw right there.
That's really rough, especially, since we know that there's that poison-tip arrow set, we're now another turn behind on combating this PTA.
Yeah, for sure. And there's going to be an open board here for Adam as well. We see a Terratlas hit the board and another Cyanectar, so...
Oh, man. Now there's that second PTA.
Yeah, if there's not a second one already down there, we see the 3 back row. It looks like that might be a Pandora's box?
Yeah, it looks like it to me.
So no second PTA will be searched. There might be another one down there. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing with P-Box against the Cynectars, right? Is that, you can P-Box to stop the search, but they might just have the Dionysus to search again anyway.
For sure. And
Looks
then
like
we see a Tsunami there. Okay, so Tsunami putting both Cynectars in defense. That's pretty good for Sanguine right here. Both Cynectars having a 1 defense, so whatever comes down right here can most likely attempt to get over them.
Oh my gosh. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see the play? Are we going to see the play?
Come on, Adam.
Adam, do it. Do it. Oh, we got this. Oh, happy Lifestream.
That's how you make a debut right there. Let's go.
Oh man, and it looks like the Galaxy is gonna get in. Hey, what's the stat line on that?
It becomes a
it's like a 3-2, right?
No, yeah, for sure. Actually,
yeah. That would make sense.
All right, Spectaris hit the board right here. Okay.
Ooh, Spectaris is really interesting. Do we think that Adam might be on Antitan?
Potentially. This is an interesting list right here. Looks like it could just be like a quote-unquote good stuff list.
There's
right.
the Guardian of Light.
That's the world champ right there. Let's go.
Listen, I know him when I see him.
Trish, it sounds like you might know a thing or two about this game, is what it sounds like.
Not really.
All right, well, there's no cards left on Sanguine's side right here as they take play, so hopefully they're able to get back into this game.
Yeah, if you were Sanguine Star, what would you be looking for here?
In the Poseidon deck, let me think. I mean, we really need to see if it is the elephant stuff, we really need to see the Poseidon and the Typhlant right here to try to get something going.
Okay, we see the Galaxy, but unfortunately there is a Spectrus in front of us.
There is. We might see, at least, if unchecked, it can at least take out the Cyanectar, so that's a plus.
Yeah, unless of course there's something like a Gorgon's Gaze in the battle step. Adam's checking his back row, but it looks like we will see the Psynectar just go down here.
Okay, so good comeback by Sanguine right here. Galaxy sticking on the board. Unfortunately, staring down a Spectaris right here. But there is a backer to back it up.
Oh, and there's the Werepup. Where's Frontage? Where's Frontage? Tell him to come back.
Pup going to search out a lunar phase right here. We see this is the counter. This is the full moon. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we already have the Eclipse, or maybe we just want to... Oh, there it is.
There it is, yep. And that looks like a bluff set Ambrosia that it hits.
That does.
Interesting.
Oh, this is not looking good for Sanguine Star.
Looks like we're going to see a Thunder Ascended Like a Void here.
Fascinating. Does that mean that we're going to see Rabbit come down?
Potentially Rabbit, Zeus. There's some good Thunder cards that you can cast in this game.
Yeah, and hopefully not the best Thunder card in Arcolith.
Thunderstorm?
Do you have Arcolith trauma? Because I have Arcolith trauma.
Yeah, it's hurt me a couple times. It's like the Galaxy will be cleared by the Like a Void right here, and there will be 2 damage.
Yeah, it's smart to attack with the Like a Void, just to play around any miscommunications with the Spectrus effect.
For sure. Good play right there. You see 3 back row on Adam's side as well right here. So up on Spirits right now, up on Board Presence right here. See if Sanguine can do anything to come back right here.
Yeah, and actually I can't tell if that's the sleeves that Adam's using or not, but is that a Thunder Spectrus?
You know, I don't think so, but it might be. I can't tell if it's like the artwork on the Full Art World Spirits or not.
Yeah, that's...
We see Plucky.
Interesting. Let me see if I have one of those spirits on my desk. We're gonna fact check real quick.
We see the Plucky come down right here, and that is met by a Gorgon's Gaze on Adam's side right here.
Ooh, yeah, that's pretty smart to keep the Poseidon deck off of the Poseidon.
For sure, and you're already up on Spirits right there, so you don't really care about wasting those 2 Spirits right there. Not even wasting, using those 2 Spirits to stop the opponent from getting any advantage.
Yeah, especially when Sanguine Star has been having such a rough start too. I mean, this just feels like the nail in the coffin. But you know, I'm still rooting for the Krakatuga comeback. We are going to see normal cast small Tuga, then we'll top deck the Hephaestus that this Plucky was definitely searching. We're gonna play the Hephaestus. We're gonna reveal into the Krakatuga. We're gonna burn. We're gonna play Eruption. We're gonna pop. We're gonna burn again, and the game's gonna be over.
Be over just like that. Unfortunately, back to reality here. We see an Ascension into the Doppelganger, and that is able to clear the Plucky and do another 2 damage right there.
Yeah, you know, while this does seem like a very commanding position, oh, is that a concede that we see?
Look like a concession for sure.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say, very, very hopefully, optimistically, was that despite it looking like a really bad position for Sanguine Star, they were very close in spirit count. And sometimes that's all you need.
They were. I mean, sometimes you get down that low and you just get sniped by an Eruption because, you know, it's definitely Krakatuga, so.
Thank you. Exactly. You get it.
Awesome. So it looks like Adam will take the first game there, and we'll get into sighting here to see what comes into the main deck. We didn't see much from Sanguine side right there. Plucky, some Galaxy. Anything? I mean, we saw the Guardian of Light. What do you think is going to come in from the side, Trish?
The Krakatuga, obviously.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, it's really interesting to see the solar package. So it makes me wonder whether or not there's maybe like a Temple of the Sun Nova Core engine in there somewhere. You know, I wouldn't count on it, but you never know.
Yeah, could be. I mean, Exalted searches a lot of cards, so maybe we have an Argo package in there that we just didn't see. Get some Nexusing, some searching going. Who knows?
Exactly. Did you know that Galaxy is an ethereal?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't?
Yeah, it's you know, I once said that we should have a card that gains attack for every ethereal in your underworld.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
But did you know that almost every spirit is also an ethereal?
Oh my, of course. We'd see like 30 attack Elestrals.
Yeah. it's like a reverse Imperial. Instead of revealing your spirit deck, you say, well, I lost my spirit deck. Here is Giga Imperial.
Yeah, and there would be no judge issues with Imperial there. So it sounds like a win-win for everybody.
Exactly. Do you think that anyone has ever just like had an Imperial crate? Like just a crate full of spirits, and they just drop it down and they say Imperial effect, and it's like 52,000.
Hey, that would be enough, I will say.
True, but if you remember, it would still only do like 3 points of damage.
It does, yeah. All right, we see the beginning of game 2 right here. Hopefully we don't have to see another double mulligan from Sanguine here.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what they were looking for, where, you know, they double mulliganed and then kept a hand that it felt like didn't work for them.
Yeah, you'd think assuming it's the Ivory Poseidon stuff, you really need to see the Poseidon there, and they really wanted to see the Poseidon with the Plucky play. However, met by the Gaze to stop it. So looks like we will see a mulligan on Adam's side here, though. I believe it was a Thunder and a Lunar.
Yeah, so hopefully Sanguine Star can use that mulligan to their advantage to get back into this match, and we can take it to a game 3.
For sure.
Because something to point out, too, is that both of these casters are also 1-1, and we are only at 6 rounds today. So this is a much higher stakes match for round 3 than what we would normally expect.
Yeah, that is a very good point. We will see Sanguine casting the Galaxy here, which seems like a pretty strong start. Hopefully hopefully for Sanguine, Adam does not have the Spectaris for it, but there is 2 back row as well to back it up.
Yeah, so if you were Sanguine Star, what bat? Oh, is that the Gloom Bat?
Gloom Bat goes crazy here. Special cast because they have 2 face down runes. Disenchant to target and destroy a rune.
And the Pandora's box.
Okay, that's pretty big.
That is pretty big, but I think that if you're Sanguine Star, that's probably the one that you're more okay losing here.
For sure. Well, looks like there's a second one, so
Pandora's box.
So they probably did not care either way, I will say. We see a Neuter and a Werepup milled with the Pandora's box.
Ooh, the Doppelgator's a really big mill because usually most players only play the 1 copy.
For sure. And we see, what is it?
Is that Temple of the Moon?
Temple. Interesting temple play here.
Are we playing Pure Earth? Or Pure Lunar, I mean?
I don't know. I mean, we've seen a couple other spirits at this point. We've seen some Earth Elestrals. We've seen the Zaptors as well.
I think we've seen more Lunar Elestrals than anything else.
That is true.
You know, I do see the set cards alongside this Temple of the Moon, and that to me only can mean one thing.
Is that altered? Is that what you think it means?
I don't think so, but we'll find out.
Could be the card that lets you ascend the Werepup, maybe.
It could be, and are we going to see it? We are! There it is! And critically here, the stadium does boost both the attack and defense of the Elestral. So even though we played this Champ Galaxy, this Sign Nectar is still going to be bigger after the boost.
What a play right there by Adam.
And
they attacked with the original Galaxies, so no back row, and they just have the 2/5 Champ Galaxies sitting on the board.
Yeah, and they no longer have their 5 either. So no back row and staring down a 3 spirit. What is that? A 6/3 Sign Nectar? We can't even Cryoblast that.
Yeah, not Cryoblastable. And it's got 3 spirits, no back row, so you can assume that you're going to take at least 2 damage here, potentially more. And there's the Nobby.
There's the Nobby. And now we'll find out if there's the second Doppelganger. And if there is, that will just be devastating because we'd be taking, what, 5 here?
I think it'd be 4 because there is a spirit on the board on Sanguine's side. Looks like the attack went through. Doesn't look like there's an Ascension, though, so only 1 Doppelganger in this list.
Yeah, only 1. So it looks like Sanguine Star will be taking the 3 spirits here.
Wow, that full moon play was absolutely devastating right there.
Yeah, especially for Sanguine Star not having the back row. It looks like, I think I just saw a Guardian of Light get flashed.
Yep, that will at least stop the bleeding potentially here. We see a Water Spirit come out from Spirit deck and a Dratagua, Stellar Dratagua.
Ooh, the Stellar. That is one of the prettiest arts
It is
of
very
any card in this game, I think.
so nice. We're going to heal up 2 Water Spirits right here.
Yeah, just stemming the bleeding, as you said, just trying to keep ourselves in the game.
Yeah, and with the Guardian of Light that you saw earlier, the Nabi, or assuming you Guardian of Light negate the Cynectar attack right here, the Nabi can't clear the Dratagua, so...
Well, I think it can because of the temple, right?
Oh, that's true, that's true. It's a 5-duh.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter anyways, because that's a Like a Void.
That is a Like a Void.
So Like a Void coming out, that is the 6/5, so it's what, a 8/7? Numbers are hard.
8/7, yeah. That's really scary.
Looks
like we're trying to play around shield here.
The Guardian is flipped up here. That will negate one of the attacks, allow you to heal a couple spirits, and then the Cynectar will be able to clear right here. No damage done, but you're still up on tempo right here if you're Adam.
Yeah. And it looks like Sanguine Star only has 1 card in their hand versus Adam's, field of big Elestrals.
There is a lot on Adam's side of the field right here.
And this is where we see Poseidon's Fury, right?
Looks like we saw an expended draw and a pass right there.
Oh, wow. That's rough.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, because if we cast another Elestral, Sanguine Star is losing half of their Spirit deck this turn.
It looks like we see a normal casted Gloombat right here.
Yep, normal cast Gloombat swinging for 6. That's a big hit.
That's a lot of damage.
But I still believe Krakatuga is going to come down. It's going to hit the board right now, and we're going to burn for game. It's going to happen. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Krakatuga can clear like most of this board with an eruption, so.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, hopefully we don't have to see another expended draw right here. Hopefully Sanguine has a play. Looks like we just see a concession right there. Oh, no.
You were right. Look at that. I think that is a Chronodile in the hand.
There's a Chronodile and 2 Ivories right there with the very pretty Stellar Poseidon, I will say, but it looks like they were worked on a lot of Ascensions in hand right there.
Yeah, and I think that is just the danger of some of these kind of combo decks that play a lot of Ascensions. So really unfortunate from Sanguine Star, but I believe in the secret Krakatuga comeback, and I hope that we're going to see them again in the top cut.
With a Krakatuga, of course, for sure.
Yes, of course. So huge congrats to Adam.
Yeah, that was an insane play with the full moon right there. That also took out the original Galaxy, if I'm remembering correctly. Probably would have been a better option to swing with the Champ right there, so you at least keep the 5 on board, but I don't really know if it mattered because I don't think there was any back row at that point to help keep the Galaxy up. Yeah,
I don't think there was either. But other than the full moon play, what was your favorite part of that match?
Let's see. I don't know. Adam just did such a great job at establishing tempo early in that one. There was some counterplay with the double Pandora's box in the second game right there. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of Ascensions in hand. Sanguine wasn't really able to do much, but Adam was pretty good right there in showing how to keep tempo in Elestrals.
Yeah, I think sniping the P-Box, only for there to be another P-Box, is probably my favorite moment from that match. Just being like, you thought you stopped my back row? Surprise, I have another one.
Yeah, and honestly, seeing the Gloombat just in general alone, really cool. Like, a lot of people kind of sleeping on Gloombat, I think. It's one of those cards that it doesn't only take out face-down runes. It can hit any rune. So in a Divine-heavy metagame, Gloombat can be a very good card.
Yeah, especially now that Hurricane is no longer in the game, there's kind of not a reason to not just like set your whole hand face down, and then when you do, they're like, "Oh, I got a Gloombat. You're losing a back row."
For sure, and Gloombat is a 2/1. Even if you get like a full moon on it and it doesn't die, because after you disenchant, it can pop something and then stick around. If it's under Temple, it's still a 4 attack at that point. So some pretty crazy combos you can do there with Gloombat.
Yeah, kind of like the OG Boombat. You just enchant to it, and then you just start popping every turn. You can re-enchant to it. pop more back row, make sure your plays always go through. Super, super cool card. And, you know, it's not like you want to shield it either, because if you shield it, they're just going to special cast it again if you set back row.
Exactly. It's insane. You can almost look at it as an ascension.
Yeah, I'm that's one of the cool things you can do with it too. Maybe they were trying to set that up with the Leica Voids and whatnot. You know, special cast it out and then hard ascend for the Leica Void, or even special cast it out, play the Werepup, and get the Lunar Eclipse and pop multiple back row.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You special cast that thing too. You're getting another backer with Lunar Eclipse. Wow, that's a pretty crazy play.
Yeah, I mean, just so much back row removal. And, you know, the full moons being battle tricks. You know, I hope that we see more of this Lunar deck, because it's a deck that's been around for a while. I think it first saw play in Moonrise, and it's always just kind of been one of these sleeper picks that only really some of the best players in the game have ever tried to pilot.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing that stands out to me, I'm wondering if there's a deck where you could actually play like 3 of the full moon. And like you said, you use it as a battle trick with Temple. There's just so many, like there's good receivers in Nabi. We talked about the Gloombat already. I mean, even that clash, we saw the full moon Enchante Sign Nectar right there in order to swing a battle. And that was essentially the play that won the game. So there's a lot of plays that could be done with that Lunar Phase deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a don't poke the bear, but generic, right? And that's just so strong. And even for a deck that has as many big dudes as the Champion of Poseidon deck does have, you know, even that can just be devastating. For
sure. I mean, if the thing about the Champion of Poseidon deck too is that if we were able to see the Ivory actually hit the board, I believe it's like a 7 attack, 6 defense, something along those lines.
Well, let's check.
Yeah,
it would be a 7/6. It's a 7/6, I think.
So what is it if there's a Galaxy on the board, Trish?
I think that might be a 6 or a 7. I think maybe.
It's wild. Yeah. So I mean, even the Temple with the full moon play, there's a lot of Elestrals that could actually clear that massive 7 attacks out there.
Yeah. So I think that this Ivory card, we should probably touch on it, right? Because with Sanguine Star's Champion of Poseidon Ivory deck, why do you think that someone would want to play the Ivory deck right now? Because I have my thoughts, but I want to know what yours are.
So you can just, I mean, assuming you draw well, you can set up a massive board and you can get a lot of card advantage with the elephants. So the original Ivory, it gets +2 attack for each Typhlant in your underworld, and then it allows you to expend 1 in order to special cast a Typhlant from your underworld. So if you use the Champ Typhlant, you can actually send into the original Ivory, and then you can expend a water, special cast the original Typhlant back. And then if you find another way to Nexus, you get the you ascend into the Champ Ivory. You have both on board. Then you're foretelling for a lot, and you're adding every card that mentions Poseidon to your hand. So it's a pretty insane card, honestly.
Yeah, I had to play against this once during Firestorm in a regional finals. And I was so scared. This deck was really, really scary, and completely caught me off guard. And I think that one of the big reasons to want to play it right now is actually in preparation for Sunstrike, because this deck gets better in the next set.
What do you think gets added into this deck, Trish?
I don't remember. But I know that it gets new cards that are really good and really strong, because I know a lot of my friends have been playing with this deck, and they definitely think that it has legs.
I think the card that you're thinking about is the Drachia Champion of Poseidon. It is the one card that allows you to search Poseidon.
You are right. The Drachit Champion, but also the Drak King, which has a very cool, unique effect that allows you to Nexus from your opponent's board to your own, which is something that we haven't actually seen much of yet.
Yeah, that Drak King, I'm very afraid of it. I don't know. Have you seen a whole lot of people cooking with that card?
I've seen a little bit. I've seen a little bit. I don't know how to feel about it yet, because Moth has dominated so much of the conversation when it comes to Sunstrike that I feel like we won't really see a ton of exploration of this set until after the first ban list, because I think that a lot of the initial Sunstrike metagame is going to be focused on this Moth problem and you know, how do you beat the Moth deck? And that's going to be the first thing that I think everybody's going to be trying to figure out an answer to. But once we have those answers is when we're going to start seeing innovation, and we're going to start seeing some of these cooler decks start to pop up and as they find their niches.
For sure. I do think, though, Moth might be a problem. I think you might be on the right track with the Krakatuga, the Subatuga stuff. I think that deck is going to compete pretty well with the Moth. Even though Moth is just going to be so powerful going first, like I think that deck is going to do some cool stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I can tell you from personal experience, I was playing Moth against that deck, and my opponent went Krakatuga on turn 1, set 1 card face down, and I said, oh, this is fine. They only have 1 back row. I can't lose. This is awesome. And then I got Stratamoth on the field, and my opponent said, when you cast the Stratamoth, I'm going to activate Eruption Jealousy. I'm going to trigger Krakatuga and pop your Stratamoth. And then in the end phase, I am going to pop your Aeolus as well. And I was like, oh, I lose.
Yeah, that's an insane play. And I mean, you can get into that combo pretty consistently as well. But yeah, taking out the Moth and the Aeolus so they don't have a follow-up unless they have another Aeolus in hand, like that's almost game winning on the spot.
Of course, especially because the Moth deck costs so many spirits in the first place. And then having the Krakatuga on the first turn to burn, and then after you remove all of those spirits that they invested, you then get to burn them again and swing on them immediately. And they can't Tsunami you because Krakatuga's a water. So I guess you better play Guardian of Light in your Moth deck.
And even then, it might get popped by an Eruption Krakatuga effect. So,
yep.
Wow, that's insane. A lot of plays there.
Yeah, that deck is really cool. It's really cool. Did you know that the Krakatuga deck? I feel like I've become Krakatuga's biggest like champion this stream. I wasn't intending on becoming Trishula champion of Krakatuga, but did you know that it actually does more burst damage in a single turn than the OG Bear Bomb combo?
Really? I guess that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's immune to Tsunami. Wow.
Yeah, it does like 10 spirits out of the opponent's spirit deck in a single push. It's pretty crazy.
That's insane. I do remember Premiere a while back. This was like right after Kissimmee. I played a Krakatuga fish list, and I remember getting a mirror, and the first turn they did that like 10 damage or whatever to me. I was like, I just lose on the spot here. There's nothing I can do. And that's not even Sunstrike format, so...
Exactly. And this has been legal for a while, and the fact that it only gets better makes this deck really scary.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, it's a cool deck. I want to see more of it. I want to see Krakatuga. To the producer, if you're listening, I know that you can't hear me, but if you're listening, put the Krakatuga on the stream, and at the chat, if you guys are watching the stream, if you guys are enjoying the stream, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And when you go to comment, say, I want to see Krakatuga, because we all want to see Krakatuga.
Let him know. Get the world champ what he wants, okay?
Yeah. As world champ, I feel like I need like a scepter or something. It's like, as world champion, I decree Krakatuga on the stream now!
Oh gosh, you're killing me. All right. No, we need to see no crack. All right, we're done with the crack talk. We need to see some Voltempest. I need my
I can fulfill your wish.
Show me your Voltempest. We need to show as we're going to get the Voltempest.
You want to see some Voltempest? Here we go. Here. Let me focus this. Oh no, the green screen thing.
Trish, I think we need to put up a wager or something. I need to find some way to get this Voltempest from you.
Ooh. Okay, we can talk. We can talk.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
No, we can't.
Such a sick card, though. And you said you think, and I think by you saying you think you know that one of the prize Voltempest has already been played in a premiere.
It has. One of them has. I was actually going to play it as well for the first premiere that I commentated. But they asked me to commentate, and I was like, oh, well, that sounds fun. I'll do that.
Oh, you should be like, guys, no, I can't do that. I'm going to go play my Volt.
I came really close. Have you ever heard of the Curse of Vol Tempest?
I have not. Please share. I'm sure there's a lot of people that want to know about it.
Yeah, let me share the story of the Curse of Vol Tempest. There's a rumor in the Elestrals community that if someone comes to you with purity in their heart, the best intentions possible, not as a joke, but in true seriousness, and you don't know what to play, and they come to you with full earnesty, and they said you should play Vol Tempest. If you do not play Vol Tempest, you will have the worst tournament experience of your life. But if you do play Vol Tempest, you will win.
You will win. It's guaranteed.
You will win. It is. I've revealed dark magic on the stream, but it is true. I've seen this happen multiple times.
Interesting. So we can start just using that. We're gonna start telling different members of the community you have to play Vol Tempest. And
no, you can't do it because you have to have purity in your heart. If you do it maliciously, it'll backfire, and then you will have 1,000 years of bad luck.
Understood. Okay. Well, I will not be doing that then. I'm gonna listen to your advice here. I'm not gonna be telling anyone about that.
Yeah. But remember, if somebody does earnestly and with purity in their heart tell you to play Vol Tempest and you don't do it, don't be surprised when you scrub out.
Okay. Good to know. I was not aware of this. That's crazy. Vol Tempest. I will have to train myself to always mean it, honestly. Anytime I tell someone to play Vol Tempest now, just so I don't get the bad luck.
Yeah, I might have cursed Josh once or twice that way. So sorry, Josh. It might have happened. After seeing your guys' embrace on stage, I don't think Josh is mad at you for that one. I hope not. I love that man.
Awesome.
Where's our Josh decks? That's what I want to see. Is Josh deck an archetype that we can say like when I say I want to see a Josh deck?
I don't, man. I never know what to think when I hear a Josh deck. It's just something that's like out of left field. Something that's an untested strategy. I don't know without Josh if we're really going to see many of those today.
I know. It's without Josh. I took a break from this game for a little bit, right? And I came back and I started looking at the decks that were topping in my absence. And I immediately texted Josh. I was like, what did you do to this community? Why is everybody on Nectar? Why is no one playing back row? Why is everyone playing Nectar? And why is the only back row anyone's playing is P-Box? What happened?
What happened? Yeah, Josh's influence on this game is absolutely insane. I did play, what was it? I tried playing Blizz, the premiere after Josh won with Blizz. And it went horrible. I will never leave off a Blizz again, ever. Big Frost fan here, doesn't matter. I will never sleeve up a Blizz deck again.
Yep, I got with it too. Yep. And I was so mad at Josh for that because that was right before Dallas, and I remember that I begged him. I was like, don't play it. Everyone will copy it for Dallas. We don't want to play against Blizz for 7 rounds. He's like, I'm gonna play it. And then all of us, everyone we knew, played against nothing but Blizz the whole tournament, and we all exploded.
Somehow I managed to miss the Blizz matchups in Dallas, so lucky me.
We jumped on all the grenades. I think Josh played against 5. I played against 3 or 4.
Dang. You guys took one for the team then.
That is a deck that we haven't seen in a long time. It has been hit a few times, but I want to see Blizztrix again. I want to see that deck.
Yeah, Blizztrix with the Sisyphus Boulder. That's the one that puts a back in. Yeah, we need to see something along those lines. Or the people are talking about the Slumber. Is that the
solar card?
Yeah, Slumber. Target an Electron Underwood and put on the top of your deck.
Yeah. That's super cool. I wonder if we'll see a return to Blizztrix with Dougie and Sisyphus's Boulder.
Potentially, yeah. Dougie's a very crazy card on its own, and Dugabus might just take the spot of the Cedar Soar in that list.
Yeah, I mean, it totally could, right?
Dougie's another deck. I cannot wait to see that Dougie deck. Dougabus, crazy card. Dougie can get back the Dio Poison Nectar, the burn 2 discard one.
Yep.
And you can just recycle and sit behind a 5. There's going to be so many cool lists.
And just every turn during your opponent's draw phase, you could just go, yeah, I'll take a card out of your hand.
Yep. I've lost.
Like, oh, you only have the one card? All right, it's gone.
Yeah. That's insane. I played. I mean, we didn't even have Dougie at the time, but I played Brulok in a Premier, a top 8 not too long ago. The one Brulok won, and Brulok hit me with a Poison Nectar for game in my draw phase, and I almost cried. I was like, I literally sat there and I was like, do I have to draw?
Yeah, as a Chicago local, I have also been personally victimized by the Brulok Poison Nectar strategy.
That is a card to look out for, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And we did see that is how the first premiere of this season was won, actually. It was I distinctly remember a Supercell being activated to heal, and then Chainlink 2 Poison Nectar to burn before it resolved.
That's insane. Wow, what a play.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a crazy way to see a finals end.
Was it one where they had like 2 spirits in deck, and then the one was used for the Supercell?
Yep. And so they went down to 1, they triggered to heal, and then they got burned before it could resolve.
What an insane play. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was super cool. And, you know, they played it so smart, too, because they just held on to it the whole game. There was another play that I really liked from that finals where they had searched it, and then they set a different back row in like that turn. And I think the opponent went after that back row thinking that it was going to be the Poison Nectar, and then it was a bluff or something, and they played into it, and it caught the opponent completely off guard. It was super cool to watch.
That's a pretty cool play too, and I mean, I feel like that's kind of what sets the good Dio players apart from the great ones, is knowing when to, you know, fire off that Poison Nectar. Even if you're not doing it for game, just knowing, like, you know, when to get a card out of their hand, when to take the spirits away from the opponent so they have less plays. Like, there's a lot of things you can do there.
Yeah, and, you know, that's one of the cool things about this game, is that it is so skill intensive, and that is why you should subscribe to the Elestrals channel so that you can go back and watch all of the premieres, watch these finals, and you too can learn how to become an Elestrals Premier champion.
For sure. Definitely go back and look at some of the recent ones. There's some really good games.
Yeah, and, you know, if you want to get better as well, there are the weekly casuals as well. Perky, what days are those weekly casuals on?
Those are all every Tuesday, I believe, 7:30 p.m. You can see it on the screen right here. Next one coming up in just a few days, May 5th. You can get on there and get some good games of Elestrals in. Yeah,
and since it's a casual, it's a perfect environment to test out new wacky strategies and, you know, just let your imagination run wild. I think, and I think you can even sometimes bump into A Drive, if I am not mistaken.
That sounds like it would be a blast. Get on there and beat the creator of the game. Let's go.
Yeah. How many times can you say that you beat someone at their own game, literally?
It's not too often. I don't think I know any other game actually where you get the opportunity to play the creator. So just another reason to play Elestrals.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, the most important part, it's written right there on the screen. It says that you get to join the community, because this is a lovely community. I've made so many friends. Perky, have you made friends in this community?
Oh yeah, I try to do as much as I can to give back to the game of Elestrals, just because this community has done so much for me. If this community wasn't, you know, as awesome as it is, I wouldn't be playing. So I can't say enough good things about them. If you ever, you know, want to learn how to play the game, you know, reach out to just about anyone. They will find the time to help teach you the game. It's an awesome community to be a part of.
Yeah, and, you know, hopefully you can also find your local community at potentially your LGS, or bring it to your LGS. That's always an option as well.
For sure. I actually am someone who I did not have a local scene up until a couple weeks ago. Now I actually have 2 around me, and I gotta say it's a blast going to play in person. Love playing on webcam. But going to play in person is just something else. So definitely go to an LGS near you, see if they play. If not, then try to get the game in your store.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a tangent, but I found out the other day, and this isn't sponsored or anything, but I found out that a store in New York, Brothers Grimm, actually runs Elestrals. And if you play any other card games, you know that this is a huge store. So it was so cool for me to find out a store that I recognized from my years of being a TCG player has picked up Elestrals and is running locals and has been doing so for a long time now.
That's awesome. I mean, yeah, it feels like there's places just, coming up everywhere, all over the US, just different stores picking up the game. There's a lot of new people coming into the scene right now as well. It's just a great time to be a part of the game.
Yeah, it's just such a cool game, and it really feels like this is the Elestrals movement, the Elestrals moment. And this is really just the time to hop in because the pre-releases are coming up next week. Is it next week or 2 weeks? The week after Mother's Day weekend.
I believe it's May 15th through the 24th, I want to say.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, there it is. May 15th through the 24th. Go to a pre-release. You'll get this really cool Phosphocell Ultra Charged Stellar pre-release promo. Very sick card. I love that artwork. The Stellar is amazing. And you get this just for going. So definitely try to find a store near you.
And you get to get cards early. That's the point of the pre-release, right?
Yeah.
That way, when the tournaments start, if you're going to Card Party or if you're doing the first premiere, you're going to have your cards already set up and you can sign up right now. I think you can use that little QR code to learn more in the bottom right corner. So maybe whip out your phone and scan that.
For sure, you definitely want to go get those cards early. Definitely get some practice in with your Moth decks, with your Krakatuga decks, may I add.
Krakatuga! I want to see a wave of posts on Twitter about how you won your pre-release with Krakatuga.
Make it happen, people. Make it happen.
Yeah, make it happen. This is hashtag Krakatuga best deck, world champ approved. Krakatuga now, Krakatuga forever.
Krakatuga always.
Yeah, it's actually not Sunstrike. Did you know that? It's Krakatuga Strike.
Ah, okay. I love the rebranding that we did that quick.
yeah. It's I'm still workshopping it. They haven't given me like administrative approval, but I think that it's a really good name, and there's no way that they would disagree with me, right?
Obviously, yeah. You got to listen to the champ. You have to.
Exactly.
Someone gets it.
Yeah, thank you. Someone gets it. Someone gets it.
Alrighty. So, Trish, I have to ask because I've watched one of your streams recently.
Okay.
Do you still think that Brummelinks has to be included in the Morphrost deck at this point with Novacore at 1?
It's which Brummelinks? Let's start there.
So obviously the champ Brummelinks.
But it's not obvious. It's not obvious.
There's something I don't know of. Okay.
Yep. So I do think the Brummelinks should be in there. I actually think both Brummelinkses should be in there, and it's really funny because I had been talking to Six before he won the last premiere, and he actually was going to main deck the OG Brummelinkses, and he could not find them.
So unfortunate.
And he was like, I'm sorry, I couldn't find them. They were good in testing, but I couldn't get them into the deck. It's like, you've disappointed me. But I have a question for you as the Morphrost guy.
Yeah.
How many Morphrost is correct? There is a right answer.
I only like the pure version, and in that it's definitely 3.
This is not World Champ approved. This is not World Champ approved. Never need 3.
If you're playing like some kind of sub package with it, then I can see a reasoning going down. But what is your reasoning going down?
Well, you play Keon, right?
Mm-hmm. You do.
So you can just get it back. You can just get it back. I don't want to draw a 1/1.
That's fair. I don't know. I always think like I enjoy opening and then searching a second one to have plays set up for further turns down the road. I don't know. I do feel like in the majority of my Morphrost games, though, there are games where all 3 bat do come up.
you know, personally, I've never had the third one come up. Personally, and this is my hot take, I think you only need one.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
personally think you only need one.
I couldn't tell you how many turns I'm resolving to in a turn.
Well, with that, I think we are ready to go to break. Perky, how does it feel to have completed your first round of commentary before we go to break?
It was a blast. I didn't even feel like I was up here. I felt like I was just sitting here, you know, talking about the game with you, and it was awesome. So I'm having a blast.
Yeah, I think you did a great job. Leave a comment down below and tell Perky that he's doing a great job, because I think he is. Perky is world champion.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you.
Of the live stream format, I am back on the desk with Perky. Perky, I heard you crushing it, but firsthand experience, how was the first official round of commentary?
It was pretty great. We saw some cool plays, pretty quick one actually, but we saw some really heads up plays by Adam with the full moon. Not sure if you saw it or not, but there was a temple on board.
I heard lunar, like my lunar senses were tingling, so I was like, I mean. You know.
As soon as you hear it, you just know. Yeah. So it was awesome though. Pretty cool plays there. I'm excited to see what we get to see in round 4 here.
Yeah, we have some pretty talented casters. They're getting ready right now. We won't reveal who they are just yet, so stay tuned because you're going to want to watch this match. But yeah, I mean, from what I saw, that previous round was awesome. I saw the doppelganger. Maybe it has Fulgorix. I don't know. I would love to see Lunar. So Adam is on like top of the tier 4 list right now for sure, alongside the Ambrose, obviously. But we did see I saw the hand reveal kind of at the end of that last game, and it was Chronodial. Was there as well. I know prior to the round, Trish was talking about how in certain decks you want to tech in Solar for Guardian of Light, but obviously Chronodial being the boss in that deck, so seems like there could have been some merit there. Definitely, I know in game 1 that double mulligan hurt a lot.
Yeah. See, this is where you really want to see the Drak Kid from Sunstrike make its way into the deck, because you, as of right now, with no way to search Poseidon other than Plucky, you really need to see that Poseidon. And we did see a Plucky hit the board. It was met with a Gorgon's Gaze, and that was kind of just the nail in the coffin there. The Poseidon player wasn't able to do a whole lot. So
yeah,
you really need to see your Poseidon.
Yeah, in a Poseidon deck, seeing the Poseidon is like seeing Hermes in a Hermes. You know,
Mhm.
it all synergizes well. But yeah, I'm personally very excited for that Drakid to come. I mean, it's a lunar card, so obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now, Plucky, only way to search out Poseidon, at least in this moment. So synergizes pretty well. You're on solar for the Chronodile anyway, so it makes sense to have Plucky in the deck. It's not forcing in an element that you might not need to. I know some people enjoy, I personally can't handle the tight spirit math that some decks come with, where it's like you have exactly the number of spirits that you need, because in the heat of the moment, I know when I'm playing, I'm like, oh, now I can get rid of this Earth Spirit, draw, there's the Earthquake, uh-oh. So it's one of those things where I try to avoid tight spirit math, but I know some players thrive on that. So just as we're prepping, what's your take on tight spirit math? When you're playing with decks, do you play loose? How do you?
It's tough. I like to play more comfortable myself, just because of that exact topic you're talking about with the Earthquake right after you expend the spirits. Like, it happens all the time, and it happens with other cards. Like Earthquake's a one of, so it's like not going to happen as often.
Yep.
But like in Morfrost, for example, like I've been liking Thunderstorm recently, and the amount of times where I'm drawing into a Thunderstorm right after getting rid of the Thunder Spirits is crazy, and that's with playing comfortable. So I'm not a fan of playing the tight spirit deck. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but the players who do it perfectly.
Well, okay, now I have to ask, since you brought it up. You said Thunder in a Morfrost deck. We know Imperawat Champion of Hera is coming. Are you going to be looking at a Morfrost Hera deck, maybe?
I might have to try it out. I might have to. Morfrost is so expensive, and it turns out Hera's really good at getting spirits back, so I'd have to try something out there.
Yeah. Well, cooking behind the desk here. We're in the kitchen cooking here. But yeah, so based on what we've seen in terms of the stats for the day, last round we saw kind of like a lunar package. We don't know fully, but we saw the Werepups, we saw the Nobbies, Doppelganger, like a Void, and then we saw the Champion of Poseidon. Any predictions on what you think we might see here in round 4?
I really want to see another Poseidon list. I want Poseidon to show what it can do. I think there's just some pretty crazy plays with the Ivory package, and I think the Chronodile in that list makes a whole lot of sense, because if you do your Elephant, your Ivory combo, then you're sticking 2 guys on the board that have a whole bunch of spirits under them, and so you can easily ascend into the Chronodile, and then its effect is live because you have so many spirits on board. So really cool deck there by Sanguine Star in the last one. I'm hoping we get to see more Poseidon decks in the coming rounds.
Awesome. I love it. Yeah. I'm hoping, let's see, obviously lunar for me, but if I had to pick something else, I want to see a take on like a Sonicore Thunder deck, because I think Sonicore has a little bit of potential coming through, because obviously cast can't be chained, and then neither player can play counter rune, so you're kind of limiting yourself there. But that, I feel like that would be a fun tech into a Thunder package. So I'm curious if maybe any Champ of Zeus decks might have a Sonicore side kind of sneaking in there. But we did in Lifestream get the Sparked Champ, which searches out Zeus or Zeus's Call. So there's potential to like keep your board live and protected, and kind of get Sonicore down. And hey, Voltempest can't be targeted, but if Sonicore is on field, shield never resolves.
That's true. And I feel like it just makes sense for Sonicore to be in a Champs of Zeus list, because there's so many times, like I've been playing Champs of Zeus recently, and there's so many times where your opponent is afraid to swing into your Leshrael to take it out because they're afraid of the Voltempest jump scare. And so your Leshrael is just sticking around. Might as well send a Sonicore over it.
Yeah, because the Voltemp, as long as there's nothing else and your Champion of Zeus gets destroyed in battle, it can just come down from the hand. So I think that's, people are definitely sleeping on that kind of play. So I like it. I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at there. But the players are getting their decks ready. They are 2-1 right now. So that is the current record of the players. So we're going to be jumping in here in just a moment, but we have last Premier Champion versus Ardiles. what do we got for Ardiles? How's he looking on the accolades?
Yeah, Ardiles, top 32 Premier participant, and also a top 64 2 times in Premiers last year. So they've been around the block, is what it seems.
And then we have Six, obviously last Premier champion, has a Premier runner-up as well, top 4 and top 8 from the previous year. So we have 2 Premier powerhouses coming at it. Ardiles probably looking... He wants to add to that list, you know. He's going for the top 16. Actually, he's probably going for champion. He's probably going for champion at this point. So we'll see what happens here. The defending champion of the Premiers will be taking the play. So we are going to be jumping in to round 4, and I'm excited to see what these players have in store. And I mean, Perky, just looking at the little preview here, I think you like Six's playmat.
I do. I love it so much. It looks like we see an Astrab hit the board right here. So interested to see if Six is actually playing a Frost deck today.
Maybe he took your advice and just like had that idea in his head of like, yeah, I'm gonna play Thunder and a more Frost deck.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I've messed with Rabbit in the past with Morfrost, in Morfrost myself, and Rabbit's just a really good card in general. I will say, as a Morfrost player, I love seeing defense Rabbits on the other side because it's basically just Scorpio food. So.
Yep, exactly. So Six did grab his card, shuffle the rest back in. Are we going to see any set face down? Oh, we're going to see a Mount Olympus coming down here. Okay.
Okay, interesting. 2 back row as well. Pretty strong turn 1 right here for Six.
Yes, set 2, pass. Let's see how Ardiles is going to win. We also have a poll over on the Twitch channel. Predict now. Who do you think is going to win? We're seeing...
We see a Fawnlet right here. Fawnlet going to come down and search out the Artemis, right? I'm not crazy.
Or Theraheart, if he's...
Or Theraheart.
It can search both. I won't spoil too much just because, you know, we'll let Ardiles go.
Very fair.
Oh, but the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out here to stop either search.
Gaze is pretty big right there, and we saw a couple Thunders it looked like to pay for the Gaze as well. So it looks like Six might just be on a pure Thunder list here.
All right.
Backwards as well. Okay.
Yep, so Fawnlet sitting there, 2 defense, effect will shut off. No Artemis in hand there. So we'll see how this is going to go. And a Toxion coming out here.
The beautiful art Toxion, I might add, the Constellation art.
Yeah, triggers the effect, burn for 1. Oh, switching the Rabbit to attack.
Okay, getting a little aggressive here. I like it.
So Ardiles has to have something to stop this because the Rabbit won't be able to hit over because it has 2 attacks. So as long as he stops the Toxion attack, the Fawnlet should be safe. The Mount Olympus.
Oh, that is very true. The Mount Olympus making the Rabbit a 3/6. So Fawnlet's unfortunately not getting any defense buffs right there with an Artemis on the field. We will see a damage taken right there by Ardiles. It is an Earth right there. So Earth Lunar, what does that tell you?
Earth Lunar. I just hear logs screaming in my ear and Titan. So maybe we'll see and Titan coming down. But we do see the Cyanectar champion of Dionysus. Let's see if the search will go through here, and it does. So grabbing a poison card here.
That's pretty good for Ardiles right here. We will see the original Poison Tipped Arrow grabbed right here. Notably, the Cyanectar is a 4 attack, and the Rabbit is only a 3. So if everything goes to plan right here, Ardiles will be able to take one. However, Six does have a back row to potentially protect it right here.
Yeah, and if it is something to be able to protect the Astrabbit, I would imagine you probably keep that around for an additional turn. Oh, Poison Tipped Arrow, Artemis Arrow coming out here. Very
nice. Not sure what, I mean, this probably is going towards the Toxion right there just to make it a little bit smaller. I don't know if I love leaving the Rabbit on the field though. I mean, we're going Spec Champ. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. So we're threatening to clear the entire board right here.
Yes, so as Tsunami deals with this all, no problem. So Six is thinking about the defense here. If you're Six, do you protect the Rabbit or do you protect the Toxion?
I think it depends on what's in the hand. I don't love staring down 3 back row in Six's position right here. So I think it depends on if they have other plays, but I think as of right now, the Rabbit's probably more important to me. just because it is a 6 defense under the Mount Olympus.
Yes, and there it is. We are going to see an Altar of Stars coming down. So these are both receive effects. Either get the Nexus to the Astrabbit, which looks like what could be happening here, and then maybe switch it to defense. Yep, so there it is. It's going to switch the rabbit to defense. It will stay alive. And now 6 gets the effect of the Astrabbit.
Yes, this is a pretty good play right here. Unfortunately, losing the Toxion, however, you get to keep the Spirit on board, and you get to add a card from your deck to your hand. So pretty strong play right here from 6.
Yeah, honestly, that was probably the back row that you wanted to see in this specific situation.
For sure. Kind of wish you had I'm assuming there might be a Zeus or, some Divine in this deck. And it would have been awesome had we seen like an Altar up to the Toxion and then switch the rabbit to defense. Therefore, it would have kept both on board because of the Mount Olympus. That would have been an insane play. Unfortunately, though, no Divine on board or other bank to make that happen.
Yep, so it's going to be a pass turn here back over to 6. See what he'll come up with. Honestly, having that extra pull for a card on your opponent's turn could be a game changer.
Oh, for sure. Looks like we're going to see something hit the board right here. Another Thunder Spirit coming down, and
that is Astrabbit, I believe, from the Shattered Stars Chapter 3, the Ethereal set. It is the Astrabbit, yes.
Very, very nice. Very pretty card. Was that the Poison Tipped Arrow that was searched earlier slipped up right there? Pretty good play. Still a 1 attack, notably. However, I don't know if that really makes a difference into this board.
Yeah, probably not too much with no back row. It's probably just going to be a free pick for 6 here, and then the payout from our dealers, I would imagine, would come during the end phase to remove the rabbit from the board. So we'll see what else 6 is going to do here, see if he has any more back row in his hand, or like you mentioned, maybe there's a Zeus in this deck to potentially set up some further plays. We'll have to see here what 6 will do after this shuffle.
See if we see any more back row set right here. But Ardelis is in a pretty good position right here. They just need to find a way to clear the second rabbit here. 6 is kind of playing a slower game right now, trying to find the pieces. There is a Zeus hitting the board right here. So let's see. The Astrabbit is a 1 attack with a Zeus. Something will be lowered by 3. So it is there is potential for a crash here if 6 opts for that play.
Yeah, if you're crashing, I probably imagine you crash with the Cyanectar here.
Potentially. I think a crash is a good idea here as well, just because you don't want to see like an ascension of like an Antitan over these two guys. It looks like that might be the option that 6 takes here.
Yep, it is going to crash into the Spectaris. Okay.
Taking out the Spectaris there. We haven't seen anything other than the Fawnlet, though. I think that's probably a pretty good play because Fawnlet might tell you that it could be the Chamthera Heart, and you don't want that coming down and getting its advantage. So probably a pretty smart play there by 6.
Yeah, with the second Cyanectar coming out here.
Pretty big. If we see a second Artemis Arrow, let's see. Well, the Rabbit's a 7 defense under the Mount Olympus, so might not do a whole lot here. And we see
I think they're trying to figure out the sequence of the last attack, because there were a lot of stat changes happening. The Zeus hitting the Spectaris to bring it down to 1, the Poison Tipped Arrow hitting the Rabbit, trying to figure out was that math done correctly, and it looks like the conclusion came to yes, it was. The Astrabbit getting the buff from Mount Olympus, putting it to the 1, the 4 attack with the Zeus bring it down by 3, gets it to a 1/1. That is going to be the crash here, and Ardelis searches out the Artemis Arrow.
Yeah, and then that tells me that this is most likely the top end is an Antitan deck here. We've seen a lot of Insectoids, and we've seen the Spectaris. There's combos with the Artemis Arrow and Spectaris, along with Artemis to get into your Antitan very quickly. So haven't seen it yet. Maybe here soon. Looks like we'll see a pass from Ardelis.
Yeah, even with, like you said before, with that Poison Tipped Arrow, the Astrabbit is currently a 7 defense underneath the Stadium of Mount Olympus, so even using the Poison Tipped Arrow to lower its defense would only put it to a 5. And we see a Boom Bat coming out here from 6.
Boombat, Disenchant to target destroy an Elestral. Pretty good play right here. Wondering if 6 has a way to get another spirit under it to try to keep it on board, maybe. I guess we will see soon.
Circle the Sky.
Circle the Sky. It would go crazy.
Looks like the
Boombat effect, taking out one of the Cyanectors.
Yep. It's going to be down to 1 Zeus. Trigger effect to lower. This rabbit is strong enough, currently 4 attack.
That is a big bunny right there. This Mountain Olympus is putting in work this game.
Seeing it right off the bat, you have to wonder if Ardiles potentially has Temple, Full Life Forest, and it looks like a Madness is actually going to be coming through here and going to daze the Astrabbit to prevent it from attacking over.
This is pretty good way to keep your Cyanector on board right here. The rabbit is still huge. It's a 4, so I don't know. Maybe Ardiles has an Ascension in hand or some other way to potentially deal with this rabbit.
Yeah, great play there from Ardiles to keep the Cyanector on board. And I mean, you have to hope for the draw. Like if you happen to draw the Ardvarum here, you can just hard ascend right over into it. We'll see what's going to come through. It looks like an expend to draw here.
Yeah, I don't love an expended jaw right here. That is a bit unfortunate. We need to try to find some way to deal with this Astrabbit. Try to stop it from gaining advantage. We do see the Poison Tip Terra Artemis Arrow, which they searched the previous turn. That will take the rabbit down to a 2 attack. So we are threatening to clear it right here. There are a couple back row on 6's side, though.
Yes, and the attack will go through. We'll see if 6 is going to defend with anything here or if he'll just let this attack go through. Reaching for the Spirit deck looks like it could be a potential response.
Something like another altar would go so hard right here, triggering another rabbit search, turning it to defense, keeping your rabbit on board. Guess we will see if there is a response right here. I think if you're 6, you really want to try to keep this rabbit up here.
Yeah, and it looks like the shield is going to come down. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that shield tells you how much 6 wants to keep this rabbit on the board right here. You don't want to allow them another search by putting the Cyanector back in hand and allowing them to play it later. So I think that tells you that 6 really wants to keep this rabbit up.
Yeah, because now if Ardiles happened to not have anything else in his hand to be able to play on the next turn, now he does, and we'll get a search on top of it, and the re-enchant for turn goes to the Astrabbit.
Yeah, and re-enchanting your rabbit feels so good into back row sometimes, just because if they have a PTA, they can't actually play it right there to take out the rabbit, especially when you have a Mount Olympus up. This rabbit is a 5/8, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a 5/8 in the shield. That's a pretty good shield.
That is a very good shield for sure.
Like, yeah, you never want to send the Astrabbit back to the hand, but when it's got 3 spirits under it, you definitely do.
For sure. We're playing some pretty good back and forth Elestrals right here. We got a very close game.
And we know that the Cyanector is in hand, and that is what Ardiles will play. So the Cyanector comes through. Is there going to be a response from 6? If you're 6, if you have like Pandora's Box or Gorgons, that's a 2-spirit card. I think that would be valuable to stop.
I think Gaze would make sense here, but I don't love a Pandora's Box because they can still get damage on top. But I love this play from Ardiles right here. The shield on the rabbit makes so much sense because if that rabbit comes back down, they now have the PTA to deal with it. This is a great play for Ardiles right here.
Yep, I imagine it will get set. Maybe another back row. Yeah, set 2. Now you have no idea which one it is.
Completely controlling the game right now. We see damage right here. Potentially, maybe a response.
Yeah, 6 looking to consider the options here. Both players are on 6 spirits left, so you will just take the Earth, probably pondering what spirit to take if there's multiple different elements there.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, the tight spirit math might be coming into play right here. We'll see an attack rabbit played, which I think makes a lot of sense here. I think you have to try to go for it.
Yeah, and you have to imagine the poison-tipped arrow comes out, and there it is in response. So even with the Zeus lowering the Cyanector, that would be a crash again.
Yeah, and I think if you're 6, you're happy with that, just because you are clearing Ardiles' field of Elestrals right here. Maybe 6 has more Elestrals in hand, and just hoping that their opponent doesn't. However, we will see what happens.
Yeah, I think Ardelis only has one card in hand, maybe two. And
There's been, I was going to say, there's been a few back row search. I think everything that's been searched has been played at this point, though, so I believe that card in hand is unknown.
yeah, and we know that there was an expend to draw, which 6 could get from that is maybe they did not have another 1-drop Elestral to be able to play. So at 6, at this point, the crash, like you said, the crash probably feels good, and you just have to hope that maybe they didn't draw a 1-drop Elestral, which means they would have to expend to draw again just to get themselves in a better spot. So this is a very tight game 1.
Yeah, this one's very close. Looks like there's a lot of plays that you have to make in this one with this close of a game in order to come out on top. So both of these casters doing a great job. Looks like we will see the Disenchant on the Zeus targeting the Cyanectar, and 6 will swing into it.
Let's see if there's going to be a response here. And no, he will just take the crash there. So the board is cleared. 5 spirits, 2 force spirits. This is a nail biter for game 1.
It is, and it looks like we do have a player here, a Comalis. What do you feel about that?
Interesting. Okay, so if this is some form of Antitan deck, you have to imagine that the Comalis is in here to solely search for the Spectaris Champion of Artemis, because it is a Spectral Elestral, and if you're able to have the Cyanectar to search the Artemis arrow, then you have the Comalis as another searcher as a way to get your Spectarises in your hand, so that way when you do get the suppression, you're able to get insectoids on the field.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense to play Comalis in this list. And fortunately for Ardelis right here, just slapping it down and being able to get a damage in is pretty big. Toxion right here, though, is absolutely crazy by 6. It's going to be able to burn 1 damage. And then also under the mountains, it's a 5, which is 1 more than the Comalis has at a 4.
Yeah, with 3 spirits left, I mean, if you have a shield, I feel like you have to play it right now.
For sure. I mean, it doesn't feel good, but it might be something that you have to do. Shielding a Toxion and allowing them to cast the same card next turn does not feel great. But, I mean, this is such a close game. I feel like we kind of have to do it right here.
Yeah, the shield comes down, which leaves Ardelis on 1 spirit. So, if an Elestral is drawn, a one spirit Elestral is drawn, and there's no way to stop it from 6, that would put him on 0 spirits.
For sure. Maybe that is the play right here. This is such a close game.
Oh, man.
Ardelis is thinking, I feel like if there was an Elestral, it would have been slapped down right away. They are reaching for the spirit deck, though.
Just trying to consider the options here, because 6 does have 2 spirits left. Which
that is very true.
If this is an Ascension, it is not. It is a second Comalis.
Second Comalis, very good right here. It doesn't really matter what the Elestral is. Anything to threaten damage right here. We do see a Tsunami.
Oh my gosh.
That's best case scenario right there. 6 lives with 1 spirit. If it's a Thunder Spirit for the Toxion, then 6 is actually in a very good position after that Tsunami. What a play.
And the scoop actually comes through.
That's the scoop. Oh my gosh. What a game.
Wow. The Tsunami was the card to keep 6 alive, and that is exactly what happened. Wow, what a game right there. And that's what we were talking about before, right? That tight spirit map. We saw Earth, and then we hadn't really, I don't think we saw any water there, so he must be on like maybe 1, because we don't know what that last spirit is. So he's definitely on at least 1 water.
Yeah.
And that's all he needed there. That back row was Tsunami.
Yeah, I think you were probably right. That turn that 6 was going through the spirit deck trying to figure out what to pay out, I bet that was the thought. Am I going to see my Tsunami? Luckily, 6 did see the Tsunami there, and it did win the game. So great play by 6 right there.
That is crazy. That was an intense first game, down to the wire, 1 spirit left. That is the kind of Elestrals gameplay that we live for, and they're going to be siding out for game 2 here. But kind of looking at, we didn't see Ardbud. We did see a heavy suppression package. I have to imagine it's Antitan, but there's also a chance it could be Posthumous.
If there is Lunar, there's always a chance. We did see Fawnlet, though. Fawnlet, Artemis, it's in the family. It makes sense.
Yeah, and like you said, a lot of people have been kind of experimenting with the idea of a suppression, more focused deck with the In Titan, just to be able to have different ways to suppress your opponent's Elestrals or cards on the board, because it actually only specifies card for Specterras. So there's different options there. You have the Artemis Arrow, which can be searched out from the Cyanectar, so you have the ability to kind of serve a dual purpose there with the Cyanectar, because you can either search for the poison tipped arrow to counter Elestral's plays, or you can search for the Artemis Arrow to help go through and build your game state.
Yeah, it looks like our deal is going into game 2 right here. I'm excited to see what these casters brought in from the side. I know a lot of Lunar players, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but they will bring in a Toxiri Dense Fog package. What do you think?
I would imagine so. Yeah, and we have a mulligan here from Ardiles.
Early mulligan here. We see the Earth and the Lunar right there. 6 looking like they're going to keep their hand like in the start. I will say I do like the Thunder Nexus list that 6 is playing. This looks very interesting to me. I'm excited to see the entire list. Toxion, it's so cool to see Toxion coming back.
Yeah, Toxion. I mean, it's a burn, right? It's a burn within Thunder. So in Thunder, one of the biggest things that you can do is lower your opponent's spirits as quickly as possible.
For sure. We do see a Cyanectar champ of a Dionysus hit the board right here from Ardiles, and I think after a mulligan, this is exactly the play you want to see on your turn 1. It allows you to search the poison-tipped arrow, and that can gain you some tempo back later in the game. So I think this is a strong start right here.
Yeah, when you get a turn 1 Cyanectar, like you said, getting that, it's now in mind games, because no matter what you play, there's a poison-tipped arrow face down, so there's a chance it can be taken off field immediately.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this Cyanectar such a crazy card, is the fact that it's a 4, but it, in a way, allows you to stop your opponent's 5s from taking it out. So really strong start with 2 backer right here. Play will be passed over to 6 at this point.
Yeah, and I would imagine most players have some sort of Stadium in their side deck, especially with Solar being one of the top meta decks in the game right now. You think Ardiles probably sided in one if one was not already in the main deck here?
I do think that's a pretty safe assumption, as we see an Astrabbit hit the board right here. I think if there's going to be one here, it's probably the Temple. I would say Temple of the Moon would be my guess, just because we saw the Fawnlet as well. I think the only Earth that we've seen at this point is the Cyanectar, if I'm right. So
yeah, because we didn't see Ardbud, we didn't see a Viscerus or anything like that. We saw Madness, so we know Madness is in there as a attack stopper. And
we saw Comalis. Yeah, Comalis was the other one we saw. So I think Temple of the Moon would make a little bit more sense right here.
Yep. And we have a Zeus coming down here. Is it going to get loaded up with 4?
Kind of hope so.
It is.
Looks like we see 4 on the Zeus. Okay.
Now you just really hope they don't have Lunar Eclipse at all. Oh, Lunar Eclipse actually only targets face down, so good there.
It does, and you have to have the Lunars on the board in order to target your opponents as well. So looks like the Zeus is only played right here because the Poison Tipped Arrow was not flipped right here, which is pretty interesting right here for Ardiles.
Oh, and the Mount Olympus comes down, so the Astrabbit will be 3 attack, and the Madness comes out to daze it and stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty Ardiles right here. Being able to keep your Poison Tipped Arrow for later in the game and still stop the Rabbit. There's only 1 back row on 6's side right here, so there's potential that the Cyanectar can take care of the Rabbit this turn.
Yeah, especially if there's another 1-cost Elestral in hand for Ardiles. That way, even if it does, unless it's a Tsunami.
Yeah. Ooh, Cyanectar.
Oh, the OG Cyanectar.
Super cool card right here. Do you think this came in from the side?
I would imagine so. And there's the Poison Tipped Arrow, Artemis Arrow, which means if 6 cannot stop this Cyanectar Ascension, we will be seeing a Wasp Ivy hit the board.
There will be a very angry bee in our future. Or wasp, sorry. It's a wasp.
It's a wasp. And here it is.
Let's go.
So, Wasp Ivy If it's the Frostfall one, and it looks like it is the Frostfall one. So Wasp Ivy, if it ascends from Cyanectar, it is unaffected by counter runes. And when it's destroyed, burn 3.
That is huge at this point in the game. So this rabbit will be dealt with either way it goes right here, and at least 1 damage will be applied. So very strong play from Ardelis right here.
Yeah, so now Tsunami's back there. Ardelis is like, try to Tsunami me now.
Let's see. Looks like the attack has been declared. We will see if 6 has a response right here, but you would assume that there will be no response right here just because the Wasp Ivy is unaffected. We will see an Altar of Stars right here, though.
Interesting. Okay, so I imagine next is see, this would have been good if there was enough spirits on Astrabbit with the Mount Olympus, because then it could have been an 8 defense, which means if he switched the rabbit into defense, the Wasp Ivy would have not been able to hit over. But at least before the rabbit is sent to the underworld, 6 will be able to get its effect.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you have to use your counter rune here, but with Wasp Ivy being immune, I actually love this play because it puts another spirit under the rabbit, so you're going to take 1 damage either way, whether that's through battle or through the altar, but you're getting yourself another card, so you're looking for something to take care of this Wasp Ivy, so I actually think this is a pretty good play here from 6, even though the Astrabbit will go down right here.
Yeah, that is a great shout as well, to be able to call that and not take the damage, like you said, be able to essentially get the effect from the Astrabbit instead of taking that 1 spirit of damage. So like you mentioned, it does go through with the counter rune being removed from the field, but when your opponent has an Elestral that is currently unaffected by counter runes, maybe you don't feel so bad having your counter rune removed in this situation.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine. You get to change the Cyanectar to defense as well, and it's just got a 1 defense, so presumably anything that comes down the next turn can deal with that. So I believe there might have been a card dropped right there. We saw it looked like a Sparkit Escape from Tartarus, I believe, that we saw on the field right there. It looks like that all got cleared up, though.
Yeah, accidental drop, which definitely, man, I can't tell you how many times I drop my cards when I shuffle.
Oh, same here. I play with double-sleeved cards, and that happens all the time.
Oh, I do. If I played with single sleeves with the amount of Stellars that I play with, that was a weird flex, I'm sorry. But
no, I get it.
But we see a
race to the top.
Oh,
this race is very good right here because both Elestrals on Ardelis' board are 1 defense, so 6 gets to pick right here. We'll get to pick the Wasp Ivy and gets to avoid the burn damage because Wasp Ivy only triggers its burn damage when it's destroyed in battle, so very strong play. That altar makes a whole lot more sense now.
That is a huge play. Wow. That was probably the most creative way to use to use the race from the top that I've seen.
Yeah, that was a very good play right there. We see an Eddy come down and deal with the Cyanectar as well. The Eddy was poison tipped, arrowed, PTA'd, so that will get paid out in the end phase as well. But spirits, we see 11 to 11 right here. There's a Zeus on 6's board with 2 back rows, so 6 is in a very strong spot right here, being up 1 game to 0.
That was a game changer.
For sure. And Race to the Top, we just recently seen Race to the Top come off of the list. That shows you the power of Race to the Top right there.
Yes, as we see a Cyanectar, Champion of Dionysus, come down. We'll see if 6 has a response to this or if the search will be good to go through.
I think if you have a Gorgon's Gaze right here, I think you play it because you're going to take a damage anyways from the attack. But it doesn't look like there's any response, so we will see another Poison Tipped Arrow searched here, or Poison Tunic, or Poison Nectar.
Could be. I think 6 is still deciding what they want to, if they want to respond here, and it looks like it will pass priority back over, so the search is good. I think 6 was trying to do some math here. He was asking Ardelis how many spirits they had, and then probably from there was like, do I do this? If they have low enough spirits, maybe this is the opportunity, or if they just kind of see it through and hold their spirits. So there's got to be something there for 6, and he's probably got a game plan in mind, I would imagine.
Yeah, I do. I will say after 6's great play with the race to the top on the previous turn, this is a very strong play from Ardelis right here. You're establishing another 4 and getting a back row to potentially deal with 6 getting back in this game. Pretty good plays right here on both sides.
And I did notice that, I mentioned this before, but the Eddy was Thunder Enchanted, which means saving the water. Nope, and there goes the water. But we still don't know if he has another one.
I would say most likely 6 probably has a second water right here. Was that an expended draw? Is that what that was?
It was.
Okay, so that's a bit unfortunate for 6 right here. However, pretty good for Ardelis, keeping the Synectar on board potentially. Getting back into this game, gaining board control after the Wasp Ivy being clear. This is pretty good for them.
Ooh, Ambrosia coming in at a very clutch time here for Ardelis. We'll see what he's going to grab here. It looks like it's just going to be 3 Earth.
It is 3 Earth. Must have a very Earth-heavy hand right now. Back up to 11 Spirits. Or 12, I apologize.
Now 11.
Now 11.
And another Cyanectar.
Okay, we're seeing the whole hive hit the board right now.
Oh my goodness.
That's such a good play, too. You get the damage right here. We know there's a Poison Tipped Arrow on the field, most likely searched last turn. So this is very good position for Ardelis. Insane that they got back to this point after their previous Wasp Ivy Cyanectar being cleared.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that they're on a second Wasp Ivy in this situation.
For sure. The question becomes, is it another version of the Frostfall Wasp Ivy, or is it the Champion of Dionysus Wasp Ivy?
Interesting. See, I think some people sleep on the Champion of Dionysus one. But ooh, an Eddy comes through. There's the Poison Tipped Arrow. This has to be met with the Gorgon's Gaze for 6 to have a good opportunity here.
Yeah, this is another Thunder Enchanted Eddy, and you did call it. There is the Gorgon's Gaze. That is actually massive right here. So the Cyanectar effect will not go through right here, and notably because it's a Thunder Enchanted Eddy, under the PTA Eddy becomes a 3, which is still enough to swing over the original Cyanectar right here.
Yes, and we see an Ambrosia from 6. Now we'll see what Thunder Spirits will be grabbed here. It will be 3 Thunder.
Yep, 3 Thunder. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Ardelis is still in a very strong spot right here, although 6 is making some good plays to try to get back into this one. We will see, it looks like the Eddy swing probably into the original Cyanectar here, and it does go down.
Yeah, great play there, and it looks like Ardelis kind of has to pay out to make sure he's in a spot here, because like you said, that Eddy was Thunder Enchanted, so if he doesn't do the payout there, his Cyanectar won't be able to swing over it.
For sure, and it looks like we saw, was that an expended draw there?
It was an expended draw, yep.
So, okay, they're still keeping pace, though. We see damage dealt right here to 6. Looks like it's going to be 7-7. We are in a very tight game 2 right here.
Oh, man, an Earth coming out from 6 there. So an Earthquake might be off the table.
Yeah, I think that is probably what's happening at this point. Thunder Bunny. There we go. Another Astro Rabbit's going to hit the board right here. Met by a PTA. That makes a lot of sense.
And the interesting thing, 6 played the Astrabbit in attack position, which even under the Mount Olympus would have only been a 3, but he does still have the Zeus, so the lower down here. So we could see another play where you just crash into the Cyanectar.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a mirror of what happened in game 1 right here. I think 6 is trying to hope that Ardelis doesn't have another Elestral in hand. They are going to opt for a crash right here potentially. And then just hope that they can see another guy off of the Astrabbit and be able to take back tempo that way.
What would actually be really good for 6 is if there's a set Altar.
Altar could do some work right here. It looks like Big 6 is contemplating right here if they want to use the Zeus effect or not. And I believe there's only, 1 or 2 cards in Ardelis' hand right here. So it's crazy how close these games have been in this one.
This is very close. We're seeing it, a very similar situation to what we saw in game 1 with the back and forth spirits. And it was a game that ended on 1 spirit remaining in spirit deck for 6. So This Mount Olympus has probably been the MVP here for 6.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That card, I think there's been multiple, like 2 or 3 times this game where an Astrap has been met by a PTA, but because they have the Mount Olympus and the Zeus up, 6 has still been able to deal with Elestrals on the board. This just goes to show how crazy your stadiums could be. A lot of people aren't main decking them nowadays, but I think like with 6 strategy right here, you can really see how powerful they are.
Yeah, especially with the race to the top as well, kind of being an in-element powerhouse for Thunder. You have to respect it, respect the name. It came off the list. It's back to 3 copies are allowed in a deck. So, and 6 making very good use of it here on main stage.
Yeah, and when you have your Mount Olympus up, like, well, you have to have your Mount Olympus up to play it. But when you have your Rabbit up, that's a 6 defense under the mountains. Race is effectively almost Earthquake at that point. It can take out almost anything on your opponent's side.
Yeah, and it looks like there is a little bit of a pause here, so we'll come back to it shortly. But yeah, we're in a spot 7 spirits to 5 spirits. 6 is up 1-0 in round 4. And I mean, yeah, we were just kind of talking about it. The Mount Olympus has been the MVP here. And you said it has that requirement built into the race to the top. So obviously makes perfect sense to fit into 6's deck. And I have to wonder, now, do you think that because we didn't see race to the top in game 1. So do you think that was a side option for 6?
Potentially, I would say if I was the one that was building this deck, I think the race would probably be in the main at that point. If you're maining Mount Olympus and you're on a Thunder Nexus list, I think it's pretty safe to say that race is probably in the main deck.
Yeah, I would imagine probably just 2 copies. So it's not overly taking other aspects of the strategy that we're seeing from 6 here. We actually haven't even seen like a big ascension for 6 yet.
Yeah, it's only been Rabbits and Toxion's pretty much. We did see a couple Thunder Enchanted Eddies as well. So,
I mean, it could. I mean, hey, Zeus has that super fun ability to lower your attack and defense by 3. So it could just be kind of like a let's build up here. A lot of low defense in addition to the Rabbit, because obviously the Rabbit has that high defensive stat, but when you have the Zeus on board with the race to the top, you could even take out a pretty decent amount with just having like an Eddy, the Toxion, because depending on how many Thunder Spirits are on them, their defense is going to be higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, race to the top I think we're seeing, this is the first time we've really seen the power of race to the top since it's come off the list. I mean, it got put on the list for a reason, and we kind of got to a point in the metagame where everything was just a little bit more powerful than it. So, and now after recent ban list, I think this is a really cool deck for someone to be playing in the last Lifestream preview here.
Yeah, Thunder hasn't really been a kind of like talk of the town element within the Lifestream format, really. I know a lot of chatter kind of happened at the beginning of Lifestream where everybody was talking about using the Brontiglow, the Dinos deck, and we saw Cthulhu just 2 premieres ago actually show up 2 finals with it. So had a pretty good run there. And we've seen some really talented Thunder players like Yoki Midori come in top 8 consistently with the Champion of Zeus deck. So we've seen some Champ of Zeus style coming through here, mainly leaning into the new cards that came out in Lifestream with the Spark It and the Zeus's Call. Or Zeus's Call was Firestorm, but the Spark It kind of coming back, really enabling the Zeus's Call to be an effective rune within that suite. So it's very cool to see that we're seeing. It doesn't seem like this is a heavy focus on Champion of Zeus. This is just a good Thunder strategy that we're seeing here from 6.
Yeah, and I would be interested to see if 6 is actually playing the Zeus's Call right here. It only searches your champions of Zeus or your Zeus. Am I right? No, Spark It searches either.
Spark It searches both.
Yeah. So, but the thing is 6 could be playing like a small package that just runs like Zeus's Call and then also runs like Titanostrike Champ that searches a Thunderstorm for backup. So I'm interested to see this list. I think there's a lot of cool things that they could be playing here.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I like I'm gonna be blown away by that race to the top play for like weeks now, because like normally people think like, oh, I have to have Astrabbit on board to make sure that I have a high enough defense, but some people don't think that you just target your 2 opponents' Elestrals, you know, and that's exactly what happened here. And when it's a tie, the player who played the card has priority to pick, so it ended up going to the Wasp Ivy. And then, like you mentioned, because of Wasp Ivy's effect specifying that it has to be destroyed in battle, that ended up saving 6 3 spirits, which when we get back into this game could be the difference right there. If those 3 spirits were lost, if Wasp Ivy was destroyed in battle, that could be the difference between a Clash victory for 6 or game 3 for Ardiles.
Yeah, that was an insane play. The altar came in so clutch right there, also changing the Cyanectar to defense, allowing 6 to clear the board. It was just such a good response from Ardiles right there in order to, almost get into a second Wasp Ivy. We did see the Gorgon's Gaze comes down, stopping the Ascension. However, it was just some crazy plays right there. And it's like all of these little tiny micro decisions that you see right here are truthfully what wins players' games.
Yeah, and you can tell, like, if you've played Elestrals watching at home at this level, you know that those little plays, those small decisions of, do I activate this altar here? Do I keep this back row? Like, that could have been the difference of the game, because, like you said, if Astrabbit doesn't get that extra spirit, you're still taking 1 damage. So some people would say, I'd rather keep the face down and just lose the spirit. But depending on the board state, in my opinion, that's good foresight from 6, at least what we're seeing so far, to be able to make those decisions. But some people would think, I'd rather just keep my back row as like a safety net. I have a Nexus Bank on board. If I'm able to deal with this in another way, I have Earthquake. I have a bigger body to be able to hit over this. I have a Gorgons to be able to kind of suppress around other things if you need to kind of play around the Wasp Ivy. So there's different things that you could do in that situation, but I think 6 just kind of, it also works if you know your deck well. Mm-hmm. And I think it seems like 6 understands what his deck can do, what he wants his deck to do, and that's what kind of leads into making those decisions.
Yeah, and that's something that you really get when you're testing a lot. I think 6 knowing, because we saw the Earth Spirit, so there's presumably an Earthquake, as well as we saw a Race to the Top. So Nexusing there, getting the Rabbit effect to try to dig further for one of those cards just makes a whole lot of sense right there. I mean, it's just a great play by 6 right there. And like I said, that stuff only really comes when you've tested a whole lot.
Yeah, and it really comes down to how effective you're testing, right? There's different ways to test. I know that we've had people during winter interviews talk about they have their testing groups and everything like that. It's people from locals. It's people they've been friends with online, and they're able to come into the space together. Finding that testing group and finding like how it works for you can be really impactful when it comes to doing well in these kinds of events, where you're able to bounce ideas off of people, be able to practice against other people who are on an equal or higher skill level than you. And it really just helps to have that kind of group. And it's being very clear, 6 playing Morfrost in the last event and winning with it, and then coming in here and playing something completely different and still playing it like he's been playing this deck for months. That comes down to the good testing, and I think that is a testament to 6's skill as a player.
Yeah, 6, I mean, great player. We've obviously seen 6 win the previous Premier, but it's just a name that's been in the game for a while as well. The thing, and then back to like the testing group, it's just so important to like find that testing group. I will say, like, from my own experience, I joined this game, played just in the public Discord for a long time, and it was a great time. Learned, met a bunch of cool people and whatnot. But then finding my actual testing group and basically learning the game and how to play at a high level from them was just next level.
Okay, so we do have an update onto the ruling. The clash will continue as normal. It was a game rules error minor. Since both players had the opportunity, basically what had happened, the effect of the Astrabbit was activated while it was suppressed, and neither player had caught it. So just kind of a warning here going to both players, and we will be continuing here. This is when the Astrabbit was hit by the PTA Artemis arrow. And then on the turn of the altar play, to be able to get that out, because the Poison Tipped Artemis Arrow came down. That's what triggered the effect to ascend the Cyanectar into the Wasp Ivy. And then the altar play, basically, it was still a good play, I think. It was just because it was suppressed from the Artemis Arrow, the Ash Rabbits effect theoretically did not activate. So
yeah, and I believe we will be continuing the clash as normal here. I will say that is an easy thing to forget right there on Six's side, because the Artemis Arrow was kind of brought in for the stat reduction, not really the suppression. So pretty easy to forget that right there. But because neither player caught it, I believe the clash will be continuing as normal.
Yep, and here we go. We see a Comalis coming down here. No Nexus Bank, notably, so we won't be searching out a Spectral, at least right now.
Oh gosh, I forgot how close we were in this one. We see the Comalis, the Cyanectar, a few back row, and the Zeus catching up a little bit. 5-5. Looks like Ardiles will have an opportunity to swing for a couple damage right here.
Yeah, and it looks like 6 could just be taking the damage. An Earth and a Thunder coming out here, which leaves 6 on 3 spirits remaining. Does still have 2 spirits on the Zeus on board. So has an opportunity to Gorgons, to P-Box, whatever is needed with the spirits on board, and still keep spirits in spirit deck. So we'll see how this is going to play out. And it's an Arcolith.
Arcolith goes so crazy right here. Arcolith has the potential to just win the game on its own right here, depending on what that back row is from Ardiles.
I feel like it kind of has to be shield for Ardiles to have a good opportunity here. Nothing on the cast, so we know it's not Poison Tipped Arrow. We presume it's not Gorgon's Gaze, unless he's still kind of deciding here. It is Gorgon's Gaze, so he's going to stop the attack, stop the enchantment from Underworld. This is a very, very close game.
Yeah, I think that was the right play to go ahead and fire off the Gorgon's Gaze right there. You know you're not going to be able to stop this Arcolith with anything else this turn, so you might as well stop it from enchanting those 3 spirits. Those 3 spirits just go to the field, by the way, so they could 6 could have chosen just to put them on the Zeus and got more activations there, or could have put them on the Arcolith to try to push more damage. So pretty strong Gorgon's Gaze right there. We'll see if Ardiles has something to deal with this Arcolith.
Yeah, and right now I think they're going over what are the stats on the Arcolith currently, and it is an 8 attack and 6 defense under Mount Olympus. Ardiles with 3 spirits remaining. Let's see what he can do here. The Ascension.
Oh, okay.
Into the Wasp Ivy.
This is a crazy play right here.
And
so Wasp Ivy, this is Frostfall Wasp Ivy, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so if this, and it's an 8 attack, so if this crashes with the Arcolith successfully, the burn damage will be enough to win the game.
And it ascended from Cyanectar, so it is unaffected by counter runes.
This is insane. What a play right here from Ardiles, having the second Wasp Ivy in hand. Wow, I didn't even think about the immunity play right there either.
Yeah, so anything 6 tries to do to the Wasp Ivy doesn't happen. The crash here would burn for 3, and that would push us to a game 3 here. Wow. The attack is going in. That's wow, what a good play from Ardiles to be able to hold that Cyanectar on the board.
I'm trying to think if there's any way 6 can get out of this. I want to say a Tsunami. A Tsunami changes the Arcolith to defense and stops the burn damage from the Wasp Ivy.
Yes.
I think that might be the only thing that does it here, unless he can find a way to get more spirits. Even if he finds a way to get more spirits under the Arcolith, it doesn't matter because Wasp Ivy will be destroyed in battle.
Yep. And is it a water spirit? It is a water spirit.
Okay, this is interesting here because the Arcolith will go to defense. It will allow 6 one more turn to see if he can find a way out of this one. What a game.
Yeah. And there's still 6 still has spirits that can be used because of the Zeus on board.
It is, but the thing is if you find something that's big enough to get through this Wasp Ivy with the Zeus, you're still destroying it in battle, and then you just lose because of the burn effect.
It has to specifically be Ambrosia, and it is not. We are going to be going to game 3 here. Oh man, what a game! Holy.
Yeah, this is an awesome game to be up here for. Both of these casters are just playing out of their mind right now. We're seeing some crazy plays on both sides.
Yeah, I think a lot of people overlook the hard ascend from the Cyanectar champ into the Wasp Ivy because it doesn't specify that it has to ascend from the Cyanectar's effect. It is just from a Cyanectar.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that overlooked it. I didn't even think about that until you said it, but that was a sick play.
Oh man, two crazy good plays, and somehow they were both around the Wasp Ivy. The defensive play from 6 with the race to the top, and then now the hard ascend over the Champ Cyanectar into the Wasp Ivy, going to it. So, I mean, we didn't really see too much information there of what could have potentially been sided out. We didn't see any form of like OG Cyanectar or Wasp Ivy in that first game from Ardiles, so could have potentially been a side package here. It still could be Antitan. Cyanectar, Wasp Ivy, they're bugs, so could still be Antitan suppression going through here. And then we haven't really seen a big play from 6. Do you think 6 has a big play, or is it more so just like rely on the small guys to do it, and if you're down, slap an Arcolith and with a prayer, I guess.
I was gonna say, I think seeing that Arcolith, I think that was the quote unquote big play. I think 6 is just running a efficient Thunder Nexus deck right here. Interested to see what the top end of Ardiles' deck is. We did see the Comalis a couple times, and I really want to see what that Comalis is trying to search.
Yeah, I mean, you could side out Moose into a Wasp Ivy package, I guess.
That is a thing you can do. We see an Astrabbit right here, strong turn 1 play. I mean, if you've been a fan of Elestrals for a long time, you know how powerful this play is.
Yeah, it is the tried and true Astrabbit set 2, set 3 pass. It used to be set 3, then Hurricane came out, but Hurricane's banned now, so maybe set 3.
Looks like we'll see set 2, and I believe there's right under 10 minutes left in this clash right here.
Yeah, we have between 9 and 10 minutes remaining, so could be quick plays. And we see a Specteris coming out here. This is not the champ. This is the original Specteris.
This is original Specteris. It can get up to a 5 attack on its own with another Elestral on the board. We see 3 back row set right here and a pass. Okay, so Rabbit will not be dealt with just yet.
Not yet. You have to... I feel like you need to be in a position here if you're 6 to be able to develop a pretty strong board state, because there's going to be an opportunity. Jolton is going to come out. That will help. We're seeing Mount Olympus potentially. No.
You see Gorgons. Okay, Gorgon's a very good play right here. I think in games 1 and 2, Ardiles did see how strong the Mount Olympus was, so I think it is a good play right here to stop the Jolton from going ahead and grabbing it.
Oh, he had it in hand.
You just have it anyways. Okay. That's pretty good for 6 right there. Jolton does become a 5, so the spec cannot clear it on its own at this point. It can if it decides to take itself out as well. However, I don't know if that would be in Ardiles' best interest right here. We will see.
Yeah, the only way around this potentially is Artemis, suppress Astrabbit, and then attack into Jolton to make the Specteris a 6, and then it would be able to hit over it.
That would be another crazy play. We've already seen a few crazy plays in this one, so it would not surprise me at this point.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. We do see the Artemis hit the board right here with 3 spirits under it.
I promise this is happening live.
Turns out frontage can tell the future. We'll see. There was a disenchant from the Artemis. Not sure exactly what was targeted with the effect, but a Cyanectar does come down right here, which is you see 6 back row on the field. Any one of those can be a poison tipped arrow, so this is a pretty scary Cyanectar.
Yeah, I have to imagine it was probably suppress the Astrabbit and then attempt over the Jolton.
That would make a lot of sense here, yes.
6 is hovering. It's a Gorgons.
Oh, this could be chained to the Specteris effect in order for the Specteris to crash if there's no response right here. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. That's a very good heads up play by 6.
Yeah, so Gorgon's Gaze in battle step would essentially, the chain link would work as Specteris enters battle. Its effect to suppress goes on the chain. You chain that with Gorgons. It cancels the Specteris effect.
We actually, I don't know exactly what happened right there. Mountains
He
is
suppressed
up.
Mount Olympus.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense then. Okay.
Yep. So he
Because Artemis
suppressed it, so that way it was a 4.
Okay, that's a good play by Ardelis then.
And
We see
now
it.
this Ass Rabbit is currently still a 5 because Mount Olympus is suppressed until Ardelis' next turn.
See, I think Artemis is kind of an underrated card as well. Like, just the fact that you can turn off any card for one turn. I've had games where I'm playing Morfrost into the Lunar Suppression deck, and Artemis will just turn off my Keone for a turn, and it just can win the game on the spot as well. Like, Artemis is a pretty good card.
Yeah. And 6, you mentioned this earlier. Heads up play. Reenchant Rabbit, avoid a potential poison-tipped arrow, especially with the Cyanectar on board. That's exactly what happened here. The reenchant onto the Ass Rabbit, and then now they're both a 2 since Mount Olympus is suppressed. But I think if you're 6, I think you're okay with that crash.
Yeah, 6 has already resolved this Rabbit a couple times, adding some cards to hand. We'll see an Altar of Stars right here. So we're going to Nexus the Spirit from the Mount Olympus to the Rabbit, put the Cyanectar in defense. That will trigger the Rabbit again, and Cyanectar's only at 1 defense, so this Rabbit will be able to clear it, assuming that Ardelis does not use any of the back row to protect it.
Wow. What a good play.
Yeah, you lose out on the damage from the crash right here, but I think, like I said, that's the third time that this Rabbit has resolved its effect, so you've got to be up on card advantage at this point. So keeping your Rabbit alive here. Maybe there's another Mount Olympus. No Mount Olympus number 2 in hand.
Oh, the Shield of Achilles to send it back to the hand.
Yeah, very good shield. We saw that in one of the previous games as well. Actually, the same exact scenario where you had a Rabbit enchanted with 3 get shielded back to the hand.
Yep, as it goes to Ardelis. First thing, switch the Cyanectar back to attack and an Expend to draw.
Expend to draw is a bit unfortunate there, but you'd have to hope if you're Ardelis that one of those face downs is a poison tipped arrow, because at this point the only way 6 is doing something to Cyanectar is with casting a card, and if he casts an Elestral, then the PTA immediately ascends the Cyanectar. So pretty good spot right here for Ardelis.
Yeah, I think the only way you can comfortably cast something here, which is going to be the Toxion, is that 6 potentially has a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the Cyanectar from ascending.
Yeah, that is possible. We do see the poison tipped arrow right there, so we will see if 6 does have. Not too sure why there was a Tratless sent to the Underworld right there. Oh, for the burn for the Toxion effect.
The burn for the Toxion, yep.
We see a Pandora's Box. Okay, pretty good right there.
That is a great play.
Pandora's Box will negate the Ascension because it comes out from the deck. And then, yes, the mill of 2 cards. I saw the Poison Tipped Arrow Artemis Arrow. Did you see what the other card milled was?
It was the Temple of the Moon.
Temple. Okay, so yeah, siding in the stadium to try to combat the Mount Olympus.
And the punch over, and then the expend to take out the Toxion.
Was that an expend or was it a...
Oh, they crashed because they're both 2.
Oh, we're gonna see the stuff here. Comalis hits the board, and we have the Artemis up, so we might see what Ardelis' top end is right here.
Might see.
I'm on like
Counting
the
of
edge of my
Spirits
seat right now watching this.
I
This
know.
is another close game right here.
So there's the Comalis declare effect to Nexus. This is a good play because either way, if 6 doesn't have it, oh, the Gorgons comes out. I was gonna say if 6 didn't have anything to stop this, either way, even if there's no like big top end and you're just searching out a Spectaris or Spectaris Champion of Artemis, then it's 2 damage from the Nexus. So
Yeah, I think you're completely fine with that if you're Ardelis, honestly. You still have the back row to protect this Comalis. And the spirits stay on the board. That's the important thing here. But we do see an Ash Rabbit come down from 6's side. This is the one that was shielded earlier, most likely. See if there's a response.
and it's gonna be a Gorgon's Gaze.
Gorgons is interesting right here. So you do stop 6 from getting any advantage right here. However, The rabbit does not threaten the Comalis, so opting to stop the card ad right there.
Yeah, I think it was interesting that 6 opted to play the Ass Rabbit in attack, and knowing.
Yeah.
I'm very curious. 6 must have some sort of plan here. Set 1.
That tells me that there was a Zeus in hand, because Zeusing down the Comalis puts it to a 1, and there being only one back row.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my assumption.
Yep, and just opted to stop the add to hand altogether.
Oh, we see an Ascension. What
It's
is it?
Moose!
It's Moose!
Moose! The Moose is loose!
Moose is here. Ass Rabbit in attack. So if this attack goes through, that's going to be 2 damage, which is pretty big right here. This is an insanely powerful Moose right here.
I am so happy right now.
Posthumous hitting the board on stream right here. Oh my gosh.
And with Artemis Enchanted, Posthumous is unaffected by counter runes. This is just a anti-counter rune deck. Waspivy can't be touched by counter runes. Posthumous with Artemis can't be touched by counter runes.
Yeah, this is insane. And we're getting so close, about 10 seconds away from time right here. This is a very close clash right here. This one's going to come down to the wire.
We are approaching time, and I mean, the spirit difference on the field.
Resting!
Oh.
Resting is maybe the only card that deals with it in this situation. Oh my gosh.
And I think that the casters here are being told about time. They're going into it, and Restings changes this completely. Wow. This is now a even game. 1 spirit on board, 4 spirits in spirit deck. Both are 5/5 in the tiebreaker rules. It comes down to spirits on field and in spirit deck. So this is even right now, and 6 is on turn 0.
Yeah, and I think 6 just passed, so we're going to see turn 1 from Ardelis right here. That resting is an absolutely insane play, and I think this just shows like the old Elestral theories of why you want to resolve Rabbit as many times as you can. We just saw a Posthumous that was unaffected by counter runes played. And because 6 was able to resolve Rabbit effect multiple times, is able to hold onto the resting in the hand in order to deal with the Moose. That's just insane.
That is such a good play. And we see a second Comalis.
Okay, so another Comalis right here. Solid play even with no back row, just because the Rabbit can't get over Comalis on its own. But the Jolton right here is very strong, getting the mountains, keeping the spirit on the board, able to clear and do a damage right here with the Rabbit. This is a very big turn from 6. However, Ardelis will have 1 turn left to see if they can do anything about it.
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen here, Jolton hits over under the stadium, and it's a 5 to Comalis' 4, and then the Ass Rabbit hits in for 1. It is currently a 5-3 game right now.
Yeah, and this is the last turn right here because of how time works. 6 has 2 in Spirit Deck, 3 on board, and then, 2 in Spirit Deck, 1 on board for Ardelis' side. So Ardelis has to find a way to make up right here, and Ambro does it, but we'll see if there's anything else. 6 does also have 2 back row to potentially interact with Ardelis right here.
Yeah, so Ambrosia puts Ardelis at 5.
And we'll see Artemis Artemis Disenchant right here, maybe targeting the stadium again. Oh, special to spec, okay.
And ascend into another Spectaris.
We just want to do some damage right here. Get the Rabbit off the board.
Hits over to Rabbit, that's 1, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, that's completely fine. If you're 6, you're up by 1 spirit. Wow.
It goes to spirit count, and it is 3 spirits to 2. 6 should be, yeah, 6 was just declared the Clash victor. Man, honestly, I'm not even mad at this. This was an insane game to have on main stage here. Game 1, down to 1 spirit. Game 2, down to basically no spirits with the Waspivy hit over for game. Game 3 goes to time, and it is a 1 spirit difference to seal the deal for 6. That is an incredible clash.
Yeah, shout out to both of these casters. Those were some insane plays. Both of them made a bunch of great decisions in that one. Like, that's just like one play away from, winning or losing the game. So shout out to both of them. You both played very well, and I cannot wait to see how you guys do in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, that was finals worthy gameplay, in my opinion. Like, the back and forth, the level of plays that these two were making to go back, the race to the top plays, the ascending over, hard ascending over the Cynector to the Wasp Ivy, the Moose coming on the board was absolutely incredible gameplay here.
Yeah, so many heads up plays right there. I will agree. That was finals level gameplay right there. We just got that in round 4. So there's a lot to look forward to in the rest of this tournament today.
Yeah, we still have 2 more rounds to go before we head into Top Cut. We do have a tournament where the player level is normally, if you're watching premieres, it's been 7 rounds, but today we're going to be at 6 rounds into Top Cut. And man, this did not disappoint. This was an incredible match to see on main stage. And like you said, this is just round 4. We still got plenty of Elestrals to play today. And if all the matches are at that caliber of the first games that we have seen, we're in for a good day.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very excited to see how 6 ends up doing with this Thunder Nexus Zeus list. I really am excited to see this list. I've actually been poking with Zeus myself recently. I want to see what other stuff is in that.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Well, Perky, we're going to head to a break. I'm going to be coming back here with Trish shortly. How's your first couple games been? How you feeling?
I'm having a blast. I feel so much better than I did before. I've been stressing all week, but getting up here and talking Elestrals with you guys, it's been awesome. And these have been great games. So thank you to the players as well.
Yeah, doing a great job. Well, we're going to get ready for round 5. So we'll be back momentarily for some more Elestrals action. Welcome back to the final premiere of the Lifestream format. I am joined for round 5 with the world champion himself, Trishula. Welcome back on the desk.
It's great to be back on the desk. How was that last game?
Oh, so many things happened that just made me so happy. We saw Posthumous hit the board. We saw an insane race to the top play. We saw Wasp Ivy hit the board twice. We saw a Stellar Arcolith hit the board. It was just anything you could ask for in Elestrals just happened in that last round.
Yeah, it was kind of like a battle of behemoths, it seemed like.
It was crazy. The both of those players were playing out of their minds. Like me and Perky were talking about, we were like, that was like grand finals tier level gameplay right there that you would see in a premiere. It was insane, back and forth. The games were close. Went down to time by 1 spirit left. It's great round of Elestrals.
It doesn't get better than that, right?
Not at all. So you're joining me back. This is the first time we're going to be able to cast together, which is really cool. But what are you thinking about? What do you want to see in this next round?
Well, I've been running the Krakatuga bit all day, so I'm gonna shift off and try and get some points on the board for my predictions. And I'm gonna say that I want to see bears, but bears are not gonna happen. So I'm gonna say I want to see an Earth player playing Mostation.
Hey, we talked about it earlier. Maybe it's Mostation Demeter. I don't know. We'll see.
It could be. It could be.
Could be. No, but yeah, I was when we saw that first round, I was like, oh, and Titan, Artemis, maybe my Night Venom prediction will come to life here. But we didn't see any Night Venom. We didn't see Toxiri, so I'm still not on the board either. So, but maybe we'll see Pantera. That was my other pick. If we get Ari, we have a 99.9% chance that we'll see Pantera. So we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna go. But yeah, so you want to see Mostation come down. Bears would be like the dream. I'm hoping to see Pantera hit the board. I love it when the big boss monster just bam.
Yeah,
makes for great gameplay.
Yeah, they come down, and I mean they're just so powerful and so game determinative. They're really cool. It just feels like you're getting to cast these mythical beasts of legend, and there's just nothing better. But to maybe give you a point on the board, I did take some of my time off to go check in and see how the event has been going, and I did hear that some Night Venoms were played.
Ooh, okay.
I did hear about some Night Venoms hitting the board. So, it wasn't on the stream, but you did have the call.
You know what? I'll take it. Maybe we'll see a Night Venom here, but I will take it. I will gladly take those points where I can get them. It's cool. I think Night Venom's going to be a really fun card to play. I'm kind of cooking up a Night Venom deck for set 7 right now with the Hypnosum Ectopossum stuff and going full suppression here. Pandalint's Champion of Artemis. Be on the lookout for that.
It's funny that you're talking about it because we're seeing a lot of Lunar today.
Yeah.
We saw the full moon deck before. We saw the Posthumous come down this last round.
Either people are like, hey, you know what? Let's end Lifestream with the huge win and finally give Lunar a W on the Lifestream format scoreboard. It would be the first win for like a main Lunar deck, so I'm here for it. It wouldn't have been me to do it, but I'm still here. I support my Lunar enthusiasts out there.
Well, as Mr. Solar in my background, I'm gonna have to say that I can't let that happen because the champions of Apollo are the better ones. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay. See, this is where normally I would say, oh, well, you'll just have to show me in a clash, but like I know I would lose. Like it's just not.
But you don't know. You don't know. That's the great part about Elestrals is that anyone.
That's
can
true.
win.
That's true. I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, this guy is he's the world champion. What? Like this guy can't beat him. He's just some lunar caster.
No, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. So I will take you up on your challenge, and we will find out who's casting, who's better, the light or the dark.
Oh, man. That sounds like a Lumavale question.
That could be. When do we get the Twilight element?
The Twilight element?
Yeah, the Twilight element, the secret ninth spirit.
Yeah, I hope Dan's taking notes. You've been spitting out ideas left and right on this out here today.
Listen, just call me the young game designer Yula.
Oh, speaking of game design, before we start, I think part of do you not get to create a card?
I do get to create a card actually as reigning world champion.
You don't have to say, but what do you think? You don't have to say like elements or anything, but like what design would you go for?
Well, I have pitched my card, so I know what it is, and it is a rune. That's all I'll say. It's a rune. I feel like a lot of people when they're given the chance to create a card, they create an Elestral, which cool. I want more runes in the game. So I was like, I want to take my chance to get another counter rune into the counter rune suite.
Ooh, all right. We'll leave the audience with that to let them ponder and brainstorm, and maybe they'll berate you with ideas and be like, make it do this, make it do this.
Yeah. So that's actually something you can do when you go down into the description and you like and you comment on the stream, and then you subscribe to the Elestrals channel. You can say at Mr. World Champion, please make this card. I won't do it, but you can suggest that, and maybe one of you will guess the card that I came up with, and then it will get made.
Ooh, well, yeah. If someone guesses right, and then that could be. But before we hop into our clash, we do have our top 16 leaderboards up till this point. So let's take a look and see where we're at heading into round 5. We have only 4 4-0s undefeateds remaining, and it is Kryber, Shadowstorm, Astro Knights, former Premier Champion from 2 events ago, and then 54.
Ooh, 54. That sounds like one number off from 6-7. It's a little bit more than one number.
Am I missing something? I was really doing the math
I'm just really unfunny
in my head here.
I'm just really unfunny. I already know that PK is going to be in the stream chat telling them to get me off the mic. But yeah, we have a lot of really accomplished players here. We have Cthulhu at 3-1, Dimax at 3-1, 6 as well, all very accomplished players. MG1, Spicy, Y Rebellion as well. A lot of the players that we were clocking early on in the day.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll give it to you. Jack Gam 6-7. So 6-7 is on the board, just for you. I had to call it.
It wasn't the player that I thought it was. But
but we are getting ready for our 5th round, and yeah, we've been talking about it. You want to see the Mon Station? I want to see the Pantera. Let us know what you guys want to see in chat. What cards are you hoping to see in this 5th round? I'll just say, if nothing else were to happen today, I saw Posthumous hit the board on main stage. I'm happy. I can sleep well tonight.
Yeah, that card is so scary. I mean, as soon as I saw it hit the board, I thought that the game was over. But you know, sometimes they just have the out. Sometimes they just have the out.
Sometimes you just have the out. But here we go. We have our 2 players. We have Dweebish, who is a Premier Top 8, 2-time Premier Top 16, and a Premier Top 32. And on the other hand, we got Goat Skull.
And Goat Skull is no stranger either. They have a Premier Top 16, 2 Top 64s, and another Top 64 from the previous year as well. And can I just also take a mention at Dweebish to just shout out the Chicago Eddies real quick, you know, just giving more love to the Chicago representation. No bias, of course. No bias.
Yeah, no bias, of course. Yeah. No, Perky and I were actually talking about that before. We were talking about like testing groups and like having like a group of people that you get to play with. And the Chicago Eddy, like they test with each other all the time. They played at Six, also part of that team as well. So they were going to be able to like we saw how well Six played, and he went from Morfrost winning last premiere to a completely different deck, and that's probably thanks to the testing that he had.
Yeah, and you know, as a Chicago locals myself, I gotta say it's one of the best communities out there, and you too can find your local community. But first, we have our feature match. I think Goat Skull is going first.
Yep.
And it looks like they will be casting out the rabbit.
The tried and true bunny.
It feels really good to see Ass Rabbit again, because we were off it for such a long time, and now the Ass Rabbits are just back.
Yeah, it was gone for pretty much all of Lifestream, it feels like.
It feels like nature's healing. I feel like the life has flown downstream, and we've come back to the reservoir of rabbit.
And the sun is just ready to strike.
Yeah, the sun is ready to strike the rabbit down, and we're never going to see it again. It's kind of funny how that goes. Is these cards kind of go in waves, right? Like, you know, one format they're really good, and then all of a sudden, you know, they just disappear, but they can always come back.
They can always come back. And speaking of comebacks, we have a prediction live in our Twitch chat. You could vote now, or you could wait and make that epic comeback. So head over to the Twitch channel for Elestrals and drop in your vote. We have a set one, and
personally, I think that it's a pretty safe vote to vote on Goat Skull, because when you get to go first, you get to set counter runes, and we do see a counter rune set behind that Ass Rabbit.
Yeah, Ass Rabbit set one. That's like game winning right there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if that's a poison tip arrow, and then we see another Ass Rabbit come down, and we set the shield, that's the infinite vortex.
Yeah, I honestly, like, Pete, what do you think is the best back row to go with Rabbit on turn one?
I would say poison tip arrow. I think just being able, you know, you set up your big defender, and then you can just drop the stat of their Elestral and say, you're not getting over my rabbit. And then also I'm clearing your board, and I can put this rabbit in attack mode and actually start getting in there with it, because I know that this rabbit's not getting over your Elestral by itself.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it last round. There was 2 times a rabbit with 3 spirits got shielded back to the hand. So rabbits can be scary.
They really can. And, you know, it feels weird to give it back to the opponent, because you're like, well, I don't want you to get more cards, but like, would I really want to take 3 spirits? And I think just to update chat why they're looking at our faces now is that it seems that we have had a camera freeze during the match, so they're just getting that sorted out, and we will be back with the gameplay as soon as that is sorted out.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that happens on webcam events. And speaking of webcam events, we have one every Tuesday as a casual that you can get in and get some good practice with your webcams. So join up on Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern for the casuals. So I heard sometimes A Drive is there and likes to get some games in. So
I've heard this.
I may or may not have lost to him twice on those, but
it's just a rumor. It's pure hearsay.
Yeah,
but maybe would have been defeated by the creator of the game.
Maybe once or twice. Listen, all that matters is that I beat him with Voltempest once, so I'm okay.
There you go. And
all it takes is
one. It's all it takes is a one.
Oh, okay. I didn't have that one. No,
but
you're the only one.
If you lock in. Yeah, I am the only one that has the one that says champion on it.
Yeah. And those of you watching at home, you could have another card. Maybe not that one, because I don't think they would do the same one for next year's Worlds, but get your spot on the world stage. This is the season to do it. We're in the final premiere live stream. We're heading into Sunstrike. So you have plenty of time to get those points in, but don't wait too long. A lot of people, something that I talked to a lot of people about from last year was like they wish they got points earlier, so that way they didn't have to stress kind of towards the end. So if you're one of those people who doesn't want to stress toward the end, play in premieres, get your points, and you get some extra cool prizing, right? Like top 16, you get a playmat, you get a cool card. Who knows? Maybe you'll walk away with the Celestlio champ.
Exactly. And that's the beautiful part. Anybody can become champion. I did it. You can do it too. I believe in you. And you also just get to play Elestrals, which is so much fun. And then you get to meet opponents who could become your friends. And then you get to play Elestrals with them. And then everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy. Everyone's playing Elestrals. Everyone's happy. Those are one and the same thing, right? It makes total sense. Makes total sense. I know I'm happy when I play Elestrals.
I am also happy when I play Elestrals. So we do have an update. It sounds like Dweebish has lost power, and the judges are currently working to resolve the issue. So
that is unfortunate.
Yeah. Hopefully the game did just start, so hopefully we won't have this impact impact the game. I'm hearing that it is still currently Goat's turn 1, so hopefully we will just be able to resume this game and have the full feature match for you guys.
Yeah. Now 6 did have a lot of thunder, so maybe he can provide some electricity to Dweebish. So
he might be able to. We're all in Chicago. I could hop off the desk, run over there, and be like, "All right, I got some spirits for you. We're getting the power back on."
Just bring over all the Zaptors.
Bring my Imperial crate and just drop it down, and it's like reveal for Imperial effect. Here's a power generator.
So okay, speaking of, I'm gonna add. So we know like OG Signectric, right? The effect reveal 12 spirits. Do you think that there's a world where OG Signectric could see some play with the new Imperial?
It could. And that's one of the cool things about all of these cards in Elestrals is the titles don't change the Elestral from being the name. So we see these cards that come out, and this has happened time and time again, where there will be a card that says you can ascend into Imperial or some other card. Majesty is another example of this, where originally it was supposed to ascend into one specific card, and then a new Imperial comes out or a new Majesty comes out, and these new strategies just form around that. And I think that's super cool and such a cool way to give life to some of these older cards that didn't see as much play.
Yeah, it's really, really awesome. When they first revealed like the titling system, it was kind of revealed with like the Morphrost, right? Because we had multiple Morphrost and Frostfall, but it really started to become a thing with Firestorm, and that's kind of been the theme of like the Divine Champions saga within Elestrals. And honestly, I think like since Firestorm, but compared to like the format from Moonrise to Firestorm, the speed went up, and then obviously coming into Lifestream, the speed went way up, and a lot of people got on board. There was a lot of different strategies that were coming through. I think this past set has probably been one of the more diverse metas that the game has seen in terms of like how many different elements. Like, obviously we've had like updates to restriction lists and everything, but just kind of across the entire format of Lifestream, even with the restrictions there, I feel like at some point or another, maybe except for Lunar a little bit, but it's been pretty solid, right? Like we've seen Lunar splashed in, of course, but I think the like core strategies have been pretty well-rounded, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. And I remember seeing that when we did the Year of Elestrals recap on the first premiere I commentated. And almost every premiere had a different champion. There was only like 1 or 2 repeat champions and only like 1 or 2 repeat decks. It was really diverse and really cool to see kind of the evolution of the game, especially because a deck will do well, and then somebody will come up with a deck that counters it, and then we come up with the counter to that counter, and it's just going back and forth all the time. I think that's really fun.
Yeah, and it goes to show like the different strategies that come like with the design of the game as well. Like there have been so many different things that we're seeing, and we kind of touched on this earlier. Like everyone has Hephaestus artifacts. Like that's been the thing, and now Ares is coming in with artifacts too. So now there's a completely different strategy that uses artifacts. So if you're like an artifact player, you really like how artifacts work, you have more options coming into it. And I'd argue that just based on the limited like playtesting that I've done with friends from like worlds who have had Sunstrike, Ares and Hephaestus like play very differently, but they're both still pretty good.
Yeah, and they do get along, you know, because you can always use the Hephaestus to get the Ares cards as well, which is crazy because you can take them in two separate directions. You can merge the directions together, and there's really just no right or wrong approach, which I think is one of the great things about this game.
Yeah, and you know, Dracalis, solar fire.
That
Ares is solar, Hephaestus is fire. It's the line's right there.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of, I think that is something that everyone should do as we're moving into the new format, is to go back and to look at some of these older cards from the previous sets and really scour the card pool and be like, is there anything that people aren't talking about? Are there cards in the card pool that haven't had their day in the spotlight but might finally get a chance because of a new card in the new set?
Yeah, people might get mad at me for this, but I'm going to say it. One card that I've looked at for Ares specifically, Guardian of the Fleece.
I agree. I think that card goes really well in that deck, and you know, I think you're cooking.
If you don't know what Guardian of the Fleece does, one, look it up, get some Daybreak, because that's where it is. But basically, if they target an Elestral, you play Guardian, it's 2-cost solar, negate it, and then destroy a card. Not target and destroy. Destroy a card. And it's not destroy the card that you negated. It's destroy a card.
Yeah.
So with Ares, with artifacts, it's in element, it's solar. I'm just saying, if you were interested in Ares, that might be a card you look at.
It could be. You know, you get your Valkyries out. Maybe they want to Gorgon's Gaze you. They want to stop you from getting to your artifacts. And you look at your Golden Fleece and you say, I'm going to get this through. I'm going to get my artifacts. I'm also going to destroy your guy.
Yeah. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as just destroy.
Yeah. You know, destroying is a pretty good thing to do in Elestrals, right? Like, I think so.
Yeah, and now you have Nova Core, because that'll be coming up. It'll be like, you know, just all the non-targeting removal in solar.
Speaking of solar and removal, right? Like Celestlio is kind of the whole deck, and that is Mr. Destroy. That is the Destroy Elestral. Have you ever played through? Have you ever won a game after a Celestlio has wiped your entire field?
No.
Have you ever done it after they wiped your field 2 times?
Definitely not.
What about 3 times?
Haven't gotten there.
Well, I've done that a couple times.
Okay. So we do have an update. Thankfully, I was not on the receiving end of that. But we do have an update. As we mentioned, Dweebish had lost power. It was a game lost because the game had officially started and it went over. So the players will be siding for game 2. So it'll be a 1-0 for Goat Skull heading into game 2. But it looks like everything has been situated now. It looks like we are good to go. And we are ready to see some Elestrals action. And I mean, Turn 1 Rabbit scares me too.
Yeah, let's be honest. They had the Turn 1 Rabbit. They had the PTA set. The game was over. But but now, personally, I want Dweebish to 2-0 sweep back to make up for that power outage.
Hey, we talked about comebacks. This is the comeback.
This is the comeback round.
This is the comeback.
Can we get a hashtag comeback in the chats?
Let's go. But
is the prediction still live? For the Twitch?
I think so.
You should vote for the comeback.
Vote for the comeback. So here we go. Coming into it, I believe Dweebish elected to go first, so we will see the play from them, and it's going to be a Cyprong in defense.
This is the Earth deck. That means that there could be a Moss Station.
There could be a Moss Station.
But do we know what Goat Skull is playing? We only saw the rabbit.
We only saw the rabbit.
So there's still a chance that there could be a Penterror in there for you.
That's true. That's true.
And you know, what's a more classic matchup than Earth versus Penterror?
Right? It's like base set is calling our name.
I know that's like the most classic matchup in all the Elestrals is just big beatdown. Oh, there's the rabbit again.
Oh man, Ass Rabbit coming through. We did have a set 2 from Dweebish as well, so Dweebish put himself in a good spot here. Cyprong chilling in defense with a lot of 4 attackers. I think as a turn 1 play, just to get your Dionysus in hand, defense is probably the safest thing that you can do with the Cyprong for turn 1.
Yeah, I think so as well. But unfortunate, no poison tip arrow from Dweebish. So maybe they would have liked to have started with the Synectar here to kind of combat this Astrabbit. Because while Dionysus is really good at dealing with 5s when they're attacking, it's not as good when they're defending.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Cyprong's effect only triggers on the attack, not the defense. So.
Yeah, we see the 3 back row come down from Goat Skull. So I think we're due for a very grindy game this time around. So let's see if Dweebish has anything that can punch through this rabbit. Personally, I know a card that can get over this rabbit.
That is not the Moss Station, but a Sprouter does help.
Is that a Stellar Sprouter?
That is from the promo from Lifestream on shopelestrals.com.
Ooh, I don't have those, actually.
Oh.
That's kind of embarrassing. It looks like we did get met with the Poison Tip Arrow, but we do have the Dionysus from hand, so this Sprouter can still use its effect. It has not been Gorgon's Gaze.
Yes. So, Sprouter, declare the Nexus. See if there's going to be a response beforehand.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have the P-Box. Might be a little bit preemptive. I think the Nexus does need to resolve first.
Yes.
But, yeah, it looks like Goat Skull really does not want this search to go through.
Ooh, and the Nexus to the Cyprong. Oh, because it was PTA'd.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be PTA'd, so want to move those spirits just somewhere where we're not going to lose them. And the P-Box and the Poison Tip Arrow being gotten out by this Sprouter, honestly, I'm okay with that. That feels like we just got a lot of value here.
Yeah, you lose the progression value, but at the same time, most players are on somewhere between, I would say, 7 to 11 counter runes most of the time. So seeing 2 off the board, that you're okay with that.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh, this is such a crazy play. Not only did we Nexus that spirit, but now we're going to use the spirit from the Cyprong and pay off of it with the Dionysus's Chalice. Discarding, it looks like a... Is that Firestorm Viscerus?
That is I think that's a tournament pack Viscerus. The base set one.
Oh, it might be. But they are going to be able to draw 3 new cards here, which is so much advantage. And 2 of them are just getting set straight away.
That, you know, as soon as you pick those up and you're like, yeah, I'm setting 2. It's like, you're sitting good here. Full back row, Cyprong still in defense. The PTA comes out here with the pay to get rid of the Sprouter. And we'll see what Goat Skull can do here. That is a Vipyro.
That's really interesting. I wonder what they're playing.
It could be Krakatuga.
It could be Krakatuga! There's still hope! Oh, no, not hope. Oh, well, okay, maybe actually, that gets a water Elestral.
Yeah, yep, fish, Krakatuga. Could very much be a thing.
Okay, okay, I'm still hopeful.
Are
Now,
you gonna
do
be
we
as
see
are you gonna be like share the moment of joy if a Krakatuga does hit the board at some point in this game? Would you be like gleaming with joy?
I think my neighbors would file a noise complaint. We do see the Gorgons disrupting this Magneros here, and importantly, that does prevent Goat Skull from casting an Aphros if they have one in their hand, because it is no longer treated as Aphros while it is suppressed.
Yeah, a great heads up play there from Dweebish.
So it looks like we see the pass, and then we get another Elestral out. What Elestral is that? I can't tell.
That is the world's Cyanectar.
Ooh, what a gorgeous card. And that looks like, is that another P-Box? Or is that a Poison Tipped Arrow?
That is a Poison Tipped Arrow.
It looks like we're going to have another Fire Spirit get paid out. Listen, that's more Fire Spirits than I expected to see. So this could very well be Krakatuga.
Yeah. I hope it is. I'm a Krakatuga enjoyer as well.
You know, with all this Krakatuga I've been talking about, I really should have made that one of my predictions. I wasn't expecting to be Krakatuga's strongest soldier today.
You could have gone Krakatuga and Moss Station.
I could have, but I was just feeling Bears. I really thought that Bear, needs its day back in the spotlight.
Oh, and they used the Dionysus to daze the Cyanectar to search out the Artemis arrow.
Yeah, and that's one of the big concerns with I think Pandora's box, right? Is that it just feels so rough into this matchup where you would feel like you're stopping them from getting off their search, but then they just daze their Elestral and they search again anyway.
Yep. And the Cyprong is going to be able to hit over the Magneros.
Yep, and stopping it from being treated as an Aphros is really good here, because if this is a Krakatuga, and we see at least 3 Fire Spirits, so it could be Krakatuga, that would prevent them from going special the Aphros and then ascend into Krakatuga. So we have denied my Krakatuga.
Well, they're tied on spirits right now in Spirit deck, so we'll see, and that is going to be a Champ Galaxy.
Yeah, and this is one of the scariest situations to be staring down when a Champ Galaxy hits the board, is that you have that rabbit sitting next to it, and now you have 2 5s all of a sudden, where previously you just had a couple 2s.
Hey, that's a Poison Tipped Arrow.
It keeps happening! They can't keep getting away with it! We keep hitting the whale arrow question mark on the stream.
I think Skyhawk was in chat earlier. Skyhawk, we have a question.
Yeah, Judge. What's the stats here? I think it's what is it, like a 2-7?
3-2, I think. 3-2.
Yeah, that sounds right.
No, 7. It adds 2. Yeah.
Oh, you're right, because we swap the stats, so instead of reducing by 2, it adds 2. That makes sense.
And the punch over and the hit for 1 over the Cyprong. So Cyprong is removed from the field, and the Poison Tipped Arrow will be paid out here to get rid of the Galaxy.
Yeah, but this does look like a good position for Dweebish still, but the tides are turning. That was a really big play from Ghost Skull, and it really is important to remember just how quickly, things can go wrong. You can be in a commanding position all game, and then just all it takes is one little whale, and suddenly you've lost your whole board.
Yep.
Oh, and there's another Pandora's box coming out from Goat Skull.
Ooh, I think that's the second one.
I think it's the second or third, right?
Yeah, at least 2 for sure.
Yeah, 2 for sure have been played.
So stopping the search. Man, Sprouters have not been lucky for Dweebish today.
No, not at all. But I think that they are really doing their job well, and they're just eating these interactions. And that's what's so strong about it, is that because it is an every turn you can Nexus, if it sticks around for one more turn, we get to do it again. Is that a Valkyries?
That is a Valkyries.
No, don't play with me. Is this actually Krakatuga?
It might be.
This genuinely might be Krakatuga. Did they do this on purpose? The script writers could not be doing it better if this is actually Krakatuga.
We saw the poison tipped arrow hit the whale. Now we might be seeing a Krakatuga.
They can't keep letting me get away with this.
It's the world champ difference.
How do I keep script writing these premieres?
And there it is. Going to be 3 fire enchanting the Hephaestus, the disenchant to search for an artifact. No response from Dweebish here, so we'll have to see. Do you think?
Yeah, no Gorgon's Gaze, which is not what you want to see if you're Dweebish in this scenario.
Yeah, and the torch will come down here. Still not enough to hit over the Sprouter, but depending on,
I think it is right.
Is torch +1 or +2? +2.
+2.
+2. Yeah, so it is a 6. Yep. So it would get over.
But we do know that the Dionysus deck loves to be on its madnesses, so there's still a good chance that this Sprouter survives.
Yeah. And
we do have 2 cards face down.
On the, let's see, the Rabbit's going to go to defense here. I think if the Volcaries were to declare an attack, even if the Madness would be played, does it?
Yeah, I think it would still activate, right?
Still foretells.
Yeah, I think so. And that is a really strong position to be in. But like with Solar, oh, there's the shield.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so much value. So we see the Kinleo.
Smoltuga.
Oh, is that Smoltuga?
That is Smoltuga, champion of Hephaestus.
They did this on purpose.
Oh, that is incredible.
Oh my gosh.
So no cards can be added to hand because Hestia has to be on the field for Torch to be able to activate that part of its effect. But honestly, not bad hits there.
Yeah, especially because we do have the Hephaestus now. We could just be searching into the artifact for that Smoltuga champion, and maybe we will see the Krakatuga hit the field next turn.
We might, if it was a foretell, so you can put the cards back in a certain order. So if Smoltuga is on top, we might see Krakatuga.
Very interesting here that Dweebish is choosing to Nexus to the Sprouter rather than away from it. And we do see the Centaur come out. Oh no, we might not get a chance to see the Krakatuga.
That is why they Nexus to it.
That's horrifying.
That is something you do not want to see searched when you have no back row.
Yeah. Thankfully, for Goat Skull, there is no Dionysus, so the Centaur is not going to be able to attack unless there is another Dionysus in the hand.
Yep. So the special days to special cast the September.
And then it's going to enrage the rabbit, and then the rabbit is going to be destroyed by the Centaur effect. But if we have a Madness face down or a Dionysus, that's game.
Yeah, 6 spirits left, and that would be 6 spirits of damage. Oh, you still have Hephaestus on board, so you could top. Ambrosia's not there.
Yeah, well, it could be in the hand. It could be. It could be in the hand.
It could be in the hands. So let's see. It looks like just the
it's like 2 Zaptors.
So
giving up on the Astrabbits.
Yeah, so no Enrage.
I think that does look like quite a bit of Zaptors, so maybe there's going to be an Arcalith somewhere in their list.
I could see an Arcalit.
I could see it. That would make sense in Krakatuga. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, a lot of burn, a lot of
burn,
damage.
A lot of damage. Oh man, this is so scary. When I feel like, a 3-drop Elestral is scary all the time. But it's even more scary when you're down to your last few spirits and it's hit the board. Oh, the Kinleo.
That was on the foretell as well.
Oh, they were so smart.
Kinleo effect to Nexus. Is there a response?
Oh, there's the Gorgon's Gaze, and that probably just seals it.
That probably seals the game there.
Yeah, I mean, can we see an Earthquake from hand?
They do have 3 spirits left.
He seems to be thinking. I think if we had the Earthquake, we would have slammed it down, right?
Yeah. Trying to see if there's a way out of this, if they can stop one of the attacks.
I don't think that there is, though. Is this really going to be the comeback game?
This could be we talked about it. Hey, comebacks are very real.
Comebacks and Krakatuga.
Yes.
Listen, if we see both a Krakatuga and a comeback in this match, somebody is going to have to, stop me because I must be a psychic.
A Necklace of Aphrodite.
Okay. I wonder what this set's for.
And past turn. I was thinking maybe that was going to come down and then they were going to special cast Aphoros.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that too. I guess that they're just going for the extra healing.
Because when the Empowered Elestrals is destroyed, you'll heal 2 water.
Yeah, I think it's 1 or 2, yeah.
All right. And it looks like it's going to go down there, but yeah, it looks like that is going to be the game. The concession is in. So we will be going to game 3. And man, as much as Goat Skull tried to stop the Sprouter, it finally got the Nexus search off. And it was a huge one.
Yeah, and that's really the power of those Nexus searchers, is that you can get hit with something like a Pandora's Box or a Gorgon's Gaze, but as long as you can protect it, it's going to do it again. It can just keep doing it every turn, and that's what makes it so powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, that's even something you kind of talked about in your list with, like, determining on the Exaltus. Having it, the Nexus Searcher.
Exactly. And we saw it in the last feature as well, with the Comalis to get the Possumus.
Yep. Yeah. Those Nexus Searcher, we're seeing 2 Nexus Searchers back to back, and we did see the Smoltuga. So Krakatuga, that dream is very real.
Yeah, listen, if you gave Krakatuga a Nexus Searcher, it might just be the best deck. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Nexus Searcher.
Yeah.
Is Krakatuga considered a golem?
I think it might be. Are you thinking some no stone?
Yeah. I mean, hey, we're getting Champion of Hephaestus and Sunstrike for Boltuga and Vesupatuga. You might be playing Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
Huh?
Yeah. Hey, I'm a big fan of No Stone searching random cards, and everybody always tells me, no, you can't do it. You shouldn't do it. I'm like, but why not? Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, you just search for your Krakatugas. Boom, there you go.
Yeah, like I pay 2, I burn for 3. My Krakatuga sticks for a turn, then I burn for 6. And then I play Eruption, I burn for 9. And then I attack, I hit you for 11. So my 2 spirits, I think, were worth it.
And then you get to play Eruption on their turn, too.
You're right. And then I pop another card. And then I normal cast Armadon in attack position. And I set Tsunami with it. And then we win the game.
Yeah, that sounds like the first list that will win the Sunstrike premiere, which is happening on May 31st. And that'll be the first online premiere of Sunstrike. So,
yeah, I this is really the reason to watch the premieres, is because you get us just giving you all the answers. I mean, if you don't show up with Krakatuga Armadon burn, what are you doing?
You're missing out. And we're getting ideas from this amazing premiere that's happening right now, the final Lifestream premiere of the format. So we're heading into game 3 here. The comeback is real. It's a very real possibility.
It could be real. But is the Krakatuga real? We still don't know. We still don't know.
It could just be Smoltuga, champion of Hephaestus, and that's it.
Yeah,
it could be the Psych Out.
It could be. Maybe it's there to search Eruption.
Yeah, because your Hephaestus can find Invoke Runes. Hey, if you're not on fire, that all it takes is that one Eruption.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see Scavicle. Who knows? That could search 2 Eruptions. Eruption's not at 2, but it could do it.
Here we go. Goat Skull will be taking the play for game 3, and it looks like we will be seeing a mulligan from Dweebish.
That's not great for our comeback narrative, but Dweebish, very smart player, knows what he's looking for, and said, this isn't it. And, hopefully on the second hand, he'll have found what he needs to make the comeback.
I have to imagine, not that I'm like a Dionysus expert or anything, but I would have to imagine that if you're going second, you probably want to have either Cyprong or probably Cyanectar.
Yeah, I think this Cyprong is pretty good. We did see that Dweebish was on the Sint Harbor package. So, another good card would be to see that Sprouter. It's not great into something like Poison Tip Arrow, but even if we get Poison Tipped Arrow, we can always just search another copy of it.
Yep. Yeah, because it searches Madness or Champion of Dionysus.
Yeah, and it doesn't restrict itself, so you can just search another copy of yourself and just keep the infinite Sprouter Vortex going.
Yeah, and speaking of searching for itself, this Aphoros is being searched off the Magnaros wearing an Aphoros mask.
Yeah, that is Aphoros mask. Do you think that it's a mask, or do you think it's like a costume?
It's definitely a costume.
Yeah, like one of those cheap like party store ones.
Yeah, where it's like just the fins are different.
Yeah, exactly. Like just a little bit off-brand Aphoros.
Yeah.
But they are both being buffed to 5, which means that Cyprong, if we have it, is going to look really attractive here.
Yes, and that is going. Oh, that's a Viscerus.
That is a Viscerus, and that's a Poison Tip Arrow, I think.
That is a Poison Tipped Arrow. So Viscerus was a 5, could have got the Crash special cast out, but now it is a 3.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to prepay for that pop. Maybe a little. Yeah, it looks like they're walking it back, because something to remember is you can activate runes using the Spirit on the Viscerus.
Mm-hmm.
So it might not be there to pay out of.
Yeah, the Poison Tipped Arrow payout is during the end phase.
Now, this is the chance for your Demeter to come up, because that would make the Viscerus a 6.
Yeah, we could see Dio Demeter.
I've tried it before. I think it's real. It's got legs.
And it looks like the move to end phase will go, and the Poison Tipped Arrow will be paid out with the 2 fire.
And it looks like we have. Are we? Script writers? We do have 2 sets from Dweebish, so, maybe the Krakatuga comes out, but maybe Dweebish has their own Poison Tip Arrow.
Oh, there's a small Tuga.
There's the small Tuga. Don't play with me, scriptwriters.
Do we see the Hephaestus? Is Hephaestus already in hand?
Okay, it doesn't
or is an
look
artifact
like it.
in hand?
Looks like there's not. This is just a beat stick small Tuga. And this creates kind of a problem for Dweebish, right? Because if you're Dweebish, you want to get rid of these Aphroses, but you kind of can't now, because now you have to attack into this small Tuga, because Krakatuga is being threatened at every opportunity.
Yeah. And the Sprouter is going to be coming down here. This could be a great way to deal with this, potentially.
Are we going to see another Poison Tip Arrow?
If no PTA, then Madness is going to come down, or the Dionysus will come down to be the Nexus Bank for the Sprouter.
So it looks like, I wonder what that tells us about Dweebish's back row. Setting the Divine here either could mean that they don't have anything, or they really just wanted to make sure that their other back row didn't get sniped by something like a thunderstorm.
Yeah, so the Nexus will come through. And the Sprouter does have 5 defense, so the only way that these Aetheros will be able to get over is if an artifact is going to be coming out here from Goat Skull. And I think Madness is a great pick here to be able to have an opportunity to where if a attack stat is going to go higher than the 5 defense, that you have the opportunity to stop that. And with Dio on the field, you can re-enchant and switch the position of the targeted Elestral.
Yeah, and now, not to be Krakatuga's biggest fan, but I do think Krakatuga might be the only way that we can guarantee remove this Sprouter before the Centaur comes down and steals the game.
Yeah, seeing that Centaur out 2 games in a row would be pretty terrifying.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you have to really worry about with Earth, because Earth can sometimes play super low to the ground, but sometimes they just slam a Centaur against you, and that's like a mini Celestlio in its own right.
Yeah, and we are seeing a second Smoltuga champion of Hephaestus here.
Did we just attack with it? I saw a little nudge, but I'm not sure if that was just like I'm positioning the card on the field or if we're attacking with it. Do they have some kind of a battle trick, maybe?
I would only imagine Argo.
Oh, I wonder if it is Argo, because if it's Argo, then, the Dweebish can just wait for the Argo to resolve and stop it afterwards.
Oh, the dense fog in response to the cast.
Yeah, just making sure that there is no Krakatuga. Dweebish playing to their out, recognizing the threat of the Krakatuga Activate Eruption.
Yeah, and especially with Dweebish winding down on spirits, you want to avoid as much burn as possible.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely going to see a Centaur be threatened here, because we are winding down on these spirits. We need to even up the score as quickly as possible.
Ooh.
Oh, but we see the Cryoblast. That's huge.
That makes it where the actual Aetheros, champion of Aphrodite, will be able to hit over the Sprouter now.
Yeah, I think both the... Yeah, that's true. But we do know that we have the Dionysus's Madness as well to protect it.
Yeah, and we see the cards above Goat Skull's cards to indicate which cards are suppressed. So we see that all 4 Elestrals on the field are in fact suppressed here. And we will see the Madness to daze and switch to defense.
Yep. And that will just protect the Sprouter. And if there isn't an Argo or something face down there as well, I think the Sprouter is sticking around. And I think we will see the Centaur come out next turn. Yeah,
the only way that the Centaur is not coming out this turn is if that face down is a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, and just going back to the suppression notes as well, I think it's really cool that Elestrals allows players to have memory devices like that.
Yeah, indicate what status condition that your cards are in. It's a great way to do that as well.
Yeah, especially as casters, it's so nice because we then understand what is happening, because we don't always know because we can't hear them.
Yep. And sometimes there's a lot going on. And if you don't have like the status coins that you can get from the shop, that's a great way to do that. Although the coins are pretty nice. I hit many heads in at Worlds in Vegas with the Gambit using those coins. So just saying.
Some might say Gambit is rigged.
Well, in Vegas you have to gamble. But we see the Centaur hit the board here.
Yeah, and we do see it in attack position. So Dweebish might be going all in. And are we going to see it get enraged to get over its restriction?
I would imagine so. And we have the Dionysus on board. Its effect has not been activated this turn.
How many spirits are left under that Dionysus? Maybe we want to keep it around.
It might
we
be
do know
one.
that Yeah, it might be one. We know that Dweebish plays the Dionysus's Chalice. So if that's the case, we might want to keep this card around.
It's
But
two.
It's two.
That's huge.
Yep, that Centarbor is now going to be enraged, and that's a lot of damage going at Goat Skull's face. Even if they have something like the shield, to return this Centarbor to the hand, it's not really going to matter, right?
Yeah. So we'll see the September go in first. Looks like it's going to hit over the Smoltuga here, just to take the threat of Krakatuga away for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I love that ordering, right? Because it's almost like we would rather swing with the Centarbor first because it has more spirits. Because now we want to get rid of the Magnaros, but now we're leaving the Water Elestral. Oh, we actually go for the Water Elestral. We just say we don't need this damage. You're just not going to Krakatuga me.
Interesting. Honestly, I like that.
I respect it. Yeah, I respect that play.
That's kind of what Perky and I talked about last round, is like being able to preemptively like foresee what your deck wants to do and what your opponent's deck wants to do, and knowing that the threat of Krakatuga is real. You do not want to keep a Water Spirit on field, so that's a great play from Dweebish.
Yeah, really nice play from Dweebish. Maybe we could have gotten an extra point or two of damage by attacking with the Centarbor first, but I think Dweebish is just playing extremely safe and extremely intelligently around that potential back row, because we want to protect our most valuable asset here.
Yep. See the Astrabbit coming through, picking the card off from the top three,
hoping to find the answer to this Centarbor that is threatening to run away with the game right now. Did Goat Skull find it? If you were Goat Skull, what would you want to see here?
I'd probably want to see Shield, right? Because you're sitting on 11 spirits to the 5 that's left in Spirit deck. I think you're okay with having to kind of force to be shield back the Centarbor, and that way you can deal with the September.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that something like one of the threats here though is that we can just re-daze ourselves and enrage the Astrabbit in order to what a crazy play, enraging both of Goat Skull's Elestrals so that they'll both be popped by this effect of
the Gorgons.
The Gorgons is so strong here.
That is huge. So now the September can only hit over the Magnaros.
Yeah, because it's what, a 5 attack?
5 attack, 8 defense.
And we see it go down. But this Centarbor is just causing big problems for Goat Skull.
Yeah, you need to find a way to get rid of the Centarbor right now. Although 4 spirits remaining.
Yeah, I mean, if we find the answer, the spirit deficit is huge. But as Dweebish continues to play the game, there's always the eruption jump scare when it comes to a deck like Krakatuga.
Yeah. And if Krakatuga does get on board properly enchanted with the eruption, it would also destroy a card.
Yeah, and that's the Centarbor gone right there.
Oh, the Ambrosia off the Astrabbit.
Off the Astrabbit is really smart to play around the Enrage, because now the Astrabbit won't be forced into attack position and forced to attack into one of these big Spirit Elestrals.
Yeah, great use of the resources on the field there from Goat Skull to be able to heal up the spirits and, like you mentioned, kind of play around what the current board state is.
Yeah. And now this also potentially opens us up for something like a resting on your laurels.
Yeah, and Centarbor has 4 spirits, so
yeah, I think it's 4, right?
Yeah, so it would hit the September, but honestly, you're not mad about that if that's the case.
I think you can't be upset at that, but like imagine if we have the Earthquake with it. I mean, Earthquake Laurels just packs it up here.
Swings this game wide open.
But it looks like, oh no, is that an expended draw?
That is.
Oh man. This September is just, I mean, even without having to attack, it's just punched through so many Elestrals at this point. Oh, there's the resting!
Wow.
Can we see the Earthquake too? Because if we don't see the Earthquake, oh, I wonder. Oh, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to speak it into existence.
Deciding what spirit to use for it in the September will head to the underworld. Oh, but using the altar.
Oh, that's such a smart use of resources here. Just being able to pay off of this September targeted for destruction and put more spirits onto this Centaur. But now Dweebish has a really important decision. Are they going to just swing with the Centaur, or are they going to put themselves at 2 to get their September back and swing for even more?
Yeah.
Because if we swing for more, we're in eruption range, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you spend resources to get September back, that is eruption for game.
And it looks like we're doing it. The Centaur was pointed at.
Wow.
I think Dweebish has just realized what their win condition is, and they're just saying, you know what, I gotta go all in right now.
If you have it, you have it.
Oh, is that Ambrosia? Oh, I think they enraged one of their Elestrals to play around Tsunami.
Yeah, it was Dionysus enrage. Yeah, because if Tsunami's down, they're just taking the damage.
And we don't see any fire spirits expended here. So I have a feeling... Oh, I'm so scared. We have enough. Oh, there it is! No! No way!
Oh my gosh. There's the eruption for game.
Oh, that's crazy. You know what would have been an even crazier finish? If Dweebish had chained the Poison Nectar to burn Goat Skull back and win first. Oh my god, what a crazy end to a game.
Wow. Man, these games have been incredible today. Oh, I know you didn't get to see the Krakatuga, but we saw 2 Smoltugas.
Yeah, we did see 2 Smoltugas and we saw an eruption. And, you know, what is Krakatuga but eruption on legs?
Yeah, and eruption did seal the deal there. Do you think that Dweebish should have played that differently, knowing that there's a strong possibility that eruption is there?
It's really hard to say, right? Because I think I would have done the same thing as Dweebish in that game state. Because here's the thing. If you're Dweebish, you have 2 choices. You can either summon the September and go all in. Or what you can do instead is you can not summon the September and you can just swing with the Centaur. But then if the set card is shield, there's so many spirits on that Centaur that the shield is almost discounted, right?
Yep.
Over what it would be normally. And then all it would take is activate the same eruption and then cast an Elestral and poke, and it's still game. Because I think that Dweebish was at 4. So I think if you're Dweebish, you just got to say, better have it.
Yeah. That's a great read there too for people who might not have thought, oh well, why didn't they just keep their spirits if it was as simple as eruption rain? But like you mentioned, if that set is shield, you have nothing on board, so you and
you lose to the eruption anyway.
Yep. So you kind of have to go all in on it. But I mean, honestly, what a fantastic game to wrap up there. Eruption for game is crazy. I love to see it. The one of coming in clutch here in round 5 of the final Lifestream premiere. Man, oh man, these have been some great games today.
These have been really crazy. We didn't see a Moss Station, but we kind of saw a Krakatuga, and you know, we are close to the end of Swiss, and these casters were both X1, so there's a chance that we see Krakatuga in Top Cut. So there's a chance. There's a chance. I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, you might still see it. The day's not over yet.
The day's not over yet.
But we will be taking. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to do the same thing you're doing.
Okay, perfect. So we'll be taking a quick break before we head into round 6. So get some water, refresh, fill up that popcorn bowl, and don't go anywhere because we will be right back with some more Elestrals action.
Welcome back, casters one and all, to the final round of Swiss. I am joined once again by Perky.
Hello, friends.
And Perky, were you able to catch any of that last match?
I did. I saw a little bit of the end. Absolutely crazy game. The Centaur hitting the board, September actually being dealt with the Laurels, and then what, Eruption for game?
Yeah, the Eruption came down, and, you know, they can't let me keep getting away with it. I have been writing the script all day, and I'm pretty sure that was a Krakatuga. We didn't see Krakatuga, but I think it was Krakatuga.
It was there in spirit. Even if it wasn't in the deck, it was there in spirit.
Yeah, that was the essence of Krakatuga, which is all I wanted to see all day. You know, Eruption for game, it's a classic. It's a classic.
It's a thing that can happen. I'll say that.
Well, speaking of things that can happen, what would you like to see happen in this final match before we move on to Top Cut?
Ooh, let's see. I still haven't seen any Champion Tempest today, so I want to see that. I want to see some more Frost. I don't know. I just want to see some good games, I think.
Would you want to see the Morphrost and the Champion Tempest together?
No.
No.
Actually, yes.
Yeah. Come on. Like, think about the synergy. You can go Chimera, Pitch Bat, cast Lycan, pass, ascend for Voltempest. It's flawless.
It is. It's perfect, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent strategy.
Let's see it. Someone do it. Someone make it. Play to the next one.
Yeah. I think. Do we have the top 16 standings? Are we checking in on them again? We might be.
I believe we will be here shortly.
Yeah, well, stay tuned for that, because we can see who is coming up and who is looking like we might see them again in Top Cut. You know, do you have any horses that you've been betting on in this race today?
I'm interested to see. Dymax was the name earlier you'd mentioned. I want to see how Dymax is doing. See, what the return is looking like. Dymax has always been a great player, so really want to see how they're doing.
Yeah, unfortunately the voices are telling me that we do not have the standings, but we will see the final top 16 after this round. So stay tuned for that, and you will find out who made the top cut of this final event of Lifestream.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting one. There's been a lot of close games today. I cannot wait to get into this last round, and let's get this top cut set up.
Yeah, I'm so ready for it. If you had to pick one deck to win it all, to just put a final capstone on the format, what would you want it to be?
I want it okay, you've kind of made me come around. I think I want to see Champ of Poseidon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was kind of thinking something similar. I was thinking, it's kind of been the boogeyman of the whole set, or boogie woman. I want to see Aphrodite for one more time.
You don't mean that.
Why not? Why not? You don't like Lakagon? Lakagon's awesome.
So much PTSD from the Lakagon. No, I'm telling you, I want to see Ivory specifically because we've seen so many other water strategies do well in Lifestream, and I think it would just be really cool to finally see the elephants have their day.
Yeah, I think that the elephants will probably have their day soon, if not today, because as we were talking, we talked about it earlier, but they are getting support in Sunstrike.
They are. Cannot wait.
So if you were going to play a deck for Sunstrike, what deck are you looking at right now?
That's a difficult one. I'm actually
let's say one that you've seen today. Let's make it interesting. One that you've seen today.
That would have to. I mean, it would have to be the Poseidon one. There's just, I don't know. Draking is just absolutely insane card. There's got to be something there that I know people have been messing around with Moth and whatnot. Moth will be the boogeyman, but I think there's something there with that Poseidon deck, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I think that the Poseidon deck would be really cool. I think I would want to revisit the Earth deck because Dougie looks so cool. I want to play with Dougie. I want to Dougie someone.
Dougie is just going to become this mascot, I think, for a lot of people. It just encapsulates all of Elestrals in a single Elestral. It's just Dougie's perfect.
Yeah. Perky, if I asked you really nicely, would you teach me how to Dougie?
I wouldn't be able to. I'm sure there's someone out there that could.
Well, you heard him. If you can teach the world champ how to Dougie, go comment on the stream. And while you're down there, remember to like the stream. It does help the stream out a lot. And subscribe. And also consider checking out the Elestral shop because there's BOGO Shatterstars.
Oh yeah, BOGO Shatterstars is sick. I spent way too much, ordered some Champions of Zeus packs, so waiting for those to come in still, but I need some of those Stellar Zeuses. They're so nice.
Yeah, I mean, I got my Stellar Ivory Champions of Poseidons from the celebrations. There is no BOGO. I'm lying to you. BOGO ended last weekend, but you can still buy Shattered Stars. It's still for sale. So I think maybe
there is still Shattered Stars, and there probably, I cannot confirm, but there probably will be a BOGO at some point in the future.
Maybe. Well, you could just BOGO. You could just buy one and then get another one.
Now, hey, wait. Now the voices are coming to me, and they're actually telling me there's not a lot of Shattered Stars left. So definitely go get your orders placed for Shattered Stars if you're interested.
Before they run out. Which means that if there's not an Ivory that hasn't been found yet, you still have a chance to find it.
They're all on your desk. There's
they are all on my desk.
Now go get your Champ Ivories for real.
Yeah.
We're forecasting that one. That's going to be a fun deck to play come Sunstrike.
Yeah, and they're so pretty too. Like they're this cute red elephant. Like I like them.
They're perfect.
They're
not as
my
perfect.
friend.
Not as perfect as the number 6 out of 10 signed Cobalt Celestia right here.
But you got hit with one of those too?
I actually didn't initially. I didn't even make it to Vegas until after Cobalt had already gotten everyone. So I told him, I was like, you have to go back and get me one. So I don't know how he did it, but then he did boozle me with it. I found it in my bag later that night. So.
Oh my gosh. Well, it looks like we do have our casters, and we have their accomplishments on screen. Perky, do you want to start with MG1?
Yeah. So MG is a premier top 8 performer, a 2026 premier top 8 performer, 2-time top 8 performer in 2025, and MG plays top 16 in Worlds with Hermes. So shout out to MG. This is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, a really scary opponent, great Hermes player, and Cthulhu as well. They were our premier runner-up. I think from was it the last premiere?
This was two premieres ago.
Yeah, yep. 2 premieres ago. The last premiere that I commentated.
Yep.
So, and then they also have 2 premier top 16s in 2025 and a premier top 32 from 2026 as well.
That's awesome. This is going to be a great matchup. These are 2 really good players. We've seen Cthulhu come out of nowhere with the Brontiglow deck. I don't know if that's what they're playing today, but I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I really hope they are. It sounds like the voices are telling me that MG1 has decided to go first. So we will find out first what MG1 is playing. We'll see if it's another Hermes.
Sounds good. Let's hop right into this one. I'm so excited. We do see the Blizz playmat right there.
Yeah,
and the Galaxy playmat. These are really good.
These are some really good playmats. I'm partial to the Galaxy one.
Yeah, checks out. It makes a lot of sense. As we see on the board right here, that's going to search the Hermes. So we figure out very quickly what we're on the MG side.
Yeah, it what a shock, right?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? And we do see that beautiful full art Hermes come down.
Very nice. Hermes is like a toolboxy kind of deck. I myself have not figured out how to play Hermes for the life of me. Like I sit there and I'm like Hermes effect, and then I'm just sitting there staring at my deck and I'm like, what do I do? Like, I just don't have the brain power for it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're kind of spoiled for choice, but we don't see any back row to back it up. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting play for Defender on the Spy Nymph, though. That might be enough to do something. As we
it might be enough to do something against the Cyprong, but not against the amp up into Leica Vault. And are we going to see the Leica Vault that rips hand?
This is an insane start right here for Cthulhu, not seeing any back rows. We see the Stellar Champ Up right there. Let's go.
Yeah, the both beautiful amp up and champ up. And are we going to see a Stellar Lycavolt too?
It's got to be coming. I mean, this is a super strong combo into no back row, and you get to take a card out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah,
and
and
Hermes is still in hand.
exactly. You know, we just searched the Hermes, and it's going to go away.
Yeah, this is a very strong play right here. We'll see if there's any back row. The Champ Up does hit the board using the effect, discarding the Amp Up, and expending 1 to Turbo Ascend into the Lycavolt here. We'll see which Lycavolt it is.
That looks like the hand rip.
Yep, that is the base set. Yep.
And I can't tell, is that the Stellar?
I don't think so. I think that's the base art from base set.
That's what
I could be wrong.
Looks like it looks like that might be a tournament pack, or maybe Shattered Stars.
Let's see. No, I think it's. Oh,
it looks pretty.
It is pretty. That's what matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
The moon's right there. Yeah, that's the moon. So that's the Shattered Stars art.
Oh man,
this is a pretty crazy. So we see the set 2, the Lycavolt will get in, and we're going to see a 1 card discard out of MG's hand right here. There's a couple Hydreigs, Hermes, Swirlet, and a Champ Carry On right there, and the Hermes does get selected.
Yeah, I think the Swirlet looks really nice here for MG1. Because while we would love to run out the Hydrake, you know, I don't think we would love having to resolve like a Void 2 times.
Yeah, that would be...
or like a Volt, rather.
Like a Volt, yeah. That'd be a strategy for disaster, I'd say. But we will see the Swirlet here. You were able to see that one coming. There is 2 back row, though, so we'll see if there's anything else here.
Yeah. Hopefully for MG1, these are also not real back row. But what are we going to see? Are we going to see maybe a shield or a tsunami come down?
We did see, let's see, there's something here. That is a shield
There's
of Achilles right here. Yep, the beautiful Shattered Stars art. So good play on Cthulhu's part right there. Just be patient and let the shield take care of it.
Yeah. The one thing though is now, do we attack with this Lycavolt? Because if MG1 drew a shield, you know, we're not going to be able to continue ripping the hand.
Well, there might be something to deal with it. The Reverse Stellar Champ Titanostrike hitting the board. That might be a Thunderstorm. Oh, we see a Supercell.
Oh, that's Supercell. Okay. So we are on the tried and true Brontiglow strategy.
Yeah, so we might be at a point where you might just swing in with Lycavolt here because you have a backup with Funglo plan in hand right here. We will see shortly.
Yeah, we'll find out. It might be worth getting some of those spirits out, but I don't know if I love doing that into, you know, a potential Penterror setup.
For sure. I mean, hey, you're the world champ for a reason.
Well, I would not have gotten those extra 2 spirits out of MG1 spirit deck. And that is why I do not have the top cut with the Brontiglow deck. We do see the Earthquake come down.
Earthquake will take care of the Lycavolts here.
And we see it tragically buried in the underworld.
Still a 4/4 on the Cthulhu side, though.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see the Hydrake. We do see the Hydrake come out.
Hydrake's really good in this position right here.
Yeah, especially because we know that there's another Hydrake as well. So even if we eat a shield, you know, it's not like we can't re-establish the Twin Drop.
So is this to stop the attack, or is this a crash in the battle step?
I think this is probably crash in battle step, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. That will clear the Hydrake and prevent the effect. We do know there's another Hydrake in hand on MG's side, so that might potentially come down in the future.
Oh, there's Thunderstorm.
Oh, there it is. Notably, we did not play the Supercell first to heal a spirit, so there might be a Funglow or something coming here soon.
Yep, there's the Funglow.
Okay.
Interesting that we haven't activated the Supercell.
Yeah, I think they wanted to play around, well, I mean, get rid of the back row to make sure your Funglow plays around Gaze here, I think is the play here. There could have been potentially 2 triggers of the Funglow here had Cthulhu went Supercell or Funglow and then Supercell and then the Thunderstorm here, but I think they opted to go with the safe route here. And just honestly being able to burn one with the Champ Brontiglow here and then swing in for some damage is already pretty big.
Yeah, especially against a deck like Hermes as well. Oh, and is that a misenchanted Thunderstorm just to heal?
With 2 fire. No, this triggers.
Oh, it triggers again.
Yeah, so that's going to be
so powerful.
2 burn 1s, and then there's going to be 5 damage here. MG's already getting the spirits ready.
Yeah, I mean, that's down to just 2 spirits. I think the only way MG1 maybe gets back into this is to just activate a Hermes, send the Aviolith, and then I don't even know where you go from there.
Well, the Bronzoglows do make the Funglow massive, so you could, I believe they give +2 if Thunderstorm Supercell is enchanted. So that Funglow, and then it gives itself 1, so I think it's a 6. So if there's like a Hermes Aviolith heal situation, we could see like a Hydrake into a Pent line. I think that might be the only thing that would break this board.
Yeah, do we have enough spirits to do that though?
That's what I'm saying. It would have to be after a Hermes dump Aviolith. Maybe. I could have my math wrong.
Yeah, I think they might have been updating these spirits because it looks like MG1 is on 4 right now. So I think we would have enough for the Penterror, but we need that Hermes right now.
See, it looks like there might be an Elestral coming down here shortly. 1 spirit short of a full Pent play. We see the Sorlet come back down.
That is not a Penterror.
Tis
we
not.
see the Sorlet activate.
Changing a Bronzoglow. I mean, we do at least get to clear one of the Bronzoglows here. However, the other one will be able to do some damage.
Yeah. Now, remind me, can the burn effect activate every turn?
Yes, it is a once per turn. Yep. And it's per Funglow on your field. So we could even see like a special cast. Oh no, we see an Astrabbit hit the board here. That's pretty good in this position for Cthulhu. We see a scoop from MG right here.
Yep. Dang, what an explosive game 1. Just those Bronzoglows just come out and they just put in so much work.
Yeah, I think this was like where a lot of people were before Lifestream actually came out. Like there was a lot of talk about Thunderstorm. It is a very good, very explosive deck. However, it takes a lot of pieces to get set up. So you've kind of got to, you kind of got to get a little bit lucky, see all your pieces. We see the Astrabbit in there. That'll definitely help you find your pieces as well.
Yeah, just having those consistency cards is so important. And, Astrabbit being a Thunder, being able to synergize with all the Thunder that you're already playing just feels so nice, especially if you're playing stuff like Arcolith or Altar of Stars. A card like that in that deck, I feel like has to do so well.
Oh, yeah, it just makes way too much sense. And anything where you're on this much Thunder, yeah, you just throw in the Arcolith.
Yeah. And just have it come down, and that's even more pressure in a deck that's already so aggressive. But I wouldn't count MG1 out. I think the Hermes deck is really strong, especially because it does have that healing to heal off the Bronzoglow burn.
Yeah, and we're about to get into siding here, and there's a lot of things that both of these casters can side in that will help stop their opponent from making those crazy plays. So we'll have to see what is sided in and who sees their side pieces.
Yeah, I think that the sideboard is really going to help determine it here, especially because MG1 could be playing something like the Islands of Aeolia to boost up their own Wind Elestrals, but also to remove that Supercell from the field.
Yeah, and don't forget Supercell does heal, so Spoiled Fruit is very much a possibility here as well.
Yeah, I think Spoiled Fruit would go really nicely. Also, potentially the Pandora's boxes as well that are in most players' sideboards as well.
For sure, Pandora's box is a pretty big card right here. There's just so many cards that search on both decks here that both these players need to get the Pandora's boxes in the main at this point.
Yeah, I think Pandora's box is definitely like this is the matchup. If you had to pick a matchup to show off why Pandora's box always sees play in the side deck, it's this matchup right here.
For sure. I think maybe even something like Tsunami as well. Tsunami or if MG goes into Tsunami, I should say, to get through some of these smaller statted 2-drops. The Lycavolt has a 3 defense, and I believe the Bronzoglows are at only a 4 defense. So Sorlet can deal with either of those without an expend effect if they're in defense.
Yeah, and unlike the Dionysus deck, which can rage to play around it, the Thunder strategy doesn't have cards like that. So you know that they're going to defense, and you can just blank the whole battle phase with a single Tsunami.
Yeah, and that would be, especially we saw right there, the that crazy explosive turn, that would have potentially, swung the game for MG. But we'll have to see what happens here in game 2.
Yeah, it looks like they are shuffling up and probably getting ready. I would have to assume that MG1 is going to attempt to go first again. Hopefully that they're going to find more back row this game.
Yeah, hopefully it's not just a hand of 5 Elestrals. Hopefully the carry-on, I know Hermes players want the carry-on to stay in the deck as well, as we will see an early mulligan here from MG, which I feel like that has to hurt a little bit more now that Aviolith is only at 1 copy. However, Trish, how do you feel about mulliganing? Let me ask you that.
I like mulliganing, especially in a deck like Hermes where you have access to healing. It just feels so nice because I would rather, have a hand that I feel really confident with than a hand that I may be confident with, but I just have a couple extra spirits. Because if that hand doesn't, take me as far as I need it to, I'm losing those 2 spirits anyway.
Yep, I think that's a good point, and I think that's something that's kind of like one of the things in Elestrals that you need to pay attention to get better at the game. Like I'm someone like early when I was playing, I was afraid to mulligan because I didn't want to already be down, but I think Trish is right on the money there. So listen to your world champ.
Yeah. So we're gonna see the same start as last time with the Hermes set, but can we see back row this time? We do. Much stronger. This has to feel so much better for MG1.
Oh, for sure. 3 backer right there and the 4 defender in the spine. And if you have the Hermes in hand, you're getting set up for the next turn.
Yeah. Really well, the Hermes could be set as well. We don't know.
That's true. That is true. I guess I'm making too many assumptions.
But I'd be willing to bet that it's in hand. But you never know. There could be one set. There could be one in the hand. Who knows? It's like Schrodinger's Hermes. Schrodinger's Divine. We don't know where it's been played until the Thunderstorm snipes it.
That is true. That is very true. It's like Cthulhu's taking a second to think about the plays right here. Playing through 3 back row is not very easy when you have to also worry about a 4 defender. So,
yeah, it's definitely not the position you want to be in, especially not as like a combo deck, right? Like when you're playing the combo deck, you want to see the start that MG1 had last time, where it's like, yeah, I don't have any back row. And you can just say, okay, well, I'm going to play this Likeable, see your entire hand, and I know exactly what I'm going to do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that was just such a crazy opener last game. That wouldn't work here, presumably into 3 back row.
Well, it could if we maybe have 3 Thunderstorms.
Oh, well, that is true. That is true. As we see an Amp Up effect again right here. Discard the Amp Up, expend 1 to search 2 Amp Up from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, and we don't see a Pandora's box. So, that doesn't mean that necessarily there isn't one, though.
Yeah, sometimes saving the Pandora's box for the champion Amp Up is kind of a better play. I mean, you're allowing your opponent to thin the deck a little bit. However, they are spending a lot of spirits to try to get it the Amp Up or the Likeable out.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that the champion Amp Up discards for cost, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so being able to just force that Amp Up out of the hand is actually really nice here, because if we had stopped this Amp Up, then who's to say that Cthulhu didn't have another Amp Up in their hand?
That is very true. And the other thing is, like, even if they're on a line of 3 Amp Up and 3 Champion Amp Up, you could discard the second one to search again. And then if you Pandora's box that one, then they only have the Champ Amp Up in hand. So they still can't do the combo. So sometimes it's better just to hold the Pandora's box in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like we are going to be thinking, so maybe this was just a bait to see if, we're going to expend to draw.
Spin and draw seems pretty rough at this point, but at least Cthulhu was able to thin the deck a little bit before expending to draw.
Yeah, I guess Cthulhu's not confident that their champion Amp Up is going to resolve.
All right, now let me ask here. In this position, knowing Hermes is in hand, what is something that the Hermes deck would like to do into an open board state right here?
I think, if you weren't playing against a deck that's liable to be playing Thunderstorm, I think that, personally, I would just send the carry on and get in for 3. But with that Thunderstorm being a possibility, I think that this play from MG1 makes perfect sense. Just get in for 2 and just hold that Hermes for when you need it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair here. I mean, we've seen Cthulhu. We saw Cthulhu pop off in the last game with I think there was 3 Thunderstorm resolved in one single turn, and the first one took out the Gorgon's Gaze. So I think MG's probably pretty comfortable here with all 3 back row.
Yeah, I agree. So it looks like we're going to see the champion Amp Up come down now. We're going to see the Gorgon's Gaze meet it in response.
That is huge, actually. And like you pointed out earlier, the discard and the expend is the cost of the champion Amp Up.
Yeah, I'm really interested as to why we expended to draw last turn instead of developing this Amp Up right away.
I maybe trying to get into the Thunderstorm combo pieces would be my guess.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Cthulhu is cooking.
For sure. We see that's a water sorlet right there.
That is wetlet. And are they both water sorlets, or is one of them wind enchanted?
I didn't see the first one. It could be either or. I would assume, not needing to use its effect, it's probably water enchanted, but MG might want to save those spirits for later in the game.
Yeah, it looks a little blue to me. That I think is a really heads up play, because you can swing with the they're both blue.
Yep. So yeah, playing around the Tsunami right there, we will be able to get in for 2 damage right here on MG's side. And still 2 back row on both sides, so MG's got to be pretty happy with this position. Not even going into the Hermes plays and already up 3 spirits.
Yeah, I mean, conventional wisdom tells us if you're ever in a board state where you have 2 Elestrals versus your opponent's open board, you're feeling nice. Having 3 is even nicer. And then having 3 with multiple back row to back it up feels really, really nice.
Yeah, this is a very good board state for MG right here.
Yeah, especially when we haven't even needed to play
like,
Hermes.
Yeah, even if Cthulhu gets into some plays right here, we still have the Hermes in hand. We've got the Spine Nymph on board. We can turbo into the Spinosect here as well. So there's just a lot going well for MG in this one.
Yeah. Was that an expended draw there?
I think it might have been.
I think so.
Yeah, because there's the pass. So Cthulhu, this is what I was talking about earlier. With the Thunderstorm deck, you really do need to see your pieces. And if you don't see your pieces, this is kind of what happens.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier with the Champions of Poseidon deck as well. That's just kind of how these things go, is you either see the combo or you see pieces, but no combo.
Yeah, and there we see a normal cast of the carry-on champion right there, which, like I was saying earlier, Hermes players don't want to see that in their hand. However, when you're up 3 Elestrals to none, you probably don't care if that's in your hand. You just get out there for more damage.
Yeah, I mean, you may as well, right? Like, just keep chunking away. You know, it's not like they can contest anything on your board anyway, so you may as well just leave it there. And if you want to send it into a Spinosect or something afterwards, then, you know, they can't deal with everything, right?
For sure. And we see some Fire Spirits go to the Underworld right there. We saw those in the last game as well. They were used for the Misenchanted Thunderstorm. As we see a Funglow hit the board right here, so we might see a combo potentially. But what do you think those Fire Spirits are used for?
I think I remember them being on Chains of Prometheus in the last premiere.
Yeah, I think Chains is another really underrated card. And it looks like the Funglow effect does go through, special casting the Brontiglow, healing up some spirits with the Supercell right here. We'll see what MG has to deal with this. It looks like there might be a second Supercell coming down, healing for its own effect and triggering Funglow effect again.
And not having a Gorgons here to stop this has to feel really rough for MG1. Yeah. Maybe it would have been better to have saved the Gorgons for this Funglow.
That's a very good point to make. There are still 2 back row. Maybe it could be double shield. Could be the Tsunami we were thinking earlier, but it looks like MG is already taking... Oh, that was the 2 burn damage for the Brontiglow effects. Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, even if they only play the 2 water spirits, they could cast a Tsunami off of one of these Sorlets.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea right here if possible.
Oh, but we don't see it. The attack goes through.
The attack goes through. 1 damage is dealt right here. Let's see what else is coming in right here. It looks like the other Sorlet will be taken down. So both Brontiglows clear both Sorlets. And the Funglow, I want to say the Funglow is like a 6 attack. I'd have to double check the effects, but I think the Funglow is pretty big as well. And it looks like it will take out the Spine Nymph right here.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy explosive turn. I mean, we just went from having an open board against 4 Elestrals to suddenly we have the big board and there's no Elestrals.
Yeah, that was an insane swing that we saw right there. I'm interested in what those 2 face downs are. We're playing Hermes, so my guess would be there might be a trickery that's not live without Hermes up. Oh, you were right earlier.
There's the Hermes. There's the Hermes.
There's the Hermes. Okay, well, Hermes will expend 2 or disenchant 2 right here to search and send a Wind Elestral from the deck to the Underworld. We'll see what that might be. What would you do right here, Trish?
I don't know. You know, I would want to send Carry off, but it feels like you have to send this Aviolith because we're so low. We got to get back into the game.
Aviolith does let you heal here. We still do have, well, I'm going to say that's the carry on board, so Spinosect would have to be in hand to send to get it out at this point. 4 will be healed back to the Spirit deck. Still 1 face down on the board, and we have the carry on as well on board.
Yeah, I mean, can we see an Ascend for Spinosect maybe?
I think that would be probably the most ideal.
Oh, is that another Hermes?
Other Hermes. Okay, we're doing some combos here. Hermes effect does go through here.
We do see the Hermes go through. I almost wonder if this was maybe a mistake from MG1 to use that first Hermes for 4 spirits?
Might have been. We see another carry on sent to the underworld right here. Its effect will.
Can we see a
special?
Are we gonna see the fabled Hard Ascend Pantera?
Oh, the Hard Ascend Pent. Well, there goes both Elestrals.
There goes the Elestrals.
We've got the wind, the earth, and the wind. There it is.
The Hard Ascend Pantera.
Pantera has hit the board. Okay, so Pent's a 15, 3 back row on Cthulhu's side. We'll see exactly what happens here, but a PTA has not been flipped at this point, so... Ooh, this is getting close.
This is getting close, especially because Cthulhu has exactly enough to shield this.
Yeah, not super ideal if you're MG, but I think at this point you kind of have to play to try to get the win here. You can't really play around anything.
I don't know. Me personally, I would maybe just sit on this.
Well, see, if you just sit on the Pantera, then you're getting burned for 2 every turn. If Cthulhu has another Fungal in hand, then you're getting burned for 4 every turn if you just sit here. So it's a tough position to be in for sure.
Yeah, I forgot about the burn. I guess you have to attack. And there's the shield. Yeah, and that's going to be the game.
Yep. Playing off of the Supercell as well, keeping all 5 spirits worth of damage on the board. And it looks like MG only has 5 spirits left. So being able to enchant or re-enchant or cast another guy right here will be enough damage. So we'll have to see what happens.
Is that trickery?
Trickery. Okay.
Oh.
And does the shield has to expend here, correct? So
correct.
That's 4 spirits on Cthulhu's side just for the trickery to come out and play the Aviolith back to the board. Wow.
Wow.
That is a pretty crazy play. The Bronzeglows are big enough. However, if they destroy the Aviolith, it will get a second chance to heal here.
Yeah. I wonder... You know, MG1 is a really good Hermes player because they kept their Hermes live. I maybe would have paid off of the Hermes, just to try and keep those extra spirits in my spirit deck, because we do have the burn just coming straight at us.
Yeah, and I'm curious on the wording on trickery. Does it say that it has to be an enchanted Elestral that's destroyed? Do you know? Because there was 3 under the pins. Can only be played.
Oh, there's the carry off.
See carry off.
Oh,
this is gonna be.
And then, was that a concede?
No, that's the Aviolith effect, I believe.
Oh, and then the carry off can put back the Aviolith, and we can send it again.
See, these are the crazy plays you see from Hermes players.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is so cool. I think it might be misenchanted, so maybe we're not seeing that.
That looked like a concession, though.
Yeah, from Cthulhu, I think. I think we're going to the game 3.
We're going to game 3 here. What a comeback by MG.
What a crazy game.
This is why, there's a lot of people who want to play trickeries, but there are a lot of people who want to play Hermes successfully, but there are few who can play it at a high level like that. It's just crazy how good these Hermes players are at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Cthulhu coming back too from such a commanding position and almost running away with the game is so impressive. I mean, it's just crazy what the Bronteglow deck can do.
Yeah, it's insane. It just goes so quickly. I love the chains. And I mean, we haven't seen the chains. We're just assuming that that's what the fire spirits are for. But chains in something like this, in order to ensure that your combo goes off, I mean, we see how crazy the Bronteglows go. So kind of love chains in this list as well.
Yeah, it just protecting your combo is so valuable. And I think that we're going to see a lot more of these chains going forward, especially into Sunstrike. I think that they picked up popularity towards the later half of Lifestream, kind of around Worlds, and we're seeing it more and more, and I don't expect that trend to slow down.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we saw right there the power of chains. You allow your opponent to heal 1, but you're stopping their shield after they paid 4 for it. Pretty good card.
Yeah, it's just so strong, right? Yeah. And just also, who do you think is favored now going into siding? Because I think that Cthulhu is going to want to go first, right? But the Thunderstorms want to go second. So what are you thinking?
I think you probably go first, and I think Cthulhu probably has the better odds right here at pulling this one out. Just going first and being able to set your runes. Say you go Ass Rabbit, you find your combo pieces, set some back row in order to, if it's Pandora's Box to stop the Hermes or to stop the Spinen from searching the Hermes, whatever it is. I think the opportunity that you have to get ahead in turn one is too good to pass up on.
Yeah, it seems so good, but there's something to be said about wanting to be able to use those explosive plays and make those pushes. So maybe we'll see an elect to go second. We don't see it very often, but it's possible.
Hey, maybe we'll see something like the first game where MG doesn't have a whole lot of back row, and in that case, we ball. I mean,
yeah, but like imagine for MG1, they have the Hydrakes, they have the Pantera line, and those cards do like it when we're going second. So I'm gonna put my chips on MG1.
You think MG1's gonna pull this one out? Okay,
I'm gonna put my chips there.
I think I don't know. We'll have to see how this turn one goes, but man, this Brontoglow T-Storm deck has just looked really good. So I think I'd have to pull for it at the moment.
Yeah, we'll find out just the same as everyone else. Make your predictions. I don't think there is a prediction, but you can just type out your prediction and say, who do you think is favored in this match?
Sure.
In this final, this is game 3, right? Like this is the final game before Top Cut.
Yeah, this is game 3, round 6 right here. So this is for potentially making Top Cut. I don't know what the standings look like, but this is a pretty big one.
Yeah, I think all the X1 should cut, right? I think these are both of these players are X1.
Yes, they're both X1 right now. So one of them makes it for sure, obviously. The other one probably on tiebreakers, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles.
For sure. Just winning this and guaranteeing that you make it is really what you want to do here. You don't want to chance it at all.
Yeah, you'd always prefer to win over lose, right?
Checks out.
So we don't have confirmation on who's starting yet. So, never mind. Yes, we do now.
No Mulligans here either. You love to see that.
Yep. It always feels great when you get to the game 3 and both players say, I'm going to keep. And you know that you're in for a real match.
Oh, yeah. It feels great. We see the Titanostrike, Champion of Zeus, hit the board right here, searching for a Thunderstorm, and that is the removal Thunderstorm. So MG has to be careful with the Hermes plays right here.
Yeah, especially into, I think, is that 2 back row?
Yeah, there's 2 back row set. One of them could be a bluff Thunderstorm. You never know.
Hey, there was a bluff Hermes. It could be bluff Thunderstorm.
Turns out there was a bluff Hermes last game. Who knew?
Yeah, who would have thought, right? Now, if you're MG1 in this situation, what are you hoping to do going second, especially when the Titanostrike is in defense?
This is a tough position. You really don't want to do any like Spinosec combo to put this thing back in the hand and just allow Cthulhu to play it again later in search. I think this Sorlet's a pretty solid play here. It allows you to clear the board. You're not committing to your Hermes to do it as well, so you don't have to be you don't have to fear the Thunderstorm just yet. This Sorlet's probably one of the best options MG has right here.
Yeah, I think that this is once again wet Sorlet.
Mm-hmm. And it does
We're
clear.
We're going to see the Titanostrike go down.
Okay.
Now, if you're MG1 and you know there's a Thunderstorm, are you setting a good back row? Or is this potentially a bluff?
It's hard to tell. We see a Supercell hit the board right here. It's hard to tell just because of this exactly right here. Like, you never know what your opponent's going to do. We see a Trickery? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the bluff to try and get the Thunderstorm gone.
I think I'm probably fine with that if I'm in MG's position. What do you think?
I don't know. I just saw an amp up get discarded.
Yeah, that's true. Oof.
Yeah, and so this is where it really starts to beg the question. Do you only set like the one bluff back row to say, which is what we did here, to say, you know what, I'm going to get this Thunderstorm out of you and make it look juicy? Or am I going to set, like every rune in my hand and say, you better get lucky and hit the right one?
I think I'm probably setting every rune in my hand at that point, just because this amp up is a thing and that Lycavolt exists. Like, you really have to make your opponent afraid to commit to this thing. Or this exactly what's happening on the screen happens. The Lycavolt hits the board, and it's going to pull another card from MG's hand. So we'll see if MG did even have any other runes to set.
Yeah, we will find out in a minute. And this is the fear, right? Is that this card has we've seen it in the premieres before. We've seen it today. This card is so scary.
It is. I mean, if this thing connects one time, it's enough to win the game, honestly.
It's like Spark It. And as we all know, Spark It was the first card ever banned in Elestrals.
Yeah,
So,
turns out taking cards from your opponent is very strong.
yeah. And also finding out every card that they do have.
There they are. We see Hermes, Twindra, Cyanectar, and Carry Off in hand.
Wow, that's kind of a rough start. I wonder if we should have mulliganed this.
It is, and the Hermes is selected as the discard. So the only playable card other than the draw as of now is Cyanectar on MG's side, which means if Cyanectar plays the if MG plays the Cyanectar right here, that is putting in Elestral on board for the Likeable to connect and maybe rip another card. So
yeah,
this is a tough spot to be in right here for MG.
Yeah, this is super tough, especially if, you know, there's a Gorgon's Gaze. We don't see it, but if there had been one, that would have been extra tough. I wonder if maybe the play would have been to expend, hoping to find another Hermes or a Laurels.
Yeah, or maybe even like a shield or something. I mean, you just got to try to find something that will deal with this Likeable here. But we do see 2 back row sets, so that means the top deck had to have been a Rune, if I'm remembering correctly. The other 2 in hand are the Carry Off Champ and the Twindra.
Yeah, and, you know, it actually might just be okay to make this commitment here because the cards in our hand aren't really doing anything anyway.
That is a very good point. They're kind of just sitting there at this point. We see an Astrabbit hit the board right here, so Cthulhu will be maybe digging for a Thunderstorm or something here. We've already seen 1 Thunderstorm Invoke played as well as the Supercells played, so very good chance that they still have T-Storm combo and with Thunglow later in this one.
Yeah, I think it's very likely, especially because we do see the Supercell on the field that, you know, we can just see the combo come out at any time. We've seen it in the previous games, just how explosive of a play it is.
Yeah, it's pretty good to go into is what it looks like. I believe that was the Lycavolt swing into the Cyanectar. MG will take 1 Spirit of damage right here as we see the Twindra and the Champ Carry Off hitting the field right here.
Yep. And which one would you be taking if it were you?
Oh gosh, Hydrate can ascend from hand. I mean, you have to take the Twindra right here, I believe.
Yeah, I think taking the Twindra here is probably correct, just because, you know, it plays around the immediate threat of Hydrate, right?
Yeah, it turns off. We know MG's most likely on 3, and I believe Cthulhu's a good enough player to know that as well. So playing, not allowing those Hydrate to go off is a pretty good choice right here, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely a consideration to taking the Carry Off, though, because the Carry Off could just recycle the Twindra.
That is very true. Looks like the Rabbit gets in for damage as well, and we see an expend to draw here from MG, so really not looking good in this one. Down 5 spirits already. Not an ideal position to be in.
Not at all. I really think that maybe we could have mulliganed this hand, but, you know, that's kind of the risk that you have to take when you're in a game 3 scenario and your opponent just says, I'm going to full keep. Do you risk mulliganing?
Yeah, it's really tough. I think MG saw the Hermes here and was like, okay, that's enough to get my plays online. I'm going to try to keep it and play through it. Or it could have just been like the first 2 draws were Ascensions and it just looks really bad afterwards. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's very unfortunate for MG that Cthulhu opened the Titanic Strike and just got the perfect counter right away.
Yeah.
See, MG looks like they're going over options here, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're mulling it over. They're checking their spirits, checking their underworld, seeing what they've been through. And as like we were talking about, it's a very toolboxy deck. You got to keep in mind what your options are, what they can be at all times.
For sure. And it looks like we see a re-enchant on the Astrabbit here, which is pretty good in this position. We saw the Cyanectar earlier search a PTA, so we're playing around a PTA by re-enchanting. Maybe there just isn't another Elestral in hand to play, but I really like the re-enchant here.
Yeah, I think the re-enchant here is really strong, but potentially now we can get rid of this Likeavolt with a Laurels, and maybe we can get back into the game.
Ooh, that would be pretty huge here. We'll have to see what happens. There are 3 card set, could be bluffs, who knows?
Yeah, I think it's probably just smart. Oh, is that the shield? That's a shield.
That'll deal with one of them. So we're going to take 5 spirits here in total with the shield, put the Likeavolt back in the hand. Astrabbit on board with 3 back row behind it. If you're Cthulhu, you just have to hope that sticks. Maybe a send over for the Likeavolt next turn, or just continue to apply pressure.
Yeah, I think that, this is just, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And if any deck can get back into it, it is Hermes with the healing. Did we see an expend to draw there, or was that the damage into draw for turn?
I think that was the expend to draw. Yeah, and then play pass back to Cthulhu. We see a fungal hit the board right here. Might be seeing a bluff T-Storm set, and that is exactly what it happens right here. Thunderstorm will take out a back row. That will trigger the Supercell effect to heal 1 and the fungal effect to special cast a Bronto from a hand or deck, I believe.
And then we're burning as well. We see the Pandora's Box get sniped. Definitely not the card that you want to see get sniped if you're MG1.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this works. The Thunderstorm is activated, and then you have to put the Funglo on a new chain, the Funglo effect on a new chain, right? So Pandora's Box is just not activatable at that point.
Yeah, I think that you're not going to be able to get there before it gets destroyed.
And there's another Thunderstorm Supercell, which will trigger itself to heal and trigger the Funglo a second time. This is going to be a burn 2 and swing for 7 if unchecked.
I think that's just game, right?
Yeah, unless there's a Tsunami set, which I believe we haven't seen the PTA that was searched off of the Cynectar previously flipped up just yet, and so you have to assume that set is probably the Poison-Tipped Arrow. And if that's the case, then it looks like that might just be a game here.
Yeah, I think that would be, because we're down to 6 spirits in Spirit deck, and that's 7 on the board. That's just enough to win the game. If that set card is the PTA that we think we know it is, then that should just be lethal.
There it is. Yep, there's the lethal win for Cthulhu right there. What a game. Just showing the power of what this Thunderstorm deck can do. Unfortunate matchup for MG right here, but who knows? We might see MG back here soon in Top Cut. We shall see.
Yeah, we will find out when we get the top 16 results. Cthulhu, once again, making it to the Top Cut of the premieres with their Thunderstorm strategy. Do you think we will see them make it to the finals again?
You know what? I kind of hope so. With what happened in a month or so back, with there being some network issues and whatnot, you really hope that Cthulhu can make their way back to the finals. That would be really cool to see.
Yeah, and with them showing off the power of this Thunderstorm deck, I think if anybody can do it, it is them.
Oh, for sure. And it's so cool to see, like in Elestrals, my favorite thing is seeing like these players who like play one deck and they just perfect that deck. And I feel like that like Cthulhu is like the latest example of that happening. There were people who tried Thunderstorm earlier in Lifestream and didn't have much success with it, even when Nectar of the Gods was legal. But I mean, that was also a much higher powered format, so maybe that's why. But anyways, showing the power of it now, they kept with it this whole time, and it's paying off.
Yeah, exactly. And MG1 is much in the same boat. They're a well-known Hermes player as well. We really had a clash of the Titans, the champions of their decks. But speaking of awesome things, Perky, what was your favorite moment from that match?
I think there was 3 times where we saw double Funglo activation in the same turn to cast double Brontoglow. That's crazy to me. It's just so explosive, and there's not much you can do to come back from that.
Yeah, I think for me, my favorite bit was just seeing the Thunderstorm deck come back from a board state where there were 4 Elestrals staring them down, beating them down, and then all of a sudden they just flip the script, they come back, they break the board, they're burning, and then MG1 came out of nowhere and just turned it around again. That game was insane. That had to be one of the best games that I've seen of Elestrals in so long.
For sure, like seeing all of that flip, and then the hardest send Pentair out of nowhere, just
straight from the top rope. Pentair comes down and it steals the game. It gets shielded, but then the trickery comes out. Oh my god, it's cinema. It's peak cinema.
It is. I did want to ask, with that trickery play, we saw the Pentair being trickeried into the Aviolith. Are you allowed to pay off of the 1 spear off of the Pentair for that trickery?
I don't know. I would have to assume yes, because you're using the spirits that are under it to cast it, but it might have to be enchanted.
That's what I was curious of.
Yeah, I don't have the card text in front of me, but if I would assume that if MG1 didn't do that, there's a reason for it.
Probably not legal if that's the case.
Yeah, I would have to assume that it's not legal if that's the case.
That was a great clash, though. We've had some really good ones today.
Yeah, we've had so many good ones today, and you should share with us what your favorite clash of the day was. Put it on Twitter, put it on Instagram, put it on Facebook if you still use that. Does anybody use Facebook?
There's a couple people.
Yeah, I think so. Our parents, exactly.
Exactly.
But put it on socials and let us know in the comments below what your favorite clash of the day was while we get ready for Top Cut. And I think we're still waiting on the top 16. I don't know. Maybe the voices can inform us.
I'm just super excited to see how these standings turned out. We've seen some really good clashes today. We really haven't seen. I think you saw Dio in your round or in your matchup.
I did.
Without me in the previous one, but I haven't seen Dio myself yet, and so kind of crazy. Maybe we're just trying to show some other unique decks out there, but kind of cool to see that the deck that's been running everything has not been around as much.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Welcome back! Surprise!
Surprise! Yes, I come bearing gifts. So, we have an OP5 reveal to show those of you watching at home.
Oh, what is it? Show me now. Show me right now. I can't wait.
All right.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
I'm not playing. I'm not. It's coming. It's coming. I promise. But I know I'm personally very excited for the Organized Play Tournament Pack Series 5 coming to local game stores. So we've seen a couple of the cards revealed already, and then Cobalt actually showcased a Neblio Champion of Ares on his Twitter earlier, so definitely go check that out too, so you can see that artwork. And I will say the gem frames are just so peak. They are so good.
Have you seen them in person yet?
I have not seen them in person yet. We will see them in person, I think, on the 22nd is when Tournament Pack Series 5 comes to people's LGSs. So make sure you get in there, get in for Sunstrike, get in for the pre-release too. That's going to be fun. It's going to be, May 15th. So on pre-release, you'll be able to get the Tournament Pack 5. So there we go.
That's awesome. I cannot wait to make some bling out some decks that are just only marble frame, only gem frame, so you can kind of show oh, I've done really well in premieres, look at my marble deck, or oh, I run locals, I have this pretty deck. It's so cool that they're doing all of this.
Yep. Yeah. And Zero actually revealed a Brimscale. So now we have Sulfury as the X of 10. We have Brimscale, and then we have Noxid. But let's take a look at what else is coming.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh. What card are you hoping that we reveal? If it could be any card from Sunstrike.
Perky.
That's a question. We're doing Ascensions. I want to see a Neandersloth. I know we just saw Hat reveal the Paleoth as well. Show me a Neandersloth.
Ooh. I think I want Sirikun. Not any of the other ones, just specifically Sirikun.
Just specifically Sirikun.
Somebody's gotta love that little guy.
I mean, yeah, good guesses, but that is not the one we are showing.
Do you know
that's not fair? You know.
Oh,
please welcome. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast. It is Drakid, Champion of Poseidon.
It looks so good!
Oh my god.
Look at his crown!
That's
perfect. It will be available in Tournament Pack 5 at your local game stores. So definitely go check that out. Go sign up for your pre-releases. These gem frames are so good looking. But yeah, this art is crazy.
That's insane.
I don't have the words. These are so awesome. I love that the gems are all colored around their element as well. It's just, it's so perfect.
He kind of looks like a king from Legend.
Yeah, and this is just the kid.
Yeah,
it's the kid. No, this artwork is so good. Honestly, the artist team has crushed it for everything in the past few sets recently. It's been absolutely incredible to see like how good the artwork has been. It's crazy. But I mean, Perky, we were kind of talking about it earlier as well, and you guys actually showcased the Champion of Poseidon matches, and we were saying like, oh, right now Plucky's a searcher, we're waiting for Drakid. But like for Drakid itself, like what do you guys think that the Drakid, and obviously we can touch on the Drakking too, but like what do you think the Drakid is going to do for Poseidon decks coming into Sunstrike?
The main thing is just the consistency. Being able to see your Poseidon when you need it is just, everything. But the fact that it also can special cast another one Spirit, Champion of Poseidon from your deck, you have to take a damage in order to do that. However, I think that can be worth it because there's just so many powerful. You can cast a Champ Galaxy and that might swing the board. There's just a lot of things that you can do with it.
Yeah, just being able to tag out into any of the Champions of Poseidon is really strong, because even if there's not one today that you want to tag into, there could always be one tomorrow. They can always print another Champion of Poseidon that combos well with this Drakid. So even if, it doesn't see the most play right now for that effect, I wouldn't sleep on that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be such a good card. And then we will be having more news regarding Tournament Pack Series 5 in the near future. So make sure you stay tuned to the official Elestrals channels coming in on Tuesday, May 5th for a spotlight update regarding organized play. So it's going to be exciting. So now having seen that, out of the cards revealed from organized play, what's been your favorite so far? I mean, obviously mine's Drakid. So
I'd have to say, mine's got to be the Paleoth so far. It just looks so cool. It's a Kione champ, so that's got to be my number one so far.
I think I'm partial to the Sulfury line. Those cards are so cool. I think that the fire discard stuff is really interesting. It rewards really good technical play, and as someone that likes technical play in this game, that's where I'm leaning.
Trish winning a Sunstrike premiere, coming to a theater near you soon. Whistle Fury, might I add.
Whistle Fury.
I don't know about that. Maybe Trish getting second place at a premiere coming to you.
Okay, that's what we do. I forgot.
Oh,
we only win worlds. We only win worlds.
Yeah. I only win when it matters.
It'd be Sulfury Krakatuga.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. There you go. I can go, Comagma. I can pitch my Smeltung, and I can re-enchant to. And then I'll draw another card, and then I'll draw Krakatuga, and I'll say, Krakatuga, and then I'll play it, and then I'll get excited, and you'll call a judge on me because I can't cast it in the same turn I casted my Commander.
But you'll have fun doing it, and that's what matters.
I'll have so much fun.
That's what matters. That's what Elestrals is all about. But I think Sulfury is definitely going to be like a fun line to play. Like,
yeah.
It just the tech that you can do with it, the new introduction to it, and we've known fire discard is kind of becoming a thing, right? Like with Smeltung introduced in Lifestream and the Hellmelt too. It was very clearly on its way to be a strong synergy, but I feel like this Sulfury line kind of ties it all together into a one big fire discard strategy. So I'm very excited to see how that plays off, and I think that's going to be a honestly kind of expensive deck. And but it gets all your spirits on field anyway, so if you can't stop it, it's gonna hurt. You're gonna get burned, no pun intended.
Yeah. the other piece of that puzzle is the Up in Flames. I think that card is just really crazy in the next set with all of these cards.
Yeah. Especially just being able to discard. What's the second stage? The 2-drop Brimscale. That's the name of it. Just Up in Flames, pitch a Brimscale, and then just cast it over one of your guys. Just sounds so crazy. You're popping an Elestral, you get an Elestral for free. It's just so much value. The value is so good.
And the Brimscale sets up your Underworld because you can send a Sulfury from your deck to your Underworld, and it's a you can. So you do that once a turn. You can fill up your Underworld if it sticks. Get the Sulfuries in there, get them back later with Noxid or Fumarole, and off to the races.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a fun deck. That I think that might be the first deck that I play like at pre-release. So if you're from Chicago, don't watch the stream. Do not listen to what I am saying right now if you're from Chicago. But I might build that for the Chicago pre-release. I might do that.
I feel like you probably should have started with the don't yeah.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get the Hephaestus versus Ares starter deck, and then play Sulfury Krakatuga. Is basically what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Sulfury Krakatuga, featuring Solar.
There you go.
I'm interested. I'm here for it.
There we go. Perfect.
I'm here for it. But no, these have been that last game. Hey, at first I wanted to just come in and brag that like, hey, I got prediction points on board because Pantera hit the field. So I'm just
That is
saying,
Is that the first prediction point of the stream?
I think so. Yeah. I had Pantera Night Venom, and Pantera did hit the board.
So this only counts if our Elestrals hit the board on stream, not just it. I guess we couldn't track it if it was in the whole tournament. Duh.
I mean, we could. It would just take a lot of effort.
Yeah,
it would just take a lot of effort.
Yeah.
But I think that they should do that because I keep losing. I'm really bad at picking cards.
Yeah, same. Apparently, I need to not pick with my heart. That's what I'm seeing here.
No, I say pick with your heart.
Yeah, I think also like after the event, they like go through and see like what, or not after the event, but like they'll go through and like see how many were registered, and then I think it's extra bonus points every time it's played on stream.
Oh, okay, I see.
So
Wait, does that mean that nobody played Exaltus at the last time I did this?
That is probably what that means. Yes,
which was
they did not listen to the world champ.
Yeah, that
more Brummelings? No.
Listen, if people don't listen to the world champ, I don't know.
Nobody listens to me. It's fine. It's fine.
But hey, honestly, I hope we do see a Moss Station. That would actually be kind of cool.
I just want to see the crabs, man. I miss Frostfall.
Because of the crabs, not because of the Morfrost.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Fives era.
Yeah. Oh man, but there's still some round 6 games wrapping up right now, so we'll get the top 16 in squared away. Once that finishes, we'll tally up all the results. Big thanks to our judge team on the back end as well for working hard through all this to make sure everything runs smoothly. So hats off to them. Say thank you, Skyhawk, in chat. And I know next league judge, I'm just giving a hard time.
No, don't say thank you, Skyhawk, because Skyhawk did not answer our very important judge question about the Galaxy.
That's true.
I still don't know.
You still don't. It happened at Worlds too, and
I know he wouldn't answer me at Worlds either. He was sitting right there.
It's incredible.
Maybe one day we'll figure it out. Who knows?
One day we'll figure it out. Trish and I thought it was 2-7. So
yeah,
that sounds right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, because he made a good point. The stats swap, so that means if it was supposed to go minus, it actually goes plus because they swapped. So
yeah. But hey, would that make it a 4-5 because it affects attack? But then the attack is swapped. So which one is the attack? Or does it add to the defense?
Now we need help. We need help on this.
Yeah. Please assist us because we don't know how this works. And does that change if you use a water spirit on the poison tip arrow?
Ooh. Because it's all
it's then water enchanted. So does it flip again?
Yeah. Does it go back?
It flips the stats of the PTA, obviously, because it's water enchanted, right?
Oh, so now it's +2 defense.
Yeah, exactly.
So does that make it a 4-7?
That would make it a 2-9 because you're already swapping the stats, and then because it's water enchanted, it does it again. So now it's 2-9.
Okay. That sounds right.
Yeah.
It all makes sense if you don't think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so going into Top Cut, what do we think we're seeing here? And we know Cthulhu took that last round, so 5-1 is most likely in the top cut. Like you said, coming back, having the comeback story is still alive, as we said earlier. But what else do you think we're going to see? Do you think we'll see some Hermes? Do you think we'll see some Solar? I don't know if a lot of people are on Solar today.
It's weird. Oh, Perky, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I think we're going to see some Hermes for sure. There's going to be some Hermes there. I'm hoping more Frost, but what do you think, Trish?
It's kind of weird, right? Like, I feel like Solar keeps being highly represented, but it doesn't always convert.
Yeah.
And Solar has just always been kind of one of those decks that everyone loves it, but it just doesn't always get there. So I wouldn't be shocked if we find out that it was played a lot today, but didn't really make it. I personally am hoping that we see bear crabs.
Yeah.
Featuring Krakatuga.
Actually,
yeah, bear crabs featuring Krakatuga.
You know, it'd be really interesting because what if we saw one deck from each element in the top 8?
There are 8 elements and 8 spots.
Because Lunar was doing kind of well. From what I remember.
It was.
So there's a chance.
I wonder if that's ever happened. Have we ever had a top cut that's like all 8? There's no way, right?
I don't think so.
That would be so cool.
Then
maybe with splash packages, yeah.
That would make
sense.
sense.
Yeah, if like but like the core strategy of the deck, it's never been top 8. That'd be something interesting to note. Even if it's not this tournament, if it's for the future of like the first date that all 8 elements were represented in a premier top cut.
Oh man, that'd be crazy.
Perfect balance.
Perfect balance. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Yes. Man, that actually has me kind of hyped. I hope it happens
one day. Hey, I think the reason that if it hasn't happened so far would be because of fire and wind, and then those are going to be the next 2 best decks in the next set potentially. So who knows?
Probably at least a month.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny, right? Like every set in the Divine Champions block, it feels like has had the best decks have been the colors of a different set. Like if we're looking at wind and fire for the next set, that's Firestorm, right?
Yep.
And then Lifestream was what? Water Earth?
Which was
Water was pretty good, but Solar,
Solar.
Water was pretty good, but Solar was also really strong. And now Earth is I guess it's Lifestream, so Earth is pretty good right now. But I was thinking that Water and Earth were pretty good during Firestorm, right?
Gosh, I've slept a couple times since then.
I'm trying.
Actually, maybe it was Frost. Maybe it was
back
Frost.
in my day in Firestorm. That's what I'm right now. Wow,
it feels like
Frost
it's been so long. I actually don't remember.
That was Bear Bomb. That was Bear Bomb was a big one there. And,
Bear Bomb was big in Firestorm.
Was in like everything.
Yeah.
Like a Void.
Did you win your premier Perky in Firestorm?
Yeah, mine was Nyx and Mira, Cryoburn, and Firestorm. Yep.
Yeah, so that was like the Frost format, and I would have to assume that we're getting a Frost Lunar set at some point, because we've had, Fire Wind, we've had Water Earth, and we had what was the other one? It was Solar
Thunder.
What it was Solar Thunder, right? Yeah. So all that leaves is Frost and Lunar. So if there is a time, that means that it can't be during the Frost Lunar set. If we ever get that, it'll be during the next set.
Yeah. So we got a while before it happens.
Yeah. So Sunstrike is Lunar's time.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Let's go. At first, Perker was like, "Yeah, it's not gonna happen." Trish was like, "Yeah, Lunar's time is in Sunstrike." Yeah.
Woo. Yeah. Woo! Let's go.
Awesome, Ectopossum, they could carry on their own.
Yeah. Okay, so speaking of that, which do we think would top before the other? Hypnosum, Ectopossum, or Lumavale?
Perky, what do you think?
I think Hypnosum Ectopossum will top first because I think there's going to be a really crazy Lumavale deck that's going to take some time to find.
Yeah, I can see
Whereas
that.
like Hypnosum is just like it's just good. Like you can just play it and it's just good, right?
Yeah,
Well,
basically.
darn, I was hoping you were going to say Lumavale because I wanted to say the Hypnosum stuff, but now I have to say the other. It's gonna be Lumavale, and it's gonna be me. I'm gonna make it happen just to prove you wrong.
Let's do it.
Oh man, we can figure that out. Like Perky said, it's going to take some time, but we've had some time with the Sunstrike card, so maybe someone's been cooking behind the scenes and we don't know it just yet. So, but speaking of cooking up behind the scenes, our team is working hard on tallying their results. They should be in momentarily. I believe the last round of clashes just finished up. So we'll be looking at what our top cut looks like in the top 16 rankings. Remember, top 16 prizing is going to be that Imperial playmat and the top 16 Imperial Champion of Hera card that is going to be coming in with that. So I mean, hey, if you make top 16, you're still getting some pretty cool stuff. That playmat, we saw it in the first round as a good looking playmat, and the card itself is just gorgeous.
Yeah, it just looks so good, and you know, curse you PK for taking it from me. But man, this is your incentive to go and play in the premieres because you get such cool prizing.
Yeah, and these have come, not that they've come a long way, but like even just something as small as moving the top 16 in the champ from the bottom corner to like the middle on the bottom looks so nice.
Oh, that happened for the serialized stellars too. Mm-hmm. Like it's in the middle. Like, man, I feel like every time I see it, it just looks better.
It's so nice. It sticks out. It's like, hey, I am the champ, or you know, I did this. Like, it's so cool. I love it.
It's also kind of like in the perfect spot too, because like on like the regular cards, that's like where the rarity is. Like that line is where the rarity is. So now it's saying like this is the rarity of rank that you finished in a tournament, which is really cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like champion rare.
Yeah, this is a champion rare Celestlio. And speaking of champions, we have our top cut ready, so we'll be looking to see who's going to be fighting for that champion spot. Let's take a look and see what our top 16 casters are. And there it is. We have our undefeated in the Swiss rounds, and that is Shadowstorm coming in at 6-0.
Yeah, and we have Y Rebellion in second place as well. So I would have to assume that's Hermes, but we know that there's at least one Hermes in the top cut because it does look like MG1 managed to squeeze in at 8th place.
Yeah,
okay, so maybe no main top each element, but we'll get there one day. The dream still lives on. But no, congrats to these casters as well. Perky, anyone standing out to you in this top 8 who will be seeing momentarily?
We just saw number 4 and number 6 there just a couple premieres ago play in the finals. Will we be seeing a repeat of that? Astronite and Cthulhu both made it.
Yeah, with how the bracket is shaping out, are they going to play each other? I don't think so, right? They're on the opposite side of the bracket.
Oh, that's yeah, there we go.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
wow.
There we go.
They knew. I think we could see them in the finals again with how this bracket's shaping out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Spicy Sausage is playing as well. Very, very big name. Won a premiere right before Worlds, I believe.
Yes.
Or maybe 2 before Worlds. So there's a lot of big names in this one.
With the OG Foamy.
Yeah.
OG
Foamy.
Yeah, this is a pretty stacked top cut. Well, Bobfish is someone to watch out for as well.
Yeah, I think there's someone who has been in the top 16 like quite a bit. Like their name is very familiar. They might have actually been in a couple top 8s too throughout the Lifestream premieres. But I mean, yeah, definitely one to look out for. So these are your top 8 in the final Lifestream premiere of the Elestrals 2027 championship season. This is going to be exciting to see. And Man, out of these matchups, this is hard to pick, so I'm going to put you guys on the spot here. Out of these matchups, what match do you guys want to see?
I want to see Spicy Sausages deck.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I want to see Spicy's deck. I want to see what Kryber's on. I want to see what Shadowstorm went undefeated with. There's a lot of stuff I want to see in this one. It's hard to pick one.
Yeah, I had to put you guys on the spot. Sorry, but I mean, it's safe to predict, right? Like we know MG1's on Hermes. We saw it in the last round. We can only assume that Y Rebellion, just of the notable player that he is going to be on Hermes, unless he switched it up and is just catching everyone by surprise, and everyone's just like, "Whoa, you're not on Hermes!" Like. So it could be one of those mind games where it's like, yeah, the Hermes player on Hermes, and then all of a sudden you see Demeter coming down, and you're just like, whoa. But we know Cthulhu's on Brontiglow as well, so this is going to be a fantastic top cut.
Yeah, how this is played out too. We could see a rematch of MG and Cthulhu. They played in our last round. We could see a rematch of them in the finals. I'm excited to see who makes it out in the last premiere here.
Yeah, who will claim that title of the final Lifestream champion? That's a pretty honorable title to hold.
Yeah, I think we're getting confirmation on, or we're maybe getting confirmation on who our feature match is.
Ooh, that's going to be exciting. And it's, yeah.
Yeah, I think we will be seeing the Spicy Sausage Astronites matchup, which I don't think we've seen either of them on stream today.
No,
we have not, but two really big names, so they'll give us a good match for sure.
Yeah, that's a top cut match if I've ever seen one, right?
Starting off top cut, right? I mean, man, all these games that we've been seeing today have been like wild.
Yeah, there've been really good ones today for sure.
It's great to just see strong players playing at their best, competing for the titles, and just putting on a great show for us. That's why we have the feature matches.
Yeah. And speaking of our top cut, it looks like they're going to be getting ready to get things underway. So they're going to be getting set up, but we're going to take a quick break here. Make sure you guys at home follow Elestrals on socials, so that way you can see all the clips from today as they get posted up. And thank you guys for hanging out with us so far. Go get some water, go get a snack, because we are in for one heck of a top 8 for the final Lifestream premiere of Elestrals Championship season. Welcome back to the final Lifestream premiere of the Elestrals Championship season. We are in the top 8. Man, this has been a great day of clashes, and I am very excited to see this top 8 matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We've got two really good players here. Spicy Sausage and Astros Knight, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, we've seen both of these names. They both won premieres in the past. Going to be a really good one here.
Yeah, this is going to be so good. So we've seen Spicy Sausage prior winning on the Aphoros foamy combo that they've put together, and then we've seen Astronauts win the first premiere of this season. So two very notable names coming in to this top 8. This is going to be such a good clash, and I don't think we actually know. We haven't seen either of these players on main stage today, so we have no idea what they're going to be rocking with for this matchup. So I'm very excited to see what decks these casters were using to get to the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options, like I was talking about earlier. There's a lot of different things you can be playing right now, and a lot of different things you can do well with. So yeah, I mean, we're in for a treat here in the top 8 round of the last Lifestream premiere.
Yeah, this is going to be so good. The players are getting ready to start their match, so we'll be going in it momentarily, but it's been a really good day so far. I'm trying to think what we've seen throughout the entire day. We saw Champions of Poseidon, we saw Moose, of course, we saw Hermes, we saw the Zeus combo from 6. That was very entertaining. We've seen Wasp Ivy come out as well. So I feel like we've kind of seen like a pretty good amount of decks throughout the day so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of different decks and stuff that you might not necessarily expect. I mean, I was not expecting to see a Thunder Nexus today, but hey, here we are, and it was awesome. So
yeah, absolutely. So we have, as we mentioned, Astronauts versus Spicy Sausage. Read off Astronauts' accolades here. He's a pretty talented player.
Yeah, so as you remember from just a couple of premieres ago, Astros Knight was our champion. So 2026 Premier Champion. Back in 2025, Astros had a Premier runner-up, and then there's been a couple Premier top 16s from back then as well. So really accomplished player here.
Yeah, and then Spicy Sausage, kind of similar boat. Premier Champion from just a couple months ago, right before Worlds, and then also top 4 and top 8. So these two players not shy to the main stage at all. So I'm sure we are in it for one heck of a clash with these two players. It looks like their cards are ready to go. So we'll be jumping in momentarily. And I mean, we can see it on the little preview that's going to be coming up. It's that champion playmat. Man, it just looks so good.
Yeah, shout out to the team. That was one of the coolest changes made to this season. Giving your champion and your top 16 performers a playmat is awesome. And this Celestial Ares looks so good right here.
Yeah, and so far only 2 people have this playmat. So, and today we will find out who a third one will be. And they'll also kind of get to wear that crown of final Lifestream Premier Champion of the format, which is honestly, again, it's a pretty cool title to have. You can be like, yeah, I won the last tournament of this format, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Looks like we are about to start right here. Astros will be going first in this clash.
There it is in all of its glory. That is such a good looking playmat.
But honestly, though, the full moon one is so good too.
It is. It is.
The classic solar versus lunar matchup based off playmats right here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's any foretelling of the decks here, but it looks like there is going to be a mulligan from Spicy Sausage.
It is an early mulligan, and I can't tell with the glare. It looks like a Lycris and maybe a Zaptor Full Art World Spirits, if I can see correctly. So maybe that's Champions of Zeus. Hey, is it time? Is it time?
It could be. Yeah, I can't tell if that's a Lycris or an Owloon. I thought it might have looked like an Owloon, but I'm not too sure. I think the top one's a Zaptor, though.
Yeah. Either way, we will be seeing a cool top 8 list here, so I'm excited to see what we get.
Yeah, so both these casters 5-1, and oh, another mulligan.
Oof. That is not an ideal position to start if you're spicy here, but just knowing that, you know, your current hand, even though you mulliganed once already, is not enough to cut it. I think it is probably smart to go back and mulligan the second time. You just have to hope that this hand is enough to get you where you want to go.
Yeah, and if it is a Champion of Zeus list and you have the Voltempest, then you're probably looking to start with a Champion of Zeus in your hand. So if that's not what Spicy Sausage has and that's the deck he's on, then it makes sense to like kind of keep going until you get a comfortable starting hand.
For sure. And I think, I mean, if you're sitting across the table from Spicy or Astro's in this position, I think you're pretty content with the start of this one. As we see Astro play a Cyprong right here in defense, we'll be able to search. So we have another, I almost said Demeter, we have another Dionysus deck right here. And if I remember correctly, this is what Astros used to win this playmat a couple premieres ago.
I believe so, yes. It was a Dionysus list. So we see the Cyprong coming out. Honestly, like when I'm playing Dionysus, I love this play first turn. Is like get the Cyprong out, get the Dionysus. Getting the Cyprong in defense too. It's a great defender in the current meta because a lot of things are mostly 4s. Like we're seeing Cyan Nectar, we're seeing I just blanked on it. I forgot where I was going with that. I completely slipped my mind. But there are good 4s that are kind of in there. So having that defense going down, and that's a Laurels to come out.
Yeah, it's very good. There are a decent amount of 4-attack Elestrals. Oh, we see a Nobby here. Okay, so you were right. That definitely was an Owloon earlier. So I am sad that my prediction is not coming true.
Are we about to see Folklorics?
Oh, we might. We see Nobby hit the board, and Nobby just swinging for 1. And we see there's a Madness to Daze, switch the position of the Nobby, and enchant the Dionysus here.
That honestly, that's a pretty valuable Madness there from Astros.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think this leading off with like, okay, I will just say like Dio going first Dionysus is such like a good deck just because there's so many pieces that you want. Like you can play your Cyprong, get the Dionysus, get set up that way. The Cyan Nectar to search the poison tipped arrow, get set up that way. Like there's just so many good cards going first in Dionysus.
Yep. So we see a Daze, expend to draw, and pass. And we'll see another Nobby.
Wow. Second Nobby right here from Spicy. I mean, there's some good good pressure being put on the board right here, and that's what you want after a double mulligan here, as we see a Lunar Eclipse hitting the board right here, and there are 2 Lunar Elestrals, so that will be able to target both back row and try to destroy them.
Yeah, if Astro Knights has anything to stop the attack, yeah, there's the Madness. It's gonna he's gonna pay off the Dionysus, daze the Nobby, switch it to defense, and then re-enchant 2 Dionysus.
Yeah, and I believe on the previous turn as well, the Dio... Oh, it's a double Madness here?
That's a Poison Nectar.
Oh, it's a Nectar. Oh, wow. Chaining both back row here. Okay, so that's a burn 2 and a discard from Spicy Sausage.
Yep. But he had no cards left in hand, so...
Okay, so just a burn 2, but that's still pretty
solid.
solid.
No, he did. Doppelgator.
Oh, and the Gator. Okay, that is pretty big, having double Nobby on the field.
Yep. Oh, that's a Drataya.
Okay, we're seeing the Drataya hit the board here. So there is a Dionysus able to enrage this Drataya, which will allow it to ascend right away. It gets gazed. Okay. The Drataya also gets to daze an Elestral when it's cast. So I believe that's what the marker on the first Nobby is.
Yep.
So yeah, the Gorgon's Gaze pretty big here, stopping the Ascension.
Yeah, that's huge to go through. Oh, and a Dionysus to, I would imagine, daze the other Nobby.
Yeah, so it looks like this Drataya might just stick around just because of the Dionysus dazing everything here.
Ooh, the Ascension into Champion, like a Void, escaped from Tartarus.
That is an insane top deck that most of the time you don't want to see, but in exactly this scenario, you love to see that.
In exactly the scenario, that is perfectly okay. So we see the Like Void on field. Astro Knights has to get something here to deal with this Like Void.
Yeah, this is not a great spot for Astro's Knight to be in. A 6/5 Like Void and a Nobby with a back row right here. We will see an Elestral hit the board. That is a Sprouter champ. Sprouter Champ.
No response on cast.
Yeah, looks like no response. We will go ahead with Sprouter Champ Nexus, and that will allow us to search for either a Dionysus Madness or a Champ of Dionysus right here. And it looks like that might be another Madness, I believe.
That is the Madness, which I think is actually the third Madness.
Yeah, I believe so, and that will hopefully allow Astro's Knight to have the Sprouter live another turn. That can stop the Lyca Void from swinging over. The Nabi can't get over on its own unless it gets a little bit of help.
Yeah, if you're a Spicy Sausage and you have Temple of the Moon in your deck, now is the time that you want to see it.
Is very true. We do see the back row set, presumably the Madness that we saw search that turn. And it looks like one of the Dios also dazed the Lyca Void.
Yes.
As well. So, okay. So the Madness is extra protection right here. As we see a Sign Nectar Champ hit the board, we'll be able to search for a poisoned card here.
Yeah. Poison. I would imagine Poison Tipped Arrow. If it's Artemis Arrow, then Nabi can hit over.
Either can hit over. Yeah, Poison PTA Artemis Arrow actually does a lot of work right here. It looks like that is the option because we know that there's most likely a Madness set that can stop one attack. However, the other Elestral will be able to get through the Sprouter. Doesn't look like... Oh, Astros has 2 cards in hand. Okay. So might have some play on the follow-up turn.
Yeah. Now, if you're Spicy Sausage in this situation, do you bait out the Madness with the Nabi? And so it looks like exactly what he's doing.
I think I don't think I care if I'm Astro's Knight here because we saw the Doppelganger. If I'm not mistaken, didn't it get sent to the Underworld earlier?
It did, unless he's somehow on 2 and wants to take that risk.
That is very possible. So it looks like it is cleared here.
He just kind of like, no, it's an Underworld.
Yeah, so it looks like they are only on 1 Doppelganger. So the Nabi will clear and the Sign Nectar will swing for 1 damage right here.
And this is getting down to the wire. I mean, in terms of like total spirits, including spirits on... Oh my goodness, that is a huge play. The Hopperoo.
Hopperoo is pretty solid right here. It doesn't solve all of your problems, but that Ambrosia will definitely help. Yeah.
And I mean, getting the chip in damage, the Foretell. I mean, you probably have to daze here. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, up on spirits right here, Spicy is completely fine to just take this right here. The Foretell is going to show us the Dio, the Poison Nectar, and the Earthquake. So that's what you want to see if you're Astros.
Wow.
Yeah, up 6 spirits as well. I think you grab the Earthquake, and then you probably stack the Poison Nectar on the top with Spicy being so low here. But Spicy most likely will be able to clear this Hopperoo on this next turn. Just don't know if they'll be able to do enough damage before Astros takes over.
Yeah, because we know the Madness is set. So we know that that's there.
Yeah, see, I think there should have probably been 1 Dionysus Disenchant to daze the Lyca Void potentially. That way... I mean, you're just up on so many spirits, it might not even matter, though.
Yeah, so it looks like the attack with Nabi is going in here. And Astronight's trying to think of what to do. I mean, do you think there's a reason where Astronight's wouldn't have days? Like, is there a specific reason why he might not have opted to do that?
There might be something I'm not thinking of, but you only need 1 Dionysus to be enchanted for some of the Dionysus counter runes like the Poison Nectar, like the Nectar of the Gods. Also, I don't know, maybe they have like a Sprouter Champ in the hand and they want to be able to re-enchant with the Madness and then Nexus flip the Spirit over the other one to keep them up. That way, they can be re-enchanted with Well, all 3 Madness are gone now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like we did see the Hopperoo was cleared. Earthquake hits the board here, taking out the Lyca Void.
Yeah, and he reached for the back row. I really thought we were about to see Rise from the Shadows hit there.
That would be crazy. Looks like there is a daze on the Nabi, and then is that an expended draw?
That was an expended draw.
Okay, so we know there was a draw for turn, which would have been either the Dionysus or the Poison Nectar. So now we know Astro's Knight has the second one as well. So we know the set is still the Madness, correct? So we know everything on Astro's side here.
The set is the Poison Nectar, I believe. The
Oh,
madness
okay.
was used onto the Like a Void, yeah.
That's right. Thanks for correcting that. So there is one unknown in hand here.
Mm-hmm. This is such a again, back to the close games within one spirit in spirit decks. And if you're Spicy Sausage and you know that Poison Nectar's there, you can't really play anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down to 2 spirits, but you're just cutting it really close at that point. You have to hope they don't see the second. I mean, if they see the second one, it'll just do enough to win. I don't know. Maybe you can play another Elestral here, do a couple chip damage with the Navi being Daze, and then you just have to hope they don't draw into the second Poison Nectar.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens here. Looks like Spicy is thinking about options right here. 4 to 3 in the spirit deck.
It's definitely a playable card that he has in hand because he's very much contemplating on what to do here, trying to figure out his path to success here. We know that if the Poison Nectar's played, the card in hand is gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough spot to be in if you're Spicy Sausage here. I mean, this is another close one. I love how we're getting all these close games today. I don't know. We got to see what happens here.
Yeah, this is honest. That Hopperoo Foretell was wild. That was such a good Foretell.
Yeah, kind of. I think Spicy was just so far ahead, and then that Foretell kind of brought Astros back into this one. But let me see here. Was it an
Ascension into a Werepup?
Interesting. Okay, so Werepup effect will activate here.
Or does he not declare effect? No declare effect. That puts Astros down to 1 spirit.
1 spirit. We got the double Dio on board as well. We know the burn Poison Nectar is set. Yeah, I like this play from Spicy here to just go. I think at this point you just have to go all out and do as much damage as you can and try not to let them, do anything. I think taking them down to 1 spirit was the correct call here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just get as much damage as you possibly can in this situation. It also depends on what the back row is as well.
Yeah. And this is all after a double mulligan on Spicy's side, so some very good plays from Spicy in this one.
Yeah, to be down 4 spirits and be able to make the game this close.
Yeah, I think that really shows, don't be afraid to mulligan. That's something I want to hammer home because I've always been afraid of it myself. So,
yeah, it never feels good going down spirits right away, but sometimes to get the better hand, that might be better. And a pass.
A pass right here, straight to battle phase. I think that is the correct call right here. Yep, that will. So Spicy will take game 1 right here with that one. We know the Astro had the Poison Nectar set. That would have taken Spicy down to 0. Spicy still would have been able to swing for game on that turn. So some pretty good plays from both sides here. Super close one in this one. Hopefully the next one is just as close.
Yeah, a great first game. And like you mentioned, the double, even despite the double mulligan, was still able to come out on top in that game. And we saw some really good play. The Doppelganger getting hit from hand. You saw Spicy Sasha in the middle. He was like, no, it's in Underworld. So it's really, really interesting to see how these players kind of play around that and think that heads up play to kind of recognize from Astros night as well, to remember that, hey, your Doppelganger's in Underworld. I could take this Navi hit and just bank on the chance that you just don't have another Doppelganger, and that's what happens. Sometimes you have to play the gamble to make the right call for the long term of the game, because you realize okay, look, if he has Doppelganger, there's probably a good chance I'm losing this. If he doesn't, then I'm in an okay spot, so I might as well just take that risk, and that risk almost paid off for Astros.
For sure. I mean, it was all brought back. Astros was completely brought back into the game by that Hopperoo, seeing the Earthquake, seeing the Poison Nectar. If there was just one more Poison Nectar in there, this game would have went a whole different way.
Yeah. Because the Foretell was Poison Nectar, Dionysus, and an Earthquake. All 3 hits for Hopperoo, because it's just to add an Earth card to the hand. And honestly, seeing the Earthquake with the Like a Void on field, because I think if that Earthquake wasn't there, even if those other 2 cards were there, I think Astros Knight definitely, his chances to win that game go way down.
Yeah, that Hopper is definitely mandatory there. I'm interested to see what these casters bring in out of the side here. I don't know. What do you think comes in on Spicy side? They're on a lunar package, playing against Dio. Probably going second here, so maybe not Pandora's Box, but also maybe Pandora's Box because Dio searches a lot.
Dio, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, you have the Sprouter to search. You have the Cyprong to search for the Dionysus. You have the Cyanectar to search for poisoned cards. Knowing poison nectars in the deck, if you do have P-Box, maybe that's something you find valuable to side in. You'd rather poison Pandora's Box than burn 2 and then also discard a card. So there's situations where I could see both kind of being in favor of Spicy Sausage. We hadn't really seen too much. I don't think there was any wind, so I don't think we're seeing full Gorix. But there was some thunder in there, so I'm very curious if it's like kind of like you mentioned, like when you play Frost, you have a Thunderstorm tech in, so I'm wondering if that's like in addition there for back row removal. So we'll have to see here.
Yeah, that could also be like Astrabbit, maybe I don't know, maybe some of these. This is kind of reminiscent of like the Moonrise Firestorm decks that were like kind of the lunar aggro style decks. And I remember back then some of them were playing Zeus even to allow their guys to get over rabbits and whatnot in battle. So could also mean there's Zeus in here potentially, but looks like we're seeing another early mulligan from Spicy here.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, we saw it last game. Spicy was able to come back and play pretty well, manage the spirits well. Spirit math is always a difficult thing to get right, and Spicy handled it very well in that first game. And it looks like they will be keeping this hand, so we'll see the play come out here for turn 1. And it's going to be a Drataya.
Drataya instantly playing the Dionysus as well. That will allow the Drataya to be enraged and get its effect to ascend into the Lotagon here. I wonder which Lotagon we're actually going to go into here. That is the champ one.
That is the champ Lotagon. I don't mind this play. I think it feels bad not to get that like extra like backer removal, but at the same time, there's no way they can stop this. So you just have a big body on board like that. That's not a bad turn 1.
Yeah, and I mean, there's ways that you can enrage this thing on follow-up turns as well, assuming that it sticks in order to get the back row effect to pop as well. So
yep.
Not a terrible turn 1 play. You also see the back row set, maybe a little bit of protection, not that 8 attack necessarily needs that. But we will see a Werepup played right here from Spicy.
Yeah, and it looks like no response to there. So we did see the lunar eclipse last game, and that's full moon.
That is the full moon. Interesting choice right here. I would think, I mean, my instant assumption would be that the lunar eclipse, and it might be in hand, who knows, but it also might not be worth it here just because you know you can't clear the Lotagon even if you go lunar eclipse into the back row here. So maybe it's just setting up for a turn down the line here.
Yeah, and that's a set 4. Okay, now I'm seeing it. It's to have the mind games of like, all right, you have back row removal. What do you want to take?
Ooh, that's a tough Cryoblast, most likely coming in from the side right here. That will just take the Werepup out. I will say I do like the play from Spicy. Get the full moon and set it, with 3 others and try to force it behind. We see a Rise.
The Rise from the Shadows. See, now that's where the mulligan is okay. You have the lunar in Underworld because when you play Rise from the Shadows.
Second Cryoblast, taking out the pup again. Will we see second Rise from the Shadows?
Wow.
What a keep from Astro here. Double Cryoblast is like backbreaking in this position. We will see Disenchant from Dionysus right here. That will enrage the Lotagon, most likely. Lotagon effect to destroy one of the back row.
And let's see which one is it going to be. I mean, now the full moon, unless there's another Werepup in hand. Oh, it just eats the Gorgons. Interesting.
Yeah, Hopper really good. I mean, you don't even care about the effect. I mean, obviously you're already attacking directly here, but I think the foretell and the add here is so valuable at this point. You're already up with on tempo here. See Dio.
Wow.
Yeah. and adds, was that the Drataya, I believe?
Yeah, it did add the Drataya there.
A lot of these Dio lists do like playing multiple Lotagon as well. So I do like getting the second Drataya here, and we also saw a Dio in that Foretell. So even if you get rid of this first Dionysus with this first Lotagon effect, you still will be able to ascend into another one on a follow-up turn.
I was wondering why the Gorgons wasn't chained on the pop. That is why, because of the Shield of Achilles.
Yeah, it also, the Gorgons, it would have been the same amount of damage either way, because they're gonna swing with 2 with a lot of them. So just saving a little bit of time as we see Nabi hit the board right here.
Ooh. And I think the other card that was foretold, it was the Poison Nectar, the Dionysus, and the Drataya.
Okay.
And did take the Drataya, so the Madness is going to come out to daze that Nabi and switch it to defense.
Yeah, and that was chained to the Lunar Eclipse activation as well. So good play by Astro Knight there, getting the 2 spirits out of Spicy, and then just using the Madness anyways to go ahead and daze and change the 1 defense Nabi to defense. And we know the Drataya is in hand. The Dio gets another spirit enchanted from Madness. Yeah, there's a lot going right for Astro's Knight here in this game too.
Yeah, let's see if Spicy Sausage has a response here. Does not look like it. And going back into the deck, so we know 1 Latagon's in hand. Here comes the second one.
Yeah, and this one will instantly be enraged right away, so it will be able to take out one of those other back row. We still have not seen the full moon be played, so we know the full moon from Spicy's first turn is still most likely in the back row. Hopperoo is still pretty good here too. Hopperoo can actually clear the Nabi and you can get in for more damage, but we will see the Lotagon effect first. And that looks like a full moon.
It was interesting because part of me wonders, do you do full moon? Well, no, Nabi's in defense. I was going to say, do you do full moon so the Lotagon has to hit over the Nabi?
Yeah, it looks like we see a Hopperoo attack right here. That'll add the Cyprong Champ to hand, PTA and Gaze stacked on top right here. Interesting decision. Looks like the Lotagon will take out the Nabi, so opting to get the Foretell instead of doing an extra damage, probably a pretty smart play right there.
Yeah, kind of. He already had all the cards from before, so kind of getting that extra insight on what you have coming through is pretty big. And there's the Poison Nectar coming down, the burn to...
Yeah, that's in draw phase as well, and
that was the only card that Spicy Sausage had in hand.
Yeah, and then Spicy goes with an expended draw right there. So another great play by Astra right there, taking away the only piece that your opponent has to play with. Pretty good play right there.
Man, this is a difficult situation for Spicy Sausage to come back in. I don't know if there's a specific line here that would work for Spicy Sausage to be able to come back from this with what the current board state for Astros is.
They'd have to have something like Navi and Temple in hand, I believe. That might do it. Navi can clear the Hopperoo effect, ascend. The Doppelganger would be a 7, the Lotagon would be a 6. I think something like that might be the only play, but Spicy only has 1 card in hand from the draw, so that's obviously not possible.
Yeah, and the card I think that was discarded from the Poison Nectar was the Lycovoid Champion of Artemis Escape from Tartarus. So if that's your top deck and that's kind of what ended up going to Underworld, maybe that doesn't feel as bad with the current game state, because at this point you're kind of in we're arguably a dead draw spot for a 2-drop. And it's not big enough to clear the Lotagon out. So probably not as super feels bad.
Yeah, that one's probably fine. I think Astro, that play with the Poison Nectar in the draw phase is just really good. You're forcing your opponent to expend when they're already on lower spirits than you. And then they're going to follow up, take more damage here. So it looks like we're at 8 spirits to 5 on Spicy's side at this point. It's like Astro's trying to figure out what play they want to go with.
Yeah, if you don't have another Elestral in hand, it's hard to see what you want to do at this point. I wouldn't think, even if you're up this much, I don't know if expend to draw could be. I mean, you probably could. It's probably fine, because even if Latagon does get outed, when it gets destroyed, you search for an Ambrosia, so maybe it doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I think you might be afraid of like a shield here. However, I mean, you could disenchant off the Dionysus, but it looks like Astro wants to keep the Dio up, which makes sense with all of Dio's counter runes and them having to see the Divine up on board. So I could see not wanting to enrage the Lotagon for a back row pop here, but I'm just curious as to what those back row are on Spicy's side.
Yeah, because we know the full moon is out, and then the most recent one was from the expend to draw from the previous turn. So there are 2 unknown back row on Spicy Sausage's side.
Yeah, and I believe looks like okay, we are just still mulling over plays right here, getting a spirit count from Spicy. Looks like, I mean, Astro's in control of this game too right here, so we might be getting to a game 3 here soon. We shall see.
Yeah, I don't like there, because if Astros doesn't play anything and just goes for the expense to draw, Spicy's going down to 2 spirits. And unless you, like you said, if you draw the Nabi, then maybe there's an opportunity because we haven't seen Doppelganger yet. But you're only on 2 spirits. So Astros would need to have a back row in order to stop the Nabi, because it would go Nabi -2, which puts the Letagon to a 6. And then you punch over the Hopperoo, Nabi effect to ascend. There's exactly enough spirits to be able to get the Doppelganger out, and there's a side prong coming down there. So this might be the game here, I think, unless there's a back row that stops an attack.
Side prong is pretty good. Just any Elestral here to get another damage. I definitely think you were right on that play. I always seem to forget about the Nabi effect itself. So yeah, it looked like, unfortunately for Spicy, didn't have one, but a Nabi would have done a lot of work right here.
Yeah, because Doppelganger, Nabi would bring it down to a 6. Doppelganger would bring it down to a 4, which would be enough to hit over it.
Yeah, we're just going to instantly go ahead and play a Dio for 1 and then use it. Looks like that's another full moon. Interesting. So this is kind of what I was saying earlier. Earlier in the tournament, we saw someone that was kind of using full moon as like a battle trick. I think it was like Adam in round 3, I want to say, with a temple up, use it to force the opponent to crash. And maybe that's kind of a similar theory with what Spicy's going for here.
Could be. And that draw, is it going to be anything with 1 spirit left? Checking. Yeah, and it looks like that's a scoop. Yep, there it is. We're going to be going to game 3. Whew.
Okay, really, I mean, that one wasn't as close here, but looks like there might have been some questions in that one, so they had a little bit of time added as well right there.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a slip there where one of the cards like kind of flipped from the top of the deck, but it wasn't really visible. So I think the judges were just trying to figure out what was happening there. So we are going to have 3 extra minutes added to the timer for the round, just kind of based on that while they were figuring things out. But it didn't seem like anything was too crazy there. I don't think anything was revealed in that situation. The game was pretty close to over as well. So good to see that the integrity of the game was held up, and hats off to the judges for being on top of that and communicating with the players as well. So we're going to be heading to game 3, and we haven't seen too much from Spicy Sausage in terms of anything extra. We've seen the Like a Void, Champion of Artemis, Escape from Tartarus, but we've also seen the 1 Doppelganger. It could just be, like you mentioned, Adam played a full moon battle trick type style. Do we think that's potentially what Spicy is in a similar boat on? Just kind of based on that. If so, how does he handle this Letagon without sticking an obby?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot to be in. However, there are things that do it. I mean, you talked about the Nabi combo. We haven't seen a Jolton or a Temple from Spicy in this one either. So, there's something there, but man, Astro, that turn 1 Lotagon actually did some work, and then just allowing himself to get to into a second one later. That's just some really good plays on their side.
Yeah, like I said, that was like seeing that turn 1 play. You're not mad about that at all. Getting a big body on board, 8 attacker, and I thought we were about to see something really cool. Oh, Were Pup. Oh, he got the right, and then boom, second Cry Blast comes down like that.
Yeah, that's a
nothing
crazy.
you can really do there.
I'm wondering if both of those were in the opening hand. Keeping double Cryoblast like that, knowing that you're playing against Nabi Werepup, pretty smart play on Astro's side.
Yeah, if that was opening hand, that's an instant snap. Like, yeah, I'm keeping this hand. I can stop anything my opponent does right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I believe Spicy is going first in this game 3, maybe? We'll see a mulligan from Astro here, though.
How the tables have turned.
Spicy probably just happy that they're getting a hand where they don't actually have to send it back.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, now I get to keep this hand and you're going to mulligan.
Probably a pretty good choice by Astros here. I think the players have started to figure out that... Oh, as an Ambrose slips out right there, we'll get that back in there. Players have started to figure out, like, you know, what we shouldn't be keeping and that kind of thing. So, got some smart players here today.
Yeah, I feel like if you're on Dionysus going second, like, starting off with some, like, you want to, ideally, you want to see Cyprong, right? Because if they can't stop the Cyprong search, if you have a big guy on board, Cyprong's going to be able to take care of that. So, there it is. You said it.
Of the Devil, there is the Jolton from earlier. So most likely going to be seeing a Temple of the Moon here, which I know makes you a little bit excited, doesn't it?
Oh, of course. Can't wait for the full art Stellar Stadiums coming from the event packs as well.
They're going to be so nice. This Temple, I think, is most likely... I mean, every time we've seen a stadium today, it's played a pretty big role in the clash. So Temple does hit the board here early with no Lunar Spirits on board, so that might telegraph a potential full moon or an Altar of Stars set right there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Set full moon with Temple on the board feels pretty good right now. And there's a Cyanectar champ, which if Astronauts isn't running any Artemis arrows, then Spicy knows, and it's going to be a regular PTA. So knowing that, how do you think Spicy has the best opportunity to play around this?
I'm thinking here Spicy is really hoping that Astros just tries to take this crash right here, because if that is a full moon set, that is going to be devastating.
Yeah. We'll see how many back row is going to be set here, or if it's just going to be the one. Looks like we do have 2 going down, and just the pass, so no crash.
Interesting choice right there. Probably the correct choice, even if you don't know what that is. As we see a Spectaris hit the board. Spec is really good right here. Poison tipped arrow. To be expected. That'll take the Spectaris down to a 2 attack. It will get 1 attack from the Temple, so it is a 3 currently.
Yep, and then if it enters battle with the Cyanectar, it would be a 4 as a suppress, so they would crash. Unless there is a set full moon here, and then it could buff up Spectaris even further. But then it's PTA'd, so you probably don't want to risk adding too many spirits to it.
Yeah, I think at that point you'd probably just swing with the Jolton, and in the battle step you would flip the PTA, put the spirits on it, because you know you're keeping that around. But I also don't know if you really would want to do that proactively here unless you have another back row to protect.
Yeah, you kind of want to keep that as an option here, and it looks like Spectaris might be going in for the attack here, and it will, and that will be the crash. So taking that and then getting the Jolton hit in for 1.
Yep, this is a pretty good spot right here on spot to be in on Spicy's side, I should say. Astros will take the play right here. 1 set back row on their side. And once again, like I was saying earlier, these stadiums today have just been really key.
Yeah, when we saw the match with 6, Mount Olympus played a huge role in that.
As we see, what's that, another Cyanectar champ right there?
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead and get another Poison Tipped Arrow right here. So Astro's able to keep up in tempo with these Poison Tipped Arrow searches.
Yeah, Cyanectar being one of those cards that has kind of been a staple in a lot of decks, even if you're not on Earth. Just being able to search out one of the top counter runes in the game is a pretty solid thing to do, to kind of get your board set up, not really have your opponent establish that strong of a board state. So, but I mean, especially in the Dionysus package, it's very good. And Deja Vu, we see a Spectaris.
See another Spectaris again. We will see the exact same interaction. Poison Tipped Arrow hitting the Spec. Take it down to a 2. Temple to a 3. So Spec will be able to crash here potentially. We'll see if Astro has another backer they want to use. Doesn't look like it. So Spec will crash.
Yes, and then hit the Jolton in for 1 damage as well. So Spicy kind of playing it slow here, just kind of keeping up momentum. Removing the back row slowly but surely from Astro's Knight to potentially set up for a bigger play here. And we see the Hopperoo come down. This Hopperoo's had some really good foretells.
Yeah, I think this Hopperoo is actually really good here, assuming that back row is a full moon set face down, just because you get your damage and you get to tell what your next draws are going to be, and maybe even get card advantage. So we see a Gorgon's Gaze, a Centaur Champ, and a Sprouter Champ foretold here.
Ooh.
So Sprouter Champ going to hand, Centaur and Gorgon's Gaze will be stacked on the top of the deck. The damage was taken, so I will say that's probably like best case scenario for Astro's Knight right there.
Yeah, and now there has to be a world. Oh, there it is, number 3.
Another one. Okay.
Do we see the 3rd PTA?
We did see... We saw Cryoblast in game 2. Cryoblast would actually do a lot of work into this deck. However, once again, the full moon set could complicate things a little bit if that is the play. This even if this card is not full moon, just the pressure of it potentially being full moon has been insane this game.
Yeah, the mind game of like, is that full moon? And
Yeah.
it looks like we're gonna have a madness to daze the Jolton, and then Spectaris will go over in the Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, and I think you were just completely fine with this outcome. If you're Spicy here, you're effectively taking out both runes. You're not doing damage, but those runes do cost spirits. And you know they only have the Hopperoo up. What else do we know? We know the Sprouter Champ is in hand as well, but we have not seen a Dio.
No, so if the Sprouter Champ comes down here, it seems like the only Nexus might be from Hopperoo, but do you risk getting rid of the Hopperoo at this point where it could provide such value?
I wouldn't. I don't think that would be the play, but looks like we're about to see another Earth Lustral come down, and it is the Psyprong. So this is a very good Psyprong right here if it goes unchecked, and it looks like the search will go through. Grabbing the Dionysus, very good in this position. It's played in defense because the spec is actually a 500 Temple, so if the Dio dazes the Psyprong, it can actually remove the spec here. So this is a good swing for Astros.
Yep, and that is exactly what is going to happen. The daze onto the Psyprong to potentially pop the Spectaris unless there is a response, and it is not going to be. So
It's
all
Rise.
3 Spectaris. Oh,
It's Rise. Spicy's been boozling us since turn 1. Wow.
that is huge.
Yeah, that's pretty big. The Hopperoo does get to go ahead and swing. Get to foretell some cards here. See Madness, another Psyprong, and a Poison Tipped Arrow. I think the Psyprong to hand is interesting. Definitely makes sense here, though. But there's such a huge difference in spirits here that, like, I don't know if it's going to do a whole lot here.
Oh, when the Lunar Eclipse to hit the back row.
That's pretty good here as well. Let's see what the back row was. It looks like it was a Gorgon's Gaze. Will that be chained?
It looks like it will be.
Interesting. I wonder what we're targeting here.
I would imagine the Spectaris.
Yeah, Jolton can still get... Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The spec would actually get over the Psyprong, so that allows you to keep your Psyprong around.
Oh, and a Lunar Enchanted Jolton.
Another Jolton, and that's a 5, so that will be a full board clear here.
Yep. And then the other Jolton will hit over the Hopperoo, and Astronauts with 3 spirits left. This could be game here. We know Psyprong's in hand. We know that the Sprouter is in hand.
Yeah, the Lunar Jolton right there, just really good. I mean, 9 spirits on the Spicy side to 3 on Astro's side. Only a Dio up on Astro's side as well. 3 Elestrals on Spicy side. I mean, playing tempo perfectly in this one. Astros tried to keep up in this one with the PTAs, however, weren't able to keep it going there.
Yeah, this is a very tricky situation for Astros to be in. You're dealing with 2 5s on the board, so Psyprong could come out, but you're only able to remove one of those. But then it's dazed, and you're kind of running low on spirits at this point. It's going to be the Sprouter in defense.
Yeah, this one makes sense here. I mean, we know there was a madness foretold from a Hopperu, and so we can at least
Earthquake.
or yeah, Earthquake will just do it here. Wow.
Earthquake does it, and the madness was set. But honestly, if Earthquake, he had Laurels in hand too.
Yeah, Earthquake just takes the game on the spot right there.
Yep.
Madness does not matter.
Yep.
That looks like a win by Spicy here, winning this set 2-1. Spicy will move on to the top 4. Big congratulations to Spicy, and good games here to Astro Knight.
Yeah, those are some fantastic clashes. All the games we've seen today have been absolutely incredible. The Hopper foretells were the MVP for Astros in that second game for sure, helping him get that comeback, adding the Earthquake to hand. But man, Spicy played that last game very well. You called it the Jolton to get the Temple out, and it seems like it really is just like a Lunar beatdown aggro style deck. And honestly, that's a pretty good way to do it. And I think Spicy played it really well. That I don't want to call it bluff, but like essentially bluff back row, like could have been full moon to buff up the Jolton at any point. What the mind games were really good from Spicy there.
Yeah, and you can't not respect the full moon in that instance, because if you swing into the full moon right there, you're taking 2 damage and passing to your opponent with no Elestrals on the board to defend yourself. So I mean, it was the correct play. Just unfortunately wasn't a full moon for Astros.
Yeah, some back and forth gameplay right there. The 2 Cryoblast in game 2 on the Werepup was devastating, but not for Astros Night, but nonetheless, really, really good games. I like seeing Lunar get a win, but I'm biased. So.
Checks out.
Checks out. But yeah, so we're going to be waiting for a few results from our other games. So we'll be able to update the bracket as soon as we can. But wow, what a good game right there. Very happy with seeing that. And congratulations again to Astros Night for making it to top 8. I mean, that's still nothing to flawn at there. Top 8 in the final Lifestream premiere of the format. So really good job right there. And we'll see Spicy moving into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, Astro already won the premiere, so they're locked in for Worlds. So they're getting a decent chunk of points right here still. So
yeah.
Great spot to be in for them.
Yeah, getting those points racked up, and like you said, there's still plenty of time left as well to get even more points. And we will see a new for sure a new champion crowned in this season, because Astros was the only remaining champion from the past 2 premieres in this top 8. So we're continuing the trend of different players winning, which is always awesome to see. And these players that were in top 8, they're all very talented players. So I'm excited. We have some epic top 4 matches coming.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see who moves on. We were talking about it earlier. There's just so many big names. I can't wait to see who makes it out of the top 8 round and makes it to the finals eventually.
Yeah, so we've seen. I'm trying to think. Is there a recent? Oh yeah, we haven't seen Morphrost. That I was gonna say. I think that's the most recent top performing deck that we haven't seen on main stage today.
Yeah, I really do want to see what the deck breakdown looks like today. We haven't seen any on stream. I'm curious how many there actually were, but kind of crazy because that's the deck that Six took all the way to the victory in the last one. So kind of wild that we haven't seen any yet today.
Yeah, and as we're talking about it, we do have the bracket ready. So let's take a look at the bracket and see what our top 4 is going to be. And it looks like we have Y Rebellion versus Cthulhu, and then Spicy Sausage will be going up against Shadow Storm. So Shadow Storm coming out on top over MG1, Y Rebellion taking down Lol Bobfish, and then Cthulhu taking out Kryber. So Cthulhu potentially making his way back to the grand finals. It is absolutely crazy. We got 2 Ambrose in the top 4 right now with Shadowstorm, Y Rebellion. So it's so awesome to see so many talented players go through the day, and now we are down to our top 4 remaining. Man, this is going to be good. This is going to be good.
Yeah, it's exciting to see 2 potential Ambrose meeting in the finals right here. I know they're a group that I'm loosely an Ambro myself. We've been putting in the work. I'll put it that way. So it's really exciting to see them get to put on for their team in this one.
Yeah, and kind of looking at this bottom matchup here, this one is catching my eye. Like Y Rebellion, a very well-renowned Hermes player, and we did see Cthulhu play against MG1, who was on Hermes as well. If Y Rebellion is on Hermes, how do you think that's going to go based on what we saw with Cthulhu?
It's a tough spot to be in. It's just a tough matchup, I think, if you're Y Rebellion and you are on Hermes. I mean, it's just the fact that your Hermes can be removed at any point. I mean, there's so many games I've played against Hermes where they will establish multiple, and it's kind of hard to deal with. And Cthulhu just has the card that's like, all right, bye-bye. So, you know, it's going to be a tough matchup, but Y Rebellion's a great player, one of the best Hermes players. But, I mean, MG, we see them both on the screen right now. MG and Y Rebellion are the two best Hermes players. So if there's someone who can figure it out, it will be Y Rebellion.
Yeah, in my head, I'm thinking, like, is there ever a world where you just go Hermes for 3 and just, like, save that one extra wind to potentially, like, so that way if you want to ditch Aviolith, you can heal more, like, once maybe Thunderstorm has been taken out of play, has been used, but, I mean, you have to do something without kind of losing too many wind spirits going into a potential Thunderstorm matchup.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know what the right play is there, but just like thinking about it, maybe you could hold on to 2 Hermes in hand and wait to use them both on the same turn to get your combos going. It's not ideal. We know Cthulhu is on the Titanostrike champ, so they can find the Thunderstorm at any point. We know there's Rabbit in the deck as well, so they've built. I mean, Cthulhu's been playing Thunderstorm for a while. Yeah. They've built a very consistent deck. Seeing that back row removal and just a room removal in general with the Thunderstorm, pretty consistent.
Yeah, a very, very strong performing deck against ones that heavily rely on Divines, including Hermes. So this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup to keep an eye on for sure. Again, we don't know what Y Rebellion is on, so we could be completely caught off guard, and he's just like coming into this, and yeah, I'm ready. Everyone, he's expecting on Hermes. We'll see. It could be quite the story there, to just like be hyping this up and then it's just not Hermes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want it to be Hermes. There's something to be said about watching like a player play the deck that they're known for. So like I kind of want it to be Hermes myself, but yeah, I mean, it would just be a tough matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's like watching Bo play Photosynthesis. Like they are so good with that list, and it's just like one of those things. Like you just see the players playing in their element. That is just like. It's exciting to watch that kind of gameplay because it's like strategy and skill that you have like not seen before. Like we even saw like a tease of it with MG1, right? Like the Pantera come down. Oh, you're gonna shield? I'm just gonna trickery, make you waste 4 spirits, and get an Aviolith on board. While I have Hermes, so now if you get rid of my Aviolith, well, guess what? I'll heal. So it's really cool to see talented players be able to like play in their deck and make plays like that, especially on main stage.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. About to get into top 4 here shortly. But yeah, it looks like before we're actually going to get into top 4, we are going to go to a short little break here. I believe Trishula will be coming back to replace me for now. I might be back for the finals. Who knows? Who I'm trying to wink here. So anyways, I will see you guys back in a little bit.
are back to the Elestrals final live stream premiere. We have our top 4 match, and I am joined back on the desk with Trishula. Man, Trish, we have an insane top 4.
I know, like, it's just crazy how every single premiere, the semifinals and the finals come down to just so many talented players.
Yeah, and we're seeing the potential matchup here. We're going to have Cthulhu versus Y Rebellion. We haven't seen Y Rebellion yet, so we can assume that they're on Hermes, but we know Cthulhu is on the Bronaglow deck. So we kind of touched on this with Perky, but I want to hear your thoughts on it as well. Like, if Y Rebellion does end up being on Hermes, how do you play into this deck that is such a threat to rune removal with the deck heavily relying on Hermes?
I don't know. It's really tough. I mean, we saw it earlier on the previous feature match with MG1. I mean, the Thunderstorm deck wants to be playing against a deck like Hermes. Just being able to remove those spirits from the board and shut off their game plan is just so powerful. But I think that the Hermes deck does have some options. As we saw, there was that before there was a big swing, you know, there were 4 Elestrals just playing beatdown, and I think the goal is to just keep the Thunderstorm deck from assembling all of the pieces of the combo and just beating them down before they get there. Yeah,
and I think the heavy thing to really take that out of the equation is that scary Frostfall Funglow. Because you cast Thunderstorm, you're getting big dinos out on the board, and those could be scary to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. So, you know, if I was Y Rebellion, I would be looking maybe to hold some of my interactive cards like Pandora's Box or Gorgon's Gaze specifically for that Frostfall Funglow.
Yeah, that's a good shout. And we have our players here. We have Cthulhu, premier runner-up from 2 premieres ago. Also has top 16 and top 32 finishes. And then Y Rebellion on the other side. Pretty strong accolades there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat a 25 premier champion as well as a top 4 contender, multiple top 8s as well, and, you know, just a litany of top 16s.
Yeah, a fantastic player, and has developed the reputation in the community as one of the best Hermes players, which is why we're speculating this matchup so much. It's going to be exciting to see how this plays out, and the casters are getting ready for their first game of the top 4. Y Rebellion will be taking the play as we head into this match, and I am very excited for this, and we'll see if this is the matchup we have been anticipating all night.
Yeah, here we go. So do we know who's going first? Yes, I think actually it is going to be Y Rebellion. You know, if that was me, that's the situation I want to be in. I want to go first. I want to set back row, and I want to stop this scary Thunderstorm deck from doing what it wants to do.
And we will see a mulligan coming out from Y Rebellion and from Cthulhu. Okay.
I mean, both players want to take it seriously at this point. I mean, we're in the semifinals. You don't want to mess around experimenting with a hand that you're not sure on.
Yeah, I like this. There's a situation I got to ask, because sometimes I base my decision on this as well. If you're going second and your opponent doesn't mulligan, if you have a somewhat questionable hand, like this could work, maybe this couldn't, I'm leaning more towards mulligan. If they didn't mulligan, do you mulligan or do you keep?
So I like to play with a personal rule of I get 1 mulligan more than my opponent does. So if my opponent doesn't mulligan, I'm only going to take 1 mulligan unless my second hand is really, really bad and I just can't make it work at all. But, you know, if they mulligan and then I mulligan and I still don't like my hand, I'm still happy to just take another mulligan afterwards because I'm still only 2 spirits behind my opponent.
I like it. I dig it. We'll see what's going to come through here. I think Y Rebellion is keeping this hand. It looks like.
Looks like it, but you never know. You never know with Hermes. They do have the champion Aviolith, so they don't really mind, you know, mulliganing twice.
Yeah, having extra spirits in Underworld is not the worst thing when you can get 4 back at some point.
Yeah, and that's, I think, really the biggest strength that Hermes has once you get to top cut, if you're a good player of the deck, is that you are just allowed to take these aggressive mulligans because you can just get your spirits back and you can just sculpt a really strong hand.
Yep, and we see a Spy Nymph champion of Hermes coming out here to search for that Hermes.
Now, we saw this in the MG1 game, but if you are searching this Hermes, are you setting it face down to maybe conceal your real back row?
If you have multiple, I would imagine yes. Or you set it as a 1 and just kind of be okay with losing that. But I think that would only happen if you had a second Hermes in hand.
Yeah. And the reason I ask is because we saw the explosive power of Thunderstorm into Amp Up in the previous games, but it looks like we're gonna see something a little bit slower here with the Champion Galaxy.
Yeah, most likely swapping the stats here to be able to punch over this Spy Nymph. No response, it seems, from Y Rebellion, so we won't see a poison tipped arrow hitting here or anything like that. And a set 4.
Oh man, that's really brutal.
Oh.
That's, and no shield or Guardian of Light, anything like that to protect our setup. I wonder if those back row are real.
Yeah, it could be. One of them, there's a strong chance one of them is just a set Thunderstorm as a bluff.
Yeah, and coming from Y Rebellion as well, this is one of the things about the Hermes deck is that sometimes their back row isn't real, because sometimes it's a trickery and they don't have the Hermes face up.
Yep. See, contemplating play, and it looks like the Hermes is going to come down here.
Yep. So if you were Y Rebellion, what would you be going for here?
I don't think you go for Avial. Yeah, I think you go for Carry. It depends what he has in hand too, right? If you have Spinosect in hand, you're feeling pretty good, easily going for that Carry On.
Yeah, I like the Carry On here, especially because it threatens this whale, but if you Poison Tip Arrow it, you can just ascend over it nice and easily and set up potentially an even more powerful play. So this feels really safe into a set 4 here.
Yeah, the only way to really stop the Carry On from snowballing into something bigger, and it sometimes feels really bad, is you have to Gorgons it to prevent it from ascending into something bigger and just kind of dealing with the repercussions of it. But we'll see what's going to happen here.
Yeah,
with,
exactly.
Rebellion.
Exactly. But that feels so bad, just Gorgonsing a random Carry On. At that point, I think I'd be okay with that trade.
Yeah. We see.
Is that a Riceros?
That is a Riceros.
That is crazy. Is that a water Riceros?
I think that is water enchanted, yes. Wow.
Holy. That tells us a lot about this game state, and I don't know how to feel about the information that it is telling us.
That is very interesting. This has to be water enchanted to play around a potential tsunami.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the main deck Riceros because it really does shut down every strategy except for Cthulhu's specifically.
Yeah, so we're seeing a madness here to daze the Carry On.
I think so. And it looks like we are going to just attempt to crash, just try and say, this is your only Elestral, and, I'm fine losing this one as long as I get the whale out of you.
That was not on my radar at all for this.
I don't think either of us predicted Riceros coming down. We are going to see an expended draw from Cthulhu.
And just a pass.
Yeah, and a lot of times I would say that this looks bad for Cthulhu, but as Cthulhu has shown us many, many times, this can turn around in a moment's notice.
Yeah, especially with the Thunderstorm being able to continuously get that healing, it doesn't feel too bad to get down early when you can just start to pile through in the late game.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like the Funglos get scarier as the game goes on because all it takes is a Funglo coming up. It's another Riceros! It's just another
happening?
And it's Wind Saros at that too.
Wow. I honestly am wondering if there's thunder in the side.
I have no clue. I mean, it has to just be that, the thunder. Its effect doesn't matter because Cthulhu's
True.
whole deck is Thunder Elestrals. So I wonder if we're using this as a way to set up for an Ascension play. Oh, here
That
comes the
has to
Funglow.
be. And there's the thunderstorm onto the Hermes.
Onto the Hermes.
Let's see if there's a response here from Y Rebellion. It doesn't look like it.
No, these Funglows have just been dodging the Gorgon's Gazes all day.
Brontiglow triggers effect to burn 1 for the amount of Funglows on field.
Yeah, and I really think that these back row have to be like a trickery or something at this point because, they're just not doing anything.
Yep, we take the 1 hit, and there's the Thunder. So Thunder is in main, but like you mentioned, with the whole deck being Thunder, the Riceros effect does not really matter.
Okay, I wonder if we just chose not to swing here with the Funglow, because it looks like the Riceros is still on the board.
Oh, because Supercell isn't enchanted, it would be a crash.
Yeah. I wonder if that's risky though, because there could always be the Ascend for something like a Spinosect.
Hmm.
Oh, are we gonna see?
Oh.
That's an Earth Spirit.
There's the Earth Spirit.
There's
It
the
is.
Spinosect.
It is. I have to imagine Brontiglow goes back to hand here.
I do. I'm not sure how I feel about casting this in defense though, as now this. Okay, there's the Poison Tip Arrow. Yeah, we could have at least threatened the Funglow here, because now if Cthulhu has the Supercell in their hand, this Brontiglow is just coming right back.
Yeah, or even another Thunderstorm. If another back row gets set and the payout coming through for the Poison Tipped Arrow.
Looks like we're thinking, just checking our spirits and whatnot, checking our set runes.
2 set, 5 spirits left in Spirit deck, 3 back row for Y Rebellion here.
Yeah, but so far, 2 of these back row have been kind of hanging out for a while without doing too much. So I wonder what they could be. Hopefully, if I'm Y Rebellion, I'm hoping that the newest card I just set is a Gorgon's Gaze to stop this Funglow.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, do you preemptively Gorgon's Gaze? Like, if another play
so.
the Hard Ascension comes through here.
Because, well, now we're hoping it's shield, right? Like at this point.
Yeah.
And no shield. But maybe if we have a Hermes now, we can remove this Brontiglow forever.
Yep, with the carry off.
But I don't know about you, but whenever I play Hermes, the carry off is in my hand.
Oh.
Ooh. Champion Galaxy. Now, Y Rebellion, I think, has been known to play kind of a interesting build of Hermes that's a little bit more tempo-based, playing cards like Pelaquarius and these Champion Galaxies. So they might be on that build again.
Yeah, and the bluff set Ambrosia coming up here to get Y Rebellion some extra spirits.
Yeah, it seems that they have committed to this, like, I'm going to bluff set my back row and try and make it harder for your Thunderstorms to hit something strategy. I think we just saw a Thunder get healed as well. So are we going to see the third Riceros come out?
We might. It looks like the Declaration's going to go through. And that's in.
Nothing to stop it.
It makes me wonder what Cthulhu's back row is in that case. One of them must be a bluff set Thunderstorm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just everyone today is just setting nothing but bluffs.
And we see the champ Titanostrike coming through to search for Thunderstorm. Will grab the Supercell here. So this is where Cthulhu can kind of start to regain a little bit of spirits here, playing the Thunderstorm essentially for free, being able to heal 1 on its own cast.
Yeah, and that is something that we have to keep in mind. You know, just having this Titanostrike here to set up the combo at this late stage of the game is so scary, because even though we're on 3 spirits, that's exactly enough for us to be able to get into the Brontiglow thanks to the healing of Thunderstorm.
Yeah. We did see the Titanostrike hit over that Champion Galaxy, so nothing left on board for Y Rebellion. We'll see if they have an Elestral in hand to kind of potentially swing the tides here a little bit. Probably fishing for Hermes at this point just to be able to get some synergy going.
Yeah, and that's kind of the rough thing about Hermes, is that it's such a powerful toolbox, but the individual pieces kind of don't fit together without that Hermes glue.
Oh, when we see a Cyanectar champ.
That piece, however, I think does answer the Titanostrike. I think that might be the only card in the deck that can deal with it right away.
Yeah. Yeah, without having too many combo pieces going, that is one of the only things, and it's a crash too.
Yeah, and it's a crash, and I think that's why Y Rebellion has really, you know, kind of made these champion galaxies their staple, because they really do fix like that big problem that Hermes has of just dealing with a 4-statted dude.
Yeah. Yeah, because nothing in Hermes like direct toolbox essentially does that specifically. It's
not
smaller.
Without support.
Yeah. So, and there's a Supercell coming down, so the heal 1.
Yep. And even if we don't have the combo, this is still just good, because we can pay off of the Supercell as well.
Yep. So Funglow goes down to heal 1. We have to imagine Thunderstorm comes out here.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still a really smart play from Cthulhu, because, you know, even if we don't have the Thunderstorm, we still did just play 2 cards for free, still staying at 3 spirits, which is what we started at. So getting that free poke is really important, I think.
Yep, so Funglow just hits in for the 1, 5 spirits remaining to 3 spirits. A very intense game 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, they're both fighting for it.
Oh, Race Arrows number 3. Oh, it's a Galaxy.
Oh, it's the Champsy. And in it goes. And down goes the Funglow.
And if that was a top deck for Y Rebellion, that was a fantastic draw.
Oh, but then we see the rabbit come out. And then we see the poison tip arrow.
Ooh. It
That's Cyanectar coming from the grave.
Yep. It would put Y Rebellion on 2, but I think you're fine with that in this situation.
Yeah, I think you just have to be. And 2 is still enough to activate a Hermes and use it to send... Is that a concede?
I think it is, yeah.
I think that's a concession.
The 3 cards that Cthulhu probably picked up from that Astrabbit probably were like, yeah, they're like, this doesn't help me at all. So like, at this point, instead of revealing anything, let's just go to the next game.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think that's really the trait of a great player, is being able to just look at your cards and say, yeah, I don't have anything. Let's not waste any time here. Let me focus more of my brain power on the next game, because I'm going to need to bring all of my energy at you in game 3 to take this home.
Yeah. And the biggest surprise for me was 2 Race Arrows. Not even 1, just 2 coming through there, and not going for the proper enchant, because like you mentioned, Cthulhu's just on Thunder, so the effect doesn't really matter at that point. Kind of using it as Ascension fodder within the Hermes deck works really well for it. And we didn't really see a ton of like Hermes package things from Y Rebellion in that game. and was still able to consistently have answers for Cthulhu, which is honestly pretty surprising for a Hermes deck, I think.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to the strength of the kind of the mid-range whale package that Y Rebellion has been playing. And it really goes to show their understanding and commitment to the Hermes deck, because it takes someone who's really, well versed with their deck to say, hey, this is what the issues of my deck is, and here are the cards that I'm going to play that are maybe a little bit off the wall, not standard, but they do fix all the problems.
Yeah, and in like you said, Ricero's being main deck is very interesting. I like the tech, especially in a Hermes. It kind of keeps your things around a bit longer, especially if they're not on Thunder. So I have to imagine that those probably get sided out now in this matchup, just because they don't have a ton of value specifically. So we'll have to see here. But like you said, the ability for Y Rebellion to look at the deck and say, here's the problems, and then adjust from there is pretty incredible. And he showed it in game 1. So I'm very excited for this game too.
Yeah, I am as well. And I'm really curious what, those Riceroses are going to be substituted for. And it's kind of a mystery too, what Cthulhu could be bringing in for this Hermes deck, because when your deck's already so good at dealing with the matchup, like, do you even need to bring in any cards?
Yeah. At that point, I think it just comes down to like maybe the little like side tech pieces that you have in there, like switching out maybe a counter rune or two. If there was like Tsunami in the side, maybe you side that in here for the potential matchup. Maybe not though, because of the galaxies. So there's different things, like Y Rebellion is on Water Spirits, so it's kind of that tug and war back and forth of like, what do I side here? Is it worth anything? I have the answer. Do I just stick with my guns and just roll with it?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably see Pandora's Box from both sides of the table here, because these are both decks that, you just can't let them touch their deck, because they're going to get all of their pieces together.
Yeah, I imagine we'll probably see a few P boxes here in this matchup, but we have Y Rebellion up 1-0 in the top 4 semi-finals.
We're going to start with, it looks like they both kept, and we're going to start with the very classic normal cast Ass Rabbit. How many do you think are we going to see set? How many are you betting on?
Set 2 pass.
I'm going to say set 3.
Ooh, going the classic.
Yeah, the Rabbit set 3, that's the strongest start that you can see in the game. So I'm going to bet on that from Cthulhu, but you've got the set 2. Do we have any set 1 takers? Any set 0 takers?
Any just Rabbit pass?
Yeah, it's happened. Sometimes it's good enough. There's 1.
There's 2.
Oh!
I got it. Let's go.
Congrats. We'll work on your prize.
The Pantera hit the board, and now I got this prediction. I count it. Add another to my tally.
Yep. Put it on the tally. Put it on the tab. Okay,
Hermes comes
the
out.
Hermes.
What do you grab here?
No.
Do you still think you grab Carry On?
I think. Oh, we see Carry Off. I was about to ask, do you think you Carry Off pop this?
I mean, I could see
do.
a world where it happens, like depending on the hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's kind of the strength of Hermes, right? Is that you always have Earthquake, but sometimes you're just Earthquaking a Rabbit because, your deck just, it struggles with the number 5.
Yeah. If you don't have the answer right away or anything to build toward the answer, you kind of just have to do it.
Yeah. And Y Rebellion, if anybody would know when to pull the trigger on that, it would be Y Rebellion. Looks like we are going to be setting 1, and we are going to be swinging. This, to me, is very scary, though, because we have seen Cthulhu in this situation multiple times, just being able to go Thunderstorm into Amp Up, get full information on the Hermes player's hand, and just run away with the game from there.
Okay, so this just popped into my head.
Okay.
We know that the PTA was picked from the Cyanectar.
Yeah.
Do we think that face down is actually a bluff and it's Thunderstorms to either pop my PTA or my PTA air quotes or pop my Hermes?
You know, that's a good question, because I think you want to pop the PTA over the Hermes, which feels weird but if you have, I guess, specifically the amp up, right? Because something that you could do is you could pay off of the Cyanectar to prevent the Leica Void from looking at your hand.
Yeah. Yep. So Thunderstorm will come through here, and the Titanostrike does get poison tipped arrowed. So I would imagine this Thunderstorm probably comes out and gets rid of that Hermes.
Oh, absolutely. Now, this is where we have to wonder as well, was it worth poison tip arrowing the Titanostrike? Because it was just probably going to crash.
Yeah, I think that's one. It probably depends on what's in Y Rebellion's hand at that point, to just kind of see, like, I need to keep my Cyanectar on board to, like, kind of hold control, maintain control of any sort against this matchup, that you want to just continuously have that opportunity to get as much poke damage. Since Cthulhu already has Supercell on board, they're going to be healing one every time a card is played that mentions Thunderstorm. So it's like, keep my guy on board, try to get some poke damage here and there just to be able to get some stuff going.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Spy Nymph come out and search another Hermes. Interesting that you were talking about the poke damage, though, because it looks like we're going in defense. And I wonder if, you know, we just really need to keep this Spy Nymph around.
Yeah, and we see the Hermes down, Disenchant 2.
Say the line. Say the line.
Ooh.
Send Aviolith. Heal 4.
Yeah, you have to heal 4 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you put that on Hermes against the Thunderstorm deck.
Yeah. I'm curious why Rebellion didn't go for the aggro Spy Nymph. To me it feels pretty free here, but you know, this is why I'm not the best Hermes player in the world.
Yeah.
In fact, I would say I'm pretty average with it. But there's a set Thunderstorm. Are we going after? Looks like we're going after the back row.
And he sniped the shield.
Are we going to see the amp up next? We're seeing the amp up next. Oh, it's devastating.
Yeah, one back row down, and you have Thunderstorm with the amp up in hand. You have to go for the set.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way that you can't, right?
Yep.
And it looks like Y Rebellion only has 2 cards in their hand right now, and maybe that's more, but I think it just looks like 2 to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if I'm already low on cards, I don't think I'm gonna want to lose another one.
Yeah, you probably go over Cyanectar for damage.
I don't know. I think you go over the Spy Nymph, just to make sure that they can't enchant and go into the into the Ascension.
Spy Nymph, carry on. Is that a Phallocane?
I think that might be Phallocane.
Wow.
Holy. And we didn't rip the Phallocane. I think that means that there has to be a Gorgon set.
There has to be.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way there's not, right?
Especially hitting over, like you mentioned, because I would think, oh, let's hit over Cyanectar for damage, but that's a great point, because like if you just get the Spinosect on board, Leica Bolt's getting bounced back to hand.
Yeah. So I think that we can probably like make that read just since we didn't go over the Spy Nymph. And also we didn't take the Phallocane either. And you know, I would be afraid of dump Carrion, ascend Phallocane, lose all of our back row, and I think I think we would lose the supercell as well, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, there's the Pandora's box.
Oh, but he still has Hermes effect.
He does have Hermes effect.
So re-enchanted the Spine Imp for turn. It'll be mill 2. It's the carry off and the Galaxy. Too bad carry off only triggers on Hermes effect.
Yeah, imagine if we milled a Spinosect here and it triggered Nexus.
That would have been huge because then Y Rebellion would have been able to use Hermes for something else.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would imagine because there's no Nexus Bank. So you wouldn't.
I wonder, is Y Rebellion out of carry-ons now?
He had one in hand.
Did he use the other one earlier this game? Or was that last game?
I don't think so.
Oh, wow. And, maybe it's a bit of a mistake in the sequencing, the order in which we played this, because we did mill that carry off. Maybe the better play was to use the Hermes to try and target down the Lycavolt first, and then get the guaranteed ascension to remove the Yep. But maybe Y Rebellion was just saying, you know what, I'm not gonna mill this carry off. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, that would have been it. I mean, out of the 40 cards, like, what are the odds you just mill the one that you need to? Oh, he's got 2.
1 in 40, I suppose.
Wow. 2 carry offs and oh yeah, because the carry off popped the Astrabbit.
The Astrabbit.
Yeah, so like, what are the odds you hit the second one?
I guess 1 in 40. Oh, and another shield goes down. We just can't stick a shield.
That's the second shield that was taken out by the thunderstorm. And now do you hit carry off or Follicane?
I mean, it has to be Follicane at this point, right? Man, I'm really curious what the plan here was from Y Rebellion. Something that's interesting though is that Y Rebellion has maybe convinced Cthulhu that this Hermes is not a threat, and maybe there's still a target left in deck for this Hermes that they just didn't want to send, and Cthulhu said, "Oh well, they didn't use it last turn. They must not have anything," and we're gonna see a comeback with this Hermes starting right now.
It's the third carry off.
That third carry off gets you every time.
Let's see here, 10 spirits, I believe, to 7.
Yep, 10 to 7. But I think that number is going to get flipped pretty quickly, because if we don't establish a guy right now, we're definitely taking a big chunk of damage this next turn.
Yeah, we know Y Rebellion had the carry on in hand. Expend to draw.
Expend to draw. Thankfully, this Lycavolt isn't going to get to rip our hand, I don't think, because we won't be destroying an Elestral.
Yeah, I think that's probably what Y Rebellion was going for. Just, I have enough spirits. I can take one more turn of damage, and then it's either go or go home in the next one. Well, not go home. Yeah. We still have game 3 if he loses, but
go home 2 game. Oh, send for Arcolith. Oh, but there might not even be a chance. Is that a Gorgon's Gaze?
That is a Gorgon's.
Now, it looks like we're paying out of Spirit deck. Y Rebellion is really keeping this Hermes around for something.
Oh, man. It's the third carry off.
It has to be, right? We're saving it for when it matters the most.
Down to 3 spirits remaining. Does that top deck do it? We disenchant from Hermes for effect.
We've decided it's time. What are we going to send? What's even left?
Carry on.
Okay, we do have a carry on. So was that not Follicane?
No, he sent Falcane. Cthulhu ripped the Ascend into the Spinosect.
Huh.
You have to
gonna
bounce
be-
like a bolt here, right?
I think so. I mean,
Yeah.
we definitely can't give them an Arcolith.
And then ascend over into the Lycavolt, no back row.
No back row. Is this like a vault bigger? It has to be, right?
There's 3 Ampups in Underworld, so it is currently a 12.
Yeah, that sounds bigger. That's bigger than 7.
Oh man. I mean, is there anything else in Wire Rebellion's deck that we think? No, there's a concession right there. He had the Astrabbit in the.
Well, I think that's the effect of the like a vault.
Oh
here.
yes. You are correct.
It does feel like a concession when you're having your hand looked at by.
Okay, there it is.
And there's the concession.
There it is. I spoke too soon.
But you knew what was coming. I
foretold.
Are you playing Solar? That's my background.
Sorry, Nobby.
It's okay, Nobby. I'll adopt you.
But oh man, what a crazy game 2. We will be going to game 3 here. Man, the back and forth was good. The mind games were crazy. They
were. The snipes with the thunderstorm too. I mean, it feels like that thunderstorm just always hits its mark every single time.
Yeah, it read target and destroy Shield of Achilles that game. Like specifically. It was, man, it hit both the shields and
a Hermes too, I think.
Yeah,
I think all three of them were
3.
activated. Yeah, I think so.
Man, yeah, Titanostrike, Champion of Zeus, searching out the thunderstorm, putting the either Bronagol package online or removing the threats that your opponent has. A crazy card to have in this deck, and you could tell that this is a deck that Cthulhu has been practicing for probably a while at this point in making those fine adjustments here. I imagine there's probably some few tweaks that we've seen since the finals performance from the past couple premieres, but really well done here. Able to take out the threats when he needed it the most, and Wire Rebellion just couldn't get anything to go online for him.
Yeah, and can we also just talk about how I think it was the case in the top 8 as well. Just always in top cut, we see the players go to game 3. They're always going back and forth, and they are really fighting to make it to the next round so that they can be crowned the next champion of Elestrals.
Yeah, this is the final champion of the Lifestream format. Is quite the title to have, but we are going to be going here into game 3. Wire Rebellion versus Cthulhu. Let's see it.
And it starts with a mulligan from Wire Rebellion. Maybe not what you want to see in game 3 of finals, or semifinals rather.
Yeah, I can't imagine that feels good right now. Unless you had like Carry Off and Aviolith in hand, then you're just like, yeah, just no.
Yeah, it feels good to get rid of those. But as we were saying before, if any deck wants to mulligan, it is the Hermes deck.
Yeah, having those extra spirits in Underworld to kind of have that Aviolith online whenever you want could be pretty threatening.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like, are we satisfied with this? I think Cthulhu seems satisfied with their hand, and we are going to see the Psynectar come out. I mean, that's the best one to start with, right?
That's a great turn 1. Getting that poison-tipped arrow out in probably set 2. Leave a little bit of mystery for the thunderstorm.
Yeah, or do we set 1, and the one that we set isn't the poison-tip arrow? Ooh, nope, it's set 2.
There's set 2.
I cannot get these turn 1 reads right today.
And it was the Ursicle and the Moss Station, now the set cards.
One of these premieres, I'm gonna get the predictions right. I'm gonna just predict Gorgon's Gaze and Ambrosia, and I'm gonna be correct.
If next time Trish will cast, nobody bring Gorgon's Gaze and Ambrosia.
It'll be the first time Gorgon's Gaze hasn't had 100% representation ever.
We see the Astravet come down and the PTA coming out onto the bunny.
Yeah, that feels a lot better than Hermes carry off Pop the Rabbit.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic way, right? Like, we've been doing this since base set. Since before base set, even, we've been PTAing rabbits.
Yeah, since before, in Kickstarter, we were PTAing rabbits.
Yeah, back in the early beta days. The tabletop sim days of Elestrals.
Oh, we see a second Cyanectar.
Another one! Oh, that's so good for Y Rebellion. That is what you want to see, is just bugs on bugs.
It really makes you wonder, did he start with those two, or was that just a top deck there?
Yeah, man,
Because
I wonder.
Either way, that's good.
Yeah, that feels nice. I would be very happy to see those in my opening hand going first into any deck.
Oh, yeah. You're set with that. Another set 1 and punch 2.
Yeah,
getting some good
punch for
shit.
2. And this is what we were saying. This is how you have to beat the Thunderstorm deck as the Hermes player. You just have to play beatdown.
Yeah, you really can't let up. You have to try to take as much spirits as you can from them, so that way it's harder for them to get their combos online, and also feels bad to Thunderstorm for 2 if you don't have Supercell down, because then they're just burning more spirits.
Exactly. It's like you're taking the cost of the PTA away from Y Rebellion and putting it onto yourself.
Yep.
It looks like we're just going to see another set. Did we expend a draw? Was Cthulhu really banking on this rabbit?
It might be.
It might be that way. But, again, I keep calling it out. If any deck can turn it around, it is this one.
Yeah, and we see the Champ Galaxy coming through here. Most likely swapping stats here.
Yeah. I don't ever see a world where you don't. Maybe they have Argo set and they want to Argo for Thunderbolt of Zeus.
The poison tipped arrow.
It happened again. They can't keep getting away with it.
Was this the 4th time on main stage today?
I think so. And I still don't know what the stats are.
Cthulhu. I think Cthulhu was like, "What are the stats here?" He was like, "I don't know. What are the?"
It's like a 217, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
That sounds right.
Yeah, 2 attack, 17 defense.
Yep. Because you swap, and then you swap back, and then you add, you multiply, you minus by the stats of your opponent's Celestial, and then you take the spirit differential, right?
Yeah, Pantera what?
Yeah, exactly. See, we get it.
Yeah. We got it.
Yeah.
The Galaxy punches over one of the Cyanectars, and then Poison Tipped Arrow does pay out here. So we'll see what Y Rebellion does here. If has any more Elestrals to throw on board just to get this poke damage in, kind of lower that spirit count a bit, or if there's any big combos coming through.
Yeah, we do see the rabbit, but it's a defense rabbit. We're just really against getting in this free chip damage, it feels like.
Interesting.
Yeah, we saw this before with the Spine Nymph, and if this game comes down to a 1 spirit difference, we'll know where that 1 spirit came from.
Yeah, it came from not putting the rabbit in attack.
Yeah. We can blame this one rabbit.
Yes, this particular rabbit.
But there has to be a reason. Y Rebellion is a very good player, so they have to have a reason to want to keep this rabbit around. Maybe they're hoping to re-enchant it, and keep digging for that Hermes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a Hermes deck, especially in this particular matchup, you probably don't feel too bad continuously getting cards from the Astrabbit.
Yeah, I would think so. I think I would love to keep getting cards from Ask Rabbit and find my Hermes and maybe a Trickery or, you know, any number of cards.
Yeah, I mean, we could see another. Oh,
Ooh, and the rabbit's gone.
and it's gone.
It was here and then it wasn't.
See, if put it in attack, that one spirit.
Maybe it's gonna matter. We would be at 13 to 12.
Yeah, it'd be one spirit closer.
Oh, there's a thunderstorm.
Set thunderstorm.
We see the Y Rebellion doing the little tap dance on which one do you want?
It is a Gorgons.
Oh, that's a high value target.
And that is the Amp Up.
That's the Amp Up.
And it's gonna feel real. Oh, the
but we have the Pandora's box.
Is that a chains?
Is that chains? There's no way. This gains a Prometheus. Oh no!
Oh,
It's happening again. It's happening again. He can't get getting away with it.
Oh man. Oh wow.
This is the most I think I've ever seen Like a Vault rip cards ever.
This is gonna be catastrophic for Y Rebellion.
And this is why Cthulhu plays the chains. I mean, they've really pioneered this chain strategy and just saying, you know what, my deck has a lot of moving parts, and I don't want you putting anything into my machine.
Wow. The Lycavolt hitting the field, and that looks like 3 cards in Y Rebellion's hand.
Well, it looks like it's about to be 2.
Yeah.
And the confidence with that swing, I mean, just goes crazy.
Takes the 1 spirited damage, and let's see. P-Gust, Spine-Imp, and Spinosect.
So we ripped the P-Gust, right? No, darn.
You rip the Spine-Imp, prevent the Hermes search. Man.
That's just crazy. Now, there is a world where we draw. Okay, here comes the P-Gust.
P-Gust
Dude.
popping one of the back row.
Am I manifesting? There's a chains. Are we going to see it?
Nope. Pass turn.
Oh. I really thought that we were about to see Hermes come down next.
Oh, man. Funglow, Thunderstorm, heal 1.
It's happening again.
This is not looking good for Y Rebellion.
Have you ever seen a more consistent Brontiglow deck?
No. I haven't seen many Brontiglow decks.
I have never seen Brontiglow resolve its combo this often.
And then punches over the P-Gust. We'll see what card was. Oh, it was the carry off.
Carry off. No. We're choosing to rip the Spinosect here. We're gonna draw, and we're gonna see the concede. They're shaking their hands digitally, and Cthulhu makes it to another finals.
Oh man, what a game! Congrats to Cthulhu, and honestly, like
congrats to both of them.
Yeah, as hard of a matchup as that was, like Y Rebellion played that pretty well. He had some good answers. He was seeing the lines going through, and I still making top 4. That's a difficult matchup for Y Rebellion, and he played it very well. So congrats to both players, and congrats to Cthulhu for making it to the finals yet again.
Yeah, Cthulhu has an 100% finals rate while I've been commentating.
Oh man, yeah.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm just throwing that out there.
It is, yeah, just throwing that out there. And man, what a good showing from both of these players. We're seeing that the top two coming into play here. And I think we're waiting on the other matchup.
I think so. We'll listen for the voices, but I think we're still waiting on the result. But still, just again, congratulations to both. Y Rebellion played out of their mind, and Cthulhu, proving that this Bronaglow deck is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, we're heading into Sunstrike format, but I'm just curious, like, in a situation where Bronaglow like does become meta and you're a Hermes player, what are even the lines that you try to look at to potentially help in that matchup? It seems pretty difficult.
I don't know beyond. Yeah. I mean, I guess Divine Blessing. You gotta play Divine Blessing.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, no, I uncast your Thunderstorm.
I uncast your Thunder. Honestly, that's not a bad shout.
Hey, did you know that if you Divine Blessing the Thunderstorm, the Funglow will not trigger?
Yes, because it negates the cast of it.
I think it is the only card in the game that negates the cast, right?
Because I think it's on active when an opponent activates an invoke.
Yeah, I think so. Is Twi'leks and Lumaville, are they the second cards to do that?
I believe so.
Yeah, maybe that's what you do. Maybe that's the answer to the Thunderstorm matchup is Lumaville Hermes.
I don't hate it.
I do a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I hope first premiere someone rolls up with Lumaville Hermes and be like, I heard Trish say this was a good deck.
It's like, no, I didn't say that. Do not blame me for anything that happens unless you top. Then I did that.
Then you can take credit.
Yep. But if you win the premiere, then it was all my idea. If you don't, I said nothing.
Yeah. And here we go. We have our top 8 bracket, and it is coming along. We have Shadow Storm taking down Spicy Sausage. So it is a Cthulhu versus Shadow Storm finals. Man, I gotta. So shout out to Shadow Storm here. He one of the Ambros, and also he is one of the players that goes to my locals. So this is pretty cool to see him make it to the finals. What a great player as well. This is going to be a good matchup. I have no idea what he's on, to be completely honest. So we have Bronaglow versus something.
I'm a huge fan of something.
Something is crazy. But I think with that, Cthulhu has actually earned enough points, even if he doesn't win this premiere, to qualify for Worlds 2027.
I think that's right. They're the first player, in fact, to qualify for Worlds without winning a premiere.
Yeah, so they could still win. They could.
Without winning a premiere yet. But as of this moment in time.
So now we can get technical here. If Cthulhu does win, does it still count as being the first player to qualify without winning a premiere? Because it's the same event.
It qualifies.
The points have not been earned yet.
For the next 45 minutes to an hour, I think it qualifies. And then after that, no. No. But if they lose, then
held the title
yes.
for an hour.
Yeah. It's one of the shortest held titles in the game.
Oh, that would be funny. Also, how iconic would it be, like, just thinking about that, like, the first deck to win a Lifestream premiere, well, I guess the Kissimmee Open was Lockagon, and then the last one could potentially be Bronaglow, and a lot of people were talking about Lockagon and Bronaglow being top decks in Lifestream. That'd be such a full circle.
Bronaglow just never appeared.
Yeah, and then it just never showed up.
Yeah. And how crazy would it be if it was Lockagon that won the last one too, and it just came full circle, and the whole format was Lockagon?
What if this is Lockagon versus Bronaglow?
That would be insane. But I'm hoping that this is still Ursical Crabs.
Yeah, we got to see Bear Bomb Moss Station with the smoke screen into Demeter side.
Yeah, 100%.
Actually,
wait, no, 0%. You're already leading on the predictions board. What were Perky's predictions again? We need one of those.
Yeah, it was Indus and Voltempest champ.
Yeah, it needs to be Voltempest Crab Bear Bomb featuring Krakatuga.
Oh man, this sounds like insane. Like, why is this deck not on main stage?
I don't know. They don't listen to the world champ. If you listen to the world champ, you would win the premiere with Indus Crab Bear Voltempest Krakatuga Turbo.
Can't forget Night Venom.
Oh, of course, and Night Venom.
Yeah, Night Venom
in the side.
But yeah, that's. Oh, we're getting off topic. We'll let these players prepare for the grand finals. I will leave you guys in the hands of Trishula and Perky for the grand finals matchup between Shadowstorm and Cthulhu. So we will be right back with the grand finals of the final premiere in the Lifestream format.
Hello and welcome to the finals of the final premiere of the Lifestorm format. Lifestorm, not Firestorm. That was a different set. I'm with Perky again.
Hi guys, I'm back. Yeah, Lifestorm. That's what a great format.
I love Lifestorm format. Lifestorm is so good. Speaking of things that have been so good, Perky, how was your first time on the mic while our casters are getting set up?
It has been great. I'm enjoying my time here. Hopefully you guys have been joining me up here, yapping a bit too much today as well. But I'm having a blast. Hopefully I come back in the future. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I've had a great time casting with you. This has been a lot of fun. And I cannot believe that the 2 times I have casted for Elestrals, Bronteglow has made the finals.
That's a pretty insane thing, honestly. And in Cthulhu, both times, it's wow, it's wild.
Cthulhu's really making me eat my words. I need to have a word.
Yeah, I think Cthulhu's proven a bunch of people wrong. I feel like this deck was like completely written off at a certain point, and then now it's just like massacring everyone. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. And you know, we kind of saw it with Y Rebellion's deck, with the main deck Rhyceros, just maining a card like Rhyceros, because who would be playing Thunder Spirits? That would be crazy. And then just getting eviscerated by the Thunder Spirit deck.
I mean,
just right away.
It only makes sense, right?
Our hubris as players has come for us, and its name is Bronteglow.
Oh my gosh, I'm still just mind blown. I can't wait to see this game. We've got Shadowstorm as well here. I mean, Shadowstorm been making a name for themselves here recently. We've got a premier top 4 finish, premier top 16 finish 2 times, and a premier top 32 finish. What about Cthulhu on your side?
Well, Cthulhu obviously was the runner-up the last time I was commentating, but they also have made top 16 as well as top 32 in other formats as well. So they're no stranger to the top tables either.
Yeah, Cthulhu, probably happy to be back, I would say. A bit of an unfortunate series of events what happened in the last one. We'll see if they can redeem themselves here.
Yeah, if this was me, you know, I would be gunning for it. But if this was also me, I would be getting second again. So I'm not gonna, you know, get them off my side of the screen, because this side is cursed to be second place.
Just bad luck over there. So that's good news for Shadowstorm.
And we still don't know what Shadowstorm is playing, right? We haven't seen them on stream yet.
Have not seen them on stream. I think we can make a couple guesses at this point, but yeah, still unsure.
Yeah, so Krakatuga, etc. combo,
oh, yeah.
right?
That's
yeah, it's a great deck.
Crazy. There's an Indus in there for sure.
Yeah,
it might not have anything to send, but it's in there. It can at least pop a rune.
Exactly. You know, you just use it as a missile. It's like the world's worst boombat or gloombat. Boombat pops guys.
Yeah, exactly. You have to proactively swing it into their guy, crash it. That's the only way you're triggering it, probably. Ugh.
You know, it could be like world's best gloom boombat, because maybe they have a 3 out and you crash your 3 into their 3 and you pop a rune, so you get boom gloom bat.
That's beautiful. That is my favorite version of Indus that I've ever heard in my life.
You are lying to me, and that's okay. I will take that.
Oh, awesome. No, I don't know. I mean, we've seen a bit of everything today, so not sure what to expect here from Shadowstorm. I mean, Dio won 2 tournaments ago. Morfrost won the last one, so we could see either of those decks here, but we've seen a whole bunch of stuff today.
Yeah, and a lot of surprises. What happened to the Krakatuga deck? We never saw that again.
It didn't. No, I don't know. Who was that was playing it?
I don't remember. Where? If you played Krakatuga today, find me. I want your Krakatuga deck. Thank you.
Give the champ what he wants.
Yeah, give me what I want. I want Krakatuga. They got to get these players on the screen.
It's late. Trish is going crazy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm losing it.
Hey, that's what we get for later start times now. Your casters start going a little.
Well, I mean, if you've met me, you just know I'm like this always. Like this is just my normal.
No, that's awesome. Best character to have for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit insane.
Aren't we all?
Just a little. We are hearing that there might have been a few Voltempest decks running around. I don't think any with the world's prize cards, but unfortunately they did not make it to the top tables. Maybe in Shadowstorm format. What's the name of the next set? Like Sunstorm.
Lifestream.
Every set is Storm now. They're all Storm. There's Base Storm, Frost Storm, Day Storm, Moonstorm, Firestream.
The only correct one. Okay.
Yeah, the only correct one. The only correct one, of course.
Got it.
So I think we're still just waiting for them to set up and get everything, tip top and perfect shaped for the finals. We don't want any issues getting in the way. And, once the judges have given us the all clear, we will move ahead with the finals.
For sure. I'm really just expecting that every single person who did not play on stream today is running Champ Tempest, because I need my predictions to just blow up. So that's what I think happened.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that they should. And I think maybe like -10 people played Night Venom, right? We need to take some points away from Nick.
For sure. Yeah. Just yep, exactly. Someone gets it.
Yeah, exactly. Like there were -10 Night Venoms and like 150,000 Moss Stations and 1 million Voltempests.
Exactly. Moss Station though, I'm really surprised we haven't seen Moss Station today, because I'm not even joking. Like, I've been hearing Moss Station rumors all week.
The crab was so nice for me. I loved my little crab.
Yeah, crab good, turns out.
Yeah, it was very funny. I had Skyhawk reached out to me at the start of the last premiere to say, did you make a deck list error? Is there Moss Station actually in your deck? I was like, why wouldn't there be? I love the crab.
And then good, Skyhawk.
Exactly, crab good. And then every judge that I had thought that it was the other crab. Not a single one of them thought it was OG crab. I was like, why does everyone hate my crab?
That's hilarious. I mean, you just know. No one else knows.
It's just my crab. He's a fun little guy. He's got like a mustache and he's like green and his hands in the air. He's like, I'm here to party. Like, I feel like you could put like a platter of like hors d'oeuvres on his crab spear thing.
He's all of a sudden a way to serve some treats, huh?
Yeah, I think he would do good in the food service industry. He'd make a good waiter.
Yeah, he's got the mustache already. He just needs like the little like handkerchief or whatever they wear on their arm, Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See, you get the vision. You understand me. It sounds like Shadow will be going first because they are the high seed. I think they were undefeated in Swiss, right? Or undefeated this whole tournament, right?
Yeah, it's been undefeated the entire time here.
So either we'll see a Bronze Glow champion or another completely undefeated run. I think 6 was completely undefeated last premiere, wasn't it?
Yep, 6 also won undefeated, so we might see a back-to-back here.
Yeah, I mean, truly, this is a game of skill rather than a game of chance.
Oh, for sure. Shadow going first here. We will get to see what they're playing soon. We see the champ Latagon mat right there from the live stream with a Vis.
Whoa, it's Earth! Who would have thought it's Earth? There's still a chance for the crab.
There is a chance. And have we seen any Vis today? I don't think I've seen them. You guys may have seen some without me.
I saw one get PTA.
Okay. Poor Vis. We don't talk about that.
No. It was a very unfortunate situation. So we do have the turn 1 Vis, which tends to tell you something about what one of those face down cards might be. It's going to get met with the whale. Oh, and we get
Gaze.
Okay.
Yes,
how do you feel about that?
It makes sense. We see a solar under it, which is interesting. Not too many times you see solar played in a Earth deck, but I like keeping the Vis up here.
Is that Werepup?
I think that is the TP Werepup. Yeah.
Yeah. Are we on Moonrise Earth? Or I'm sorry, Moonstorm Earth?
Moonstorm Earth right here with a a Lifestorm card right there.
Yeah, Lifestorm target in the Moonstorm deck.
Of course. We're going to see the Lunar Eclipse come down right here, and it will be able to take a back row, potentially ascending into the Lyca Void here as well.
Which back row would you pick?
The one on the left, always.
I don't know which way is left. I would have picked the one that it seems to have been targeted.
Yeah, I don't know. Whichever one you think is on the left is the one that I was going for.
Okay. That we agree then. That one.
Obviously, yes. That is some madness. Okay.
Looks like we dazed the Viscerus, but we are going to get the Lunar Lyca Void. Is it going to be the unaffected one, or is it going to be the big number one?
Looks like it's the unaffected one here, which is pretty good. You'll be able to clear the whale for sure here.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of unaffected Lyca Void, for sure.
I am too, because I like Frost and Cryoblast kills it, and that's my favorite thing.
Oh, true. I'm a fan of letting my attack connect.
Yes, that is also very fun. We'll see 1 damage taken from Cthulhu right there. 1 back row still in play, staring down a Vis and a Lyca Void.
Yeah,
so,
a lot.
Shadow's off to a strong start.
Yeah, Cthulhu has definitely been put on the ropes, but if we take a look at these spirit counts, they've really only played a couple spirits worth of cards. So, it's a tough spot, but they're pretty efficient about it.
Yeah, not even behind. They're technically still ahead as we see a Titanostrike champ hit the board right here. You're going to be able to search a Thunderstorm, get those combo pieces that we've been preaching all day into the hand.
Exactly. And that's something to just keep in mind, is that Elestrals really is a game about pacing. You have to pace yourself. You can't just, go all in, because sometimes you go all in and then your opponent cryoblasts your very expensive Lyca Void, and then they cryoblast your less expensive Viscerus, and then they hit you in the face with some Elestrals and you feel sad.
Yeah, it turns out Frost is just the best element. You heard it here first from the world champ.
But this is true. I love Frost. I think historically speaking, Frost has had the most success, right?
It might actually be up there. And we see a Cyanectar. Okay, Cyanectar champ here. We've been seeing these all day. Gonna be able to search out a PTA here.
Yeah, I happen to have some of the reverse stellar ones in front of me here. They're so pretty.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get a couple of the world stellars, and they are very nice. Makes me want to play Cyanectar all the time now.
I might have chosen to play Earth because I did get the reverse stellar Cyanectars. Nice. That might have been a real thing that happened.
So we see a card that could be anything played in the backer right there. Could be anything that was searched by the Cyanectar. Looks like we will see the Titanostrike taken out.
And we get the Viscerus off. And this is like what we were saying in the last round. If you want to beat this Thunderstorm deck, this is the way to do it. You just got to pressure them and make a big wall of problems for them.
Yeah, going to be able to get in 3 damage right here, as well as getting the Vis effect off. Get the second Vis out here. It's only in defense, but gosh, what a crazy set of plays here from Shadowstorm.
Yeah, I mean, this is just overwhelming. We see the shield come out to remove this Lyca Void, but when there's 2 Visses and a Cynectar staring you down, it's almost like whatever.
Yeah, I think you're probably kind of fine with that if you're Shadowstorm. It's going to get the spirit totals a lot closer, 12 to 11 currently, but Shadow's got 3 Elestrals on board, including 2 6-attack Vis, so it's going to be pretty hard to come back from. But we have seen Cthulhu go crazy with the Thunderstorm combo all day.
Yeah, 100%. And now the question is will we see the Thunderstorm snipe the Gorgon's Gaze for this Funglo?
I don't know what Funglo that is, but that's pretty.
Yeah, I think it's an alternate art, or like a custom art.
Okay.
I vaguely remember that from the last premiere, that they had a custom art Funglo.
Interesting. So we do see the PTA being flipped right here. Opponents, or Shadow here, does know that they have the Supercell because that was searched earlier with the Titanostrike. So PTA, Gaze.
And Gorgon's Gaze. Yeah, I mean, that's what we haven't been seeing happen this whole time. And now that it's finally happened, this Funglo actually isn't getting the Brontiglows on the field for the first time ever.
For the first time ever. That's wild. PTA and Gaze on the little small 1/1 electrified mushroom. That's a lot to take care of it, but it definitely will take care of it.
Yeah, Shadowstorm just recognizing the insane threat of that Funglo. And we do get our Demeter out, or I'm sorry, our Dionysus out here. And are we going to see another Poison Tip Arrow get added to our hand as well?
It's possible here. We got the Daze with the Dio in hand. That would actually be pretty good right here. I mean, there's going to be 4. Well, if it's Daze, there's going to be, 3 damage done here. 4 if they don't Daze to search. But still 1 back row, and they might think that that's enough to deal with the rest of this clash.
Yeah, I think that they're just going to prioritize the damage here. Maybe saying it kind of doesn't matter because if I do search for this PTA, they're going to just Thunderstorm my other back row anyway. So maybe I just don't need it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think getting the spirits a little bit closer here makes a lot of sense. I mean, Shadow's still got 4 Elestrals on the board. Only down 1 spirit, so pretty good spot to be in.
And there's another Funglo.
There's another mushroom. Let's see if there's a Thunderstorm to follow it up. There is still a lots of enough spirits. I mean, especially since you're healing 1 every single time you play one of these cards. Enough spirits to go with a full combo here.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the same. Oh, and there's the Thunderstorm.
Yeah, only 1 back row right here, and it's a poison tipped arrow.
That also might be why we didn't search it.
Ooh, this is going to get pretty close right here. Depending on if Cthulhu has another Thunderstorm. Every time we've seen Cthulhu go into combo today, I'm pretty sure they've had 2 to 3 Thunderstorm in hand when they actually commit to it.
Yeah, that's really the way that it's felt. And, just as a Brontiglow player that's clearly so talented with the deck, I mean, clearly that's what you have to do is you just have to assemble all of your pieces and just go in when the opponent cannot stop you.
Yeah, it looks like we will see the Brontiglow burn for 1 right there, taking Shadowstorm down to 5, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's now 5-5, so we have evened it up. But if you're Cthulhu in this situation, what Elestral do you think you want to go after? Because they all look kind of attractive.
This is tough. You have to take out the Cyprong. That's definitely the right play right there. So that will take care of that, do 1 damage right there. The next part is tricky. The Funglo gives +1, and then the Brontiglow gives the Funglo +2 for the Supercell being on the field. So yeah, Cthulhu opts for a crash right here, the Cynectar into the Funglo, just so the Vis can't get over it, get its effect off.
Yeah, and importantly, that also prevents the Vis from getting big enough to crash with the Brontiglow.
That's a good point, yeah. We'll see if Shadow has another play here. Another Cyprong would do it. There's presumably a few options that would allow them to get over this Brontiglow here.
Yeah, I think the best for them would be another one of those Cyprongs, but they can always daze this Brontiglow with the Dionysus we know is in their hand. But we are going to see the Sprouter.
Sprouter champ here, pretty good. Yeah, I think we can search the Madness here with Dio up and be able to potentially change the position of the Brontiglow later for the Vis to deal with. So this is a pretty good play right here.
Yeah, this definitely feels strong. But when we're so low on spirits, we really have to think, how many do we want to put on this Dionysus and how do we want to use it?
Yeah, I think 1 is probably the correct play as you're seeing Shadowstorm make right here, just because you can, that's tough. You Nexus off of the Vis? You do.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess just give it up. And I guess we can play the Madness off of the Dionysus as well.
Yeah, I mean, you will be healing 1 off of the Madness effect because Dio is enchanted. And then the 1 Vis sticking on board as a 5 with its own effect is enough to clear the 4 defense on the Brontiglow. So we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here on the plays, but there are some options here from Shadowstorm.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's crazy how even game 1 is coming right down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 very good players. I expected nothing else, honestly.
Yeah, I just love watching Elestrals because this game really, at its highest levels, has such insane peaks. that it just makes for such a good, game to watch.
Oh, for sure. It looks like you might have made the right call right there. I think that might have been a daze on the Bronzeglow.
Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. I don't know if I would have dazed the Bronzeglow, but I guess Shadowstorm just says we have to daze it. We can't let anything happen to it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be saving all of your Elestrals with that play. We'll see if it was the right one.
Oh, looks like we are going to get the Titanostrike.
Titanostrike is just so good right here. I believe the Supercell allows you to heal one because it mentions Thunderstorm, and it gets you the Thunderstorm, which you can then play for effectively 1 cost right here because of the Supercell.
Exactly. And then if you're Cthulhu, what are you going after?
That's a question. Do you go after... I mean, if you target the Dionysus... I think you target the Dionysus here because then... Even if Shadow opts to play the Madness and switch the Bronzeclow to defense, you can just put it right back into 2 attack.
Yeah, so really heads up play from Shadowstorm to, daze that Bronzeglow preemptively.
Yeah, definitely made the right call. Looks like I believe the Bronzeglow only gives Bronzeglow and Funglow its buff, so the Titanostrike is still only a 4, not able to get through any of the Elestrals here.
Yeah.
1 face down on Cthulhu's side as well. This is really coming down to the wire here. 2 to 4 spirits. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is so scary, especially a Shadowstorm, because you have plays, you have options, but a lot of them do look risky and kind of scary in this game state.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think at this point, if you have a play to... Oh, there it is. That's the play that you need at this point. That's the Cyprong.
There's the Cyprong.
Yeah, and I like going for this right here because I don't love letting the Bronzeglow stick around and potentially playing a Funglow and just getting extra burn damage when you're so low on spirits.
Yeah. Are we going to see... If we see the Gorgon's Gaze...
That might just be a game-winning Gorgon's Gaze right there.
It could be. But we still do have this Sprouter to search us something. And we still do have the Viscerous attack as well. And we do have the Madness that we searched from the previous turn. It wasn't used. So we still have options.
Yeah, interested to see where this goes. There's just so many options. Like this is a crazy game state where like, yeah, that Gorgon's Gaze is not ideal, but there's still a lot of decisions you have to make in order to try to win this game here. It's not just over right away.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually going to Nexus onto the Viscerous. It seems to just get extra damage onto the Titanostrike.
Okay, this is a pretty good play here. You get some extra damage in. You've still got protection for the Bronzeglow on the follow-up turn.
Yeah, I like this a lot, especially because we're getting that extra spirit out of Cthulhu right now. And we're also saying you can't Thunderstorm me because you don't have 2 spirits, even if you're healing 1. And we still have the spirit on board to pay for our Madness.
Yeah, that was a pretty good play. I don't know that I would have seen a play like that if I was piloting this deck. That's why they went undefeated and they're here, I will say.
Yeah. And it just goes to show that, you just have to be able to see these lines. And you were talking about it earlier. Nexus does take a lot of skill. It is a hard skill to master.
Oh, for sure. And see, this is what I was afraid of, leaving that Bronzeglow up. The Funglow hits the board right here. That will allow for a burn damage. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, that is the 3rd Funglow hitting the board.
Looks like the Funglow is being cast in defense. Probably a pretty smart play there. See if Shadowstorm has any response here. Wow, what a game 1, right down to the wire here.
Yeah, I mean that's just crazy. I mean having the multiple Thunderstorms, having the multiple Funglows. I mean, how can you deal with that as Shadowstorm?
I mean, it's very tough having to play it. Sometimes your opponent just has it, and that's kind of what it felt like with that Gorgon's Gaze, and then here with the Funglow being able to burn the last spirit and just play through these back row. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate. You're doing everything that you can at this point. We'll see if it's enough.
Yeah, we'll find out if it's enough, and we are out of spirits in our spirit deck, so it really just is Viscerous and a Dream right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they play anything that can get them out of this situation. We've got 2 spirits on board to work with. However, still need to do 2 damage to Cthulhu to try to come back in this one.
Now, there is... I see one play. I only see one play that gets us out of it. But the question... You would have to have the play right now. I don't want to jinx it. I think if you have it, you'd be firing it.
I'm interested now. I really am. I want to see... You have to clear this Funglow here. That's given. Because then the Brontoglow just burns you for game. So we will see that. Shadowstorm does clear the Funglow here. Brontoglow sticks, 1 spirit left in spirit deck, and the Supercell on board. That Supercell has been putting in work. Stadiums all day, just been going crazy.
Yeah. This is just what you have to do sometimes. Now, I think that there's 2 plays that keeps you in this game, because Shadowstorm hasn't scooped it up yet.
Yeah, that is good to point out. I mean, I'm not seeing exactly what those plays are here without knowing the deck list, but I mean, that's a good thing to point out. Cards are still on the table.
Yeah, I see a couple of options, but, I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to manifest. And, it's crazy. We have no spirits in spirit deck. There's no Funglows left. So we're just going to attack with the Brontoglow. Oh, we're going to scoop it up.
There it is. All right, enlighten the crowd, please, World Champ. What was the plays that you were thinking of?
Well, the first one could have been that we could have dazed the Psyprong by activating a second copy of Madness, paying off of the Viscerous to daze and pop the Brontoglow, and then letting it stick around for a turn, beating over the Funglow, and then beating in over the course of the next 2 turns with our just remaining hero Psyprong. The alternative was if we had Alter, we could have paid off of the Psyprong, we could have paid off of the Viscerous, Nexus from Psyprong to the Viscerous, rotate the Brontoglow sideways, and punch over it, and just kind of be in that same kind of game state.
Yeah, that would.
So those were the 2 options.
Alter, good card. Alter, great card, best card in the game.
Yeah.
That Madness play, had that happened, that would have been crazy. But good plays on both sides here. Looks like Cthulhu just had a little bit more gas in the tank to take care of that one and to pull away in game 1.
Yeah, I think that the Madness is what we were trying to set up with that Psyprong before we got hit with the Thunderstorm. And we felt pretty nice with that, but unfortunately just the Thunderstorms came down, the 3rd Funglow came down, and there just wasn't anything we could do to stop it.
For sure. Thunderstorm, another good card. I've been saying that one for a while, although I'm not playing it in the actual Thunderstorm deck. But yeah, good card. I mean, hitting Divine.
You're not playing Thunderstorm in Thunderstorm?
No, that's not what I meant. You get it. Anyway,
I don't.
I'm playing Thunderstorm in Morfrost is what I'm saying.
Oh!
I'm not playing Thunderstorm in Thunderstorm. Anyways, turns out hitting Divines is in a Divine-based format is a very good play.
Who would have thought, right? Like, and they called me crazy for saying Brummalinx was good. Brummalinx is Thunderstorm every turn.
Yeah, okay.
You just Brummalinx the Divine, and when it sticks around, you just start hitting the back row, and you go Brummalinx forever.
I've got to read Brummalinx again.
Yeah, it's good. It's so good.
Target a non-stadium rune. Oh my.
Yeah, they have a 6-spirit Hermes, and you go Brummalinx. Face
Okay,
down. Bye-bye, spirits.
I think I love it all of a sudden. Trish knows, guys. Trish knows.
Listen. You can take the extra bats out of your Morfrost deck, and you can replace it with Thunderstorm Fox.
Oh, the problem is it's not a green Morfrost. That's the problem.
Hey, you can get a Sharpie.
Okay, yeah, you could.
And just You know,
Just do
crayon.
well, yeah.
Arts and crafts.
We've seen the Cryo Scorch be colored before. I can do it too, right?
Exactly. Well, I don't think anybody's seen the recolored Cryo Scorch. That card doesn't exist.
Maybe we'll see soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Buy out the rest of Frostball. One of those boxes has to have it. One of those boxes has to have the Cryo Scorch.
You heard it. Go buy all the Frostfall just so we can find the dragon.
Sorry, Froststorm. Froststorm.
Froststorm. Yeah, get it right.
Yeah, Froststorm.
All right, Trish, you gotta tell me, what are you citing in if you're Shadowstorm to come back against this Thunderstorm deck?
Oh man, I think this is one of the few decks where I really do like P-Box against it. But you know, it's so hard when we had such an insane start in the last time. If we're on the Centaur stuff, I think the Centaur stuff is going to be really strong here personally.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one thing that I would be looking for, which who knows if they're playing it or not, but I think Spoiled Fruit, like we saw how much value Cthulhu got off of that Supercell that last game. One Spoiled Fruit stops all of that. So that would be a game-changing card in this scenario alongside the Pandora's Box.
Yeah, I think those are definitely good cards. Even something like Argo could be kind of nice just to make the Bronaglow and the Lycovolts kind of feel a little bit more scared. You know what I mean? Just getting your guys and making them really tall.
Yeah. I don't know that would affect the Lycovolt. The Lycovolt, people forget, has the buff for every imp up in the underworld. So Lycovolt typically has like a 12 when it hits the board.
We have the Solar Spirit in there. We could be liring it.
Ooh, we do. Okay. We see if this again, turn 1 right here, set 2 in a pass. Mirroring game 1 right here.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
For sure. This is 5 attackers. We see a Funglo board, frame 1. Okay.
Funglo is scary.
You know, I am understanding more and more why Cthulhu likes the little Funglo. This thing's always in his hand. Like,
this is truly Cthulhu champion of Funglo.
Yeah, like they always have it when they need it. As we see a PTA flipped up right there, I think it's a pretty solid play, actually.
Oh, there's the Thunderstorm. Are we going to see the Gorgon's Gaze too?
Oh, we saw it last game, didn't we?
Nope. The deck is being entered.
Okay, there is the special cast of the Brontoglow.
Now, I almost wonder if it was a mistake for us to Poison Tip Arrow the Funglo rather than holding it for the Brontoglow.
Yeah, I think it depends on what else. I think Shadowstorm might have something else up their sleeve to deal with this Brontoglow here.
Well, if they do, we haven't seen it yet.
Still one face down, and it looks like that's actually going down. That's a bit unfortunate for Shadowstorm here.
Yeah, no shield, no madness.
And the Funglo actually still gets damage in right here because it gets the buff from the Brontoglow as well.
Exactly. So maybe not the best Poison Tip Arrow, but Shadowstorm just saying, I can't let this Funglo come down. Oh, there's the Cyprong, though.
There is the Cyprong. Just really hoping the opponent doesn't have a Gorgon's Gaze here, but
he does.
Is just ready.
No hesitation. They flipped it with the quickness, and that is a undazed Cyprong.
It is suppressed Cyprong now as well. And we see one back row added to the second on Shadowstorm's side right here. Maybe something to deal with this Brontoglow.
Yeah, and is that one card in their hand as well?
I believe so.
Wow, I mean, it's crazy just how much value these Brontoglows have gotten already.
Yeah, I'm curious if that Cyprong was the top deck. I feel like it had to have been because turn 1, you're probably going to play the Cyprong over the Viscerus. So I'm assuming that was probably the top deck for last turn.
Maybe. I mean, you kind of had the read. Maybe they had the Cyprong, but they don't have any way to protect it.
That's a good point.
Oh, and there's another Cyprong from the top rope.
So we'll see if this one gets through. Cthulhu was able to add another back row, and it's the second Gorgon's Gaze. Oh, this feels so bad if you're Shadowstorm. Back-to-back Gorgon's Gaze.
I feel like I've seen this turn before somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple times in places that I didn't want to.
You ever get that feeling of deja vu?
Yeah, for sure. That's tough if you're Shadowstorm. And those were the first 2 set by Cthulhu. So that means Cthulhu opened Funglo, Supercell, Gaze.
Yeah. And then there's another Funglow!
Cthulhu has all of them!
Are we going to see a Thunderstorm? Show me a Thunderstorm right now.
No way.
Champion of Thunderstorm
gosh.
Cthulhu.
No way, for real. Cthulhu coming back with a vengeance here in this one. I mean, even just playing this Funglow, though, it's just a 4. Like,
yeah, and that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, you never see Funglow play to just, like, establish a guy, but, like, here we are. It's also a burn. Oh, yeah, it's a burn, too.
Yeah. Yeah, we also need a Thunderstorm counter rune.
Ooh, that's scary.
Yeah.
That would be very scary. As we see, is that an expended draw here for Shadowstorm?
I think it has to be.
I believe so. So 13 spirits on Cthulhu's side, to 12 left on Shadow's side, 2 back row on Shadow's side. Not in a position you'd want to be in, though, as we see...
Oh, no, I guess we see the Viscerus come out. So, and there's only 1 card left in the hand, so I guess that was not an expend. That might have been a damage from the Funglow.
Damage. Okay, I missed that. Thank you for clarifying that. As we see, the Viscerus does connect over the Funglow right there, so this will be able to trigger its effect and special cast another.
Yeah, will we see the 3rd Funglow for a 2nd game in a row?
That would be insane if the 3rd Funglow hits the board on this turn.
Yeah, I would lose it. I would lose it.
The one thing I'm interested in, we haven't seen the, I believe it's the charged Funglow yet that allows you to just special cast it. Special casting can be very powerful, so I'm wondering if Cthulhu has tried that out, or if it's even in the deck.
I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't in the deck.
Yeah, we see another draw for turn right here. Is that an Amp Up?
That is Amp Up.
Okay, Amp Up's gonna search the other. This is scary right here. I mean, there are 3 back row on Shadow's side. See if they have anything to deal with a Lyca-Volt.
Yep. And I mean, we didn't have anything to deal with this this Bronaglow for the last couple turns, so I would be a little, hesitant to say that they're going to have something to deal with the Lyca-Volt. But on the plus side, they don't have any cards in their hand for it to rip.
That is, we're always looking at the positives.
Yeah, there's a silver lining here.
And there is the Amp Up effect. We'll see if there is a response here. Doesn't look like it. So the Amp Up will ascend into the Lyca-Volt. Now you're staring down 2 massive attackers, one being an 8 and the other being a 12, I believe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So hopefully something, if you're Shadowstorm, you have something to deal with these 2 massive Elestrals.
If I'm Shadowstorm, I want a Tsunami expeditiously.
Yeah, Tsunami would go so hard, but we do see a PTA flipped on the Lyca-Volt right here, so maybe some damage, but no hand rips like you mentioned earlier, so still some damage though.
Yeah, and there's the chains!
Chains is so big!
Now, is Shadowstorm the biggest brain caster of all time? Did they flip this PTA just to free up their Tsunami against chains?
That would be insane, and I kind of hope it happens now.
I hope so too. That is what I'm hoping on. That's what I'm rooting on. I did not clock whether or not there were water spirits last game. I don't remember if there were or not, but I'm just hoping that they sided some in and that there's a Tsunami set right now.
Yeah, that is what you need here if you are Shadowstorm. What a play with a change right there, negating the poison tip there. This Lyca-Volt will be sticking around most likely. Looks like we are going over some options here.
Just considering all of our plays, we don't want to make any mistakes in the finals.
Yeah, it takes lots of time, a lot of skill to get to this point, so we need to make sure we're making the correct plays here for sure.
Yeah, especially when you're up a game and you can potentially just seal it right now. And there's the Cryoblast.
Okay. Cryoblast will clear this.
And now, even if there is a Tsunami, we can't clear both of the Elestrals without top decking a new one.
You see an Alter in response. Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting here. So it looks like the defense of this was targeted with the Cryoblast, so we're going to take a Spirit off and change the Lyca-Volt to defense. Okay, that's a pretty solid play right there. If that other back row is something that can deal with the Bronto-Glow, then Shadowstorm is up on Spirits and in this all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly things look a lot better for Shadowstorm, and just the confidence they have, radiating from this one back row.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Alter, best card in the game. Like, sometimes it's difficult to see the best play that you can make with Alter, but that was definitely the best play that you could make with Alter right there.
Yeah, and personally, I have to feel like is that Earthquake?
Earthquake!
Earthquake comes down!
Earthquake is so big right there. We see Cryoblast and Earthquake right there. Cthulhu getting very low, but that is backbreaking.
That is just insane. Being able to pay off of the Vis to daze that Bronaglow. But now Shadowstorm has no cards on their field or in their hand. Cthulhu still has 2 big attackers and cards in their hand.
Wow, that was insane. Yeah, and I think that was a madness that was siphoned off to daze the Bronaglow.
I think so.
Okay, so we're seeing 6 Spirits to 2 right here. Shadowstorm, we've seen Dionysus.
I think Shadowstorm's already passed their turn. I think they drew and then expended the draw.
Oh, that was that quick.
Yeah, because there we go from Cthulhu drawing for turn, and what is this, 4 spirits? I mean, Shadowstorm's potentially going down to their final spirit already.
Wow, that's tough. Yeah, that Earthquake Cryo combo was insane, completely clearing the board right there.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to, think that we haven't even seen the Earthquake up to this point, and then just as soon as Cthulhu needs it, it comes down, and, it helps them play through all of the back row.
And we see an ascend of Bronaglow into another Bronaglow here.
Yeah, a little interesting that we're ascending Bronaglow for Bronaglow. Maybe it would have been better just to re-enchant here.
Yeah, I think fortunately for Cthulhu, it doesn't really look like it's going to matter at this point, but interesting play there.
Okay, we see the Sprouter.
And
we see the pass.
I'm just waiting to see what Cthulhu opts to do here. There was a back row set. You see a bunny.
There's the rabbit.
Bunny always gotta be seen somehow.
It's so loyal, Rabbit is just such a loyal friend that carries you the whole way through.
It is. I also want to point out, I just realized the reason you would ascend, he's got a cat. So
that did not just happen.
The reason to ascend right there is because Supercell is on the board and it heals you 1.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah. So we will see the Sprouter go down right here, and is
the Bunny Blast for the last spirit.
Is that game?
I think that's game.
That is
and
game.
We see the handshake.
Wow.
And Cthulhu making it all the way back to the finals and taking the title for themselves. They said, I didn't get it last time, but I'm surely going to get it this time.
Yeah, that's awesome. What a heartwarming story here for Cthulhu. I mean, you felt so bad with what happened to them the last time, but to come here and win it like this by this margin, like these clashes weren't even necessarily close. Yeah, that was an insane game. Well played by Cthulhu. Also, great plays by Shadowstorm. I do want to say here, there's only so much you can do into double Gorgon's Gaze. Even turn 1, it felt like Cthulhu had everything there. So, but yeah, big congrats to both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, they both played phenomenally to make it to the finals, and I think that really showed off in their technical play that match. And I guess Bronaglow best deck to cap off the format.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love hearing that, because that's kind of what we heard at the beginning of Livestream was like, oh, Lakagon and Thunderstorm, and then where's Thunderstorm? Well, here it is. It is the very last premiere.
Yep, what a perfect bookend to the format.
It is. It has been great. I think, though, we are ready for Sunstrike at this point.
Sunstorm is coming very soon. And I think we are also getting ready. I don't think we're quite ready yet for the winner's interview, but while they are setting that up, we will be here, to just go over the highlights of the day. Perky, this was your first time on commentary. What stood out to you the most as just like the highlight of the whole day?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some really good plays today, but I think seeing the lunar phase, full moon being used as a battle trick really early in the day was pretty cool. Seeing Cthulhu just go crazy with these thunderstorming these mushrooms all day, really cool to see. What about you, Trish? What's been your favorite part of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say the Cthulhu thunderstorm strategy has been a highlight. I think I would commentated over them. I want to say 3 times, two or 3 times on feature, and there was this one game where I think MG1 had 4 Elestrals beating them down, just taking tons of damage, and then all of a sudden they come back and they slam the Funglow, they go Thunderstorm, they have the Bronaglows coming out, they trade up the whole board, and then MG1 comes back and flips it back on their head. It was one of the craziest games of Elestrals I've seen.
Pantera? Was that game? There was one of
the hardest send Pantera. That might have been that game.
I think that was the hardest send Pantera game that MG actually pulled out. Either way though, crazy games today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been crazy. These have been some of the craziest games I've witnessed. These don't happen when I play Elestrals. When I play Elestrals, I look at my hand and I say, I play my 1-drop, and my 1-drop attacks you, and you're gonna do something crazy, and I am going to be afraid and not win.
We haven't played against Cthulhu on Thunderstorm. Apparently, you need to do that some more.
No, I would not like that. I would fold so fast. Yeah,
for sure. Same here. Another thing I want to highlight, I love seeing that Chains Resolve right there to win. It's just such a good card. I think it's another card that's being kind of slept on. But Chains is like a Thunderstorm that you can like pick what you use it on after the opponent uses it, if that makes sense. Like Thunderstorm is like target and destroy, but Chains is like, okay, I'll wait. You can use your Pandora's Box, you can use your shield, I'll negate your gaze. Like I think that part and knowing when to use the Change is just, it's really cool.
Yeah, I've really been liking Chains as of late. I think that finding the decks that can use Chains the best, I think, is really one of the ways right now to succeed. And I think we'll see that continue into I've been saying Sunstorm, everything's Storm. I can't remember the name of the set now. It's Sunstrike. I think that's what we're gonna have to look for.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what decks. I mean, there's a couple different fire decks that are going to be just there off the start. I mean, the Sulfury Fire discard, as well as the Hephaestus, the Vesuvatuga, Krakatuga stuff. A lot of decks that can just fit it in really easily. Yeah,
and the Bears decks, we can't sleep on those either. And even Moth. Like, what are you gonna do if Moth just plays Chains?
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate because like there's very little things that deal with Moth, and if you just negate the only thing that they have that deals with it, then kind of a problem.
Yeah, and even more so than that, what deals with a Chains of Prometheus other than another Chains of Prometheus?
Another Chains. Yeah, that's exactly what you need. Maybe we'll just start seeing Chains and everything.
You know what we need? We need to bring back Helios's Chariot Ride. I think that card got a bad reputation. I think we should bring it back. That card did nothing wrong whatsoever, and we should actually put it to 4. I think that we should get a bonus copy as a treat.
Okay, there's a take from the champ. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that one, but
you shouldn't. You should not. I think we also need Hurricane back to 3. Hurricane back to 3. Chariot Ride back to 3. Chains back to 6, 7.
You forgot Lycan in there as well. What are we doing?
Oh no, we don't need that. We don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sad.
Okay. Yeah, but and we should make Follicane cast itself from deck.
Oh, that's what we should do. So more Hurricane, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Checks out. Okay.
Yeah, I think that something like that, might be coming in the next set. Maybe a little bit of a gust blowing.
What we really need is a card that like maybe mills 4 and then special casts every 1-cost Frost. That's what we did.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like that would be very good. I don't know. Maybe it should mill like 7.
Maybe 6 or 7. Who knows?
Yeah, like 6 or 7, mill 6 or 7 cards, and then cast any 1-drops, and anything that you don't cast, maybe just add to your hand too.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't matter if you have a lot of cards if you can't play them because you're out of spirits.
That is true. That is very true. I mean, that's happened, especially, I mean, we've seen a lot of the Ivory Poseidon decks, so there's testing games where I've played with those, and that's what happens. You get down to the end and you just have a handful of cards you can't play.
Exactly. It's, what good is 10 cards in hand if you can't play any of them because you have 2 spirits remaining?
Exactly. They're not good. They're just cards at that point.
Exactly. And somehow we still let Josh convince us that Nectar needed to be banned.
And Nectar is now banned.
Nectar is now banned.
How did we get here?
How did we get here? Did anybody read the essays? Where, if you know what I'm talking about, read the essays again.
Essays? Oh gosh.
There's so many essays. Shout outs to Drops of Leaf. Best card ever printed.
We'll see it one day.
I hope not.
Maybe we'll talk Cthulhu into throwing drops into the Thunderstorm deck.
Oh no, I don't think we need Cthulhu to see Thunderstorm, Funglo, Gorgon's Gaze more often.
For sure.
I think that sounds very dangerous. You know what? Maybe we need a ban Leaf. Maybe we need a ban Drops of Leaf.
Already, we're not even gonna let people try it.
Actually, I think all cards should be at 1.
Yeah,
or banned.
Let's do it.
Actually, let's just ban all cards.
Ban everything. Sunstrike forward. That's all we're playing.
For Titanostrike. Or Stock. Not Strike. Titanostock.
That one can be played? Okay.
Yeah.
Left and Wintersloth, so I'm for it.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Titanostock. I had to think about that one. Titanostock format, where you play 20 Titanostocks and 20 Madnesses.
That sounds like a blast. While me and Trish continue to sit here and yap about Titanostock, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our champion, Cthulhu.
All right, so we are here with Cthulhu, the champion of the final premiere of the Lifestream format. Cthulhu, how are you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic, dude. A little tired, but honestly, despite the later start, I'm chilling. Yeah. It's a little unreal, but it's fun.
No, that's awesome. So, obviously, you have come back to the premiere with the Brontaglow deck. So, you ran it a couple premieres ago, and then you came back, and now you're able to come out on top. Did you change much of the deck? Did you just kind of stay tried and true?
I've made one change in the last 3 premieres of this deck. The last time I was here on stream, I had 2 Galaxy in my side deck I never used. I took those out for 2 Pyro for the chains. Otherwise, same list all the way through this format. It's been serving me really well.
Awesome. Yeah, and I mean, that chains came up huge in the finals there.
Yeah, no. Chains is genuinely, it's such an underrated card. Back row is like, counter rings are the most powerful cards in this game, and having a card that just says, at your pleasure, you can just shut off your opponent's ability to shut off your stuff is shockingly good.
Yeah, it came up huge there in the finals. So when it comes to like preparing for the tournament, you mentioned you only made 1 change. Did you have practice? Was it through weekly casuals, locals, testing group? How did you prepare for like this change and come to see it for this event?
Well, I've been tinkering with this deck for basically my entire Elestrals career. My first premiere tournament with a deck that I built myself was Kissimmee, the first one out of Lifestream. I brought this deck, and I believe, with the exception of 1 tournament, I've either played Funglo or judged every Lifestream premiere.
Wow.
So I've been practicing this deck for a while. This specific build, I cooked up with the help of several friends from, among others, the Penthouse Discord. Shouts to Shrit and Adam, who's just in particular ratios. I've really been loving this sort of 2-2-2-2-3 split I've been doing across, or 5 2s and a 3. two
Yep.
each of Tsunami, Chains, PTA, Shield, and Madness, and then the 3 Gaze. And then you can just side deck out into any of those as you like with the third copies. That's been doing really nice.
That's awesome. That's incredible. So you've been playing this deck or like kind of variations of this deck since Lifestream has released, basically.
Essentially, yeah. And it's kind of crazy because aside from the first Lifestream list where we lost Chains and Hurricane were hit, essentially I've been just watching as each successive format comes by and another card gets banned, and this deck gets a little higher up in the power curve, a little higher. And this is finally the format, just these last 3 events, where it's finally felt like this deck can win a premiere. And I was like, okay, we're gonna run it. Here we are.
It almost won 2. I mean, hey, runner-up is nothing to flaunt at. That is an impressive feat. So you mentioned that you've been playing this deck since like the start of Livestream. With Sunstrike on the horizon, are you going to like adapt this deck? Are you going to try to transition to a different deck? What are you thinking there? Anything specific standing out to you in Sunstrike?
I've been thinking about that. As much as I like the new Thunder cards we have in here, they're not really super conducive to the Thunderstorm deck itself, with the exception of maybe Zipossum. So I unfortunately don't think that the Funglo core is going to be necessarily as good, although every deck I play going forward will have this specific Funglo in my side deck because I love this deck really. Shout out to awesome. I'll have to post her name, so I'm blanking on the artist's name, but I found a wonderful local artist up in Ithaca who did this commission for me. She's great. But in terms of awesome. Sunstrike, I've been looking at a few different things. Soul Fury seems really fun. I love the very. I'm a big fan of like synergy-based deck building things like Solar Foretell, where they're not specific archetypal cards, just a bunch of things that like all benefit off the same mechanic. And so I've been looking at Fire Discard a lot with Soul Fury because that just seems really right up my alley. Other than that, I'm probably going to be judging a good bit too this Sunstrike events, especially I love to judge the first event of a new format because there's always like a bunch of people with interesting rules questions about cards that have just released.
Yep. That's awesome. So is that, you mentioned the judging, is that like one of your favorite parts, is being able to like, especially for a new format, like just getting all these questions about like interactions and whatnot?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a massive rules nerd. I love talking about, thinking about rules and interactions, about how the game works, the really micro niche things. I think I'm the first judge to win a premiere, which is pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's actually really cool. First judge to win a premiere, and you're the last Lifestream format champion in the Elestrals Championship Series. So that's pretty cool as well. That's a fun title to hold. Take that all the way through and be like, yeah, I won the last Lifestream tournament. No big deal. But all right, before we let you go, is there anyone that you would like to thank or shout out that helped you get to this point?
Yeah, I mean, shout out just to, honestly, there's so many people I can think of because I've tested this deck with so many people, and this community is just absolutely wonderful. Shout out to my local testing group, the Test Lab, the Lumaroos, the Penthouse. There's just so many teams I've worked with on this and just gotten to hang out with and chill with, and there is truly nothing like the Elestrals community, and I'm just so happy to be a part of it.
That's awesome. We're happy to have you be a part of it, and look forward to seeing you judge the event. I'm sure there will be plenty of questions asked once Sunstrike comes, so I'm sure everyone will be happy to have your ear to be able to get the answers for. But again, congratulations on the win. Very well deserved. Very great games, and we look forward to seeing you in Sunstrike.
I look forward to being there.
All right, with that, we're going to toss it back to Trish and Perky.
Thank you, guys. We are back. I mean, what a crazy way to wrap up the season, right?
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, I wouldn't have wanted it to be any other way. Like, shout out to Cthulhu. Like I said, the comeback story there was just awesome. Seeing Thunderstorm do so well is just awesome. Like, today was a blast.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I have to become Bronaglo's biggest fan now. I need to get like a shirt and say, like, I love Bronaglow, signed world champ.
Yeah, that's fair. I've heard that you're a fan of just a lot of Elestrals today. Like, it just seems like maybe this game's doing something right. I don't know. Who knows?
You know, I just love this game. You know, I think we're still waiting on Nick to join us, but it's been great. How have you felt, like, just, you know, having your first time on the desk now that it's all over? Now that I know I've asked you a couple times, but now that it's all over, like, the bow is finally on it.
Yeah, I feel like I did okay. It's been a blast getting up here, you know, just yapping with you. Trish, you and I actually haven't talked like that much at all, if at all. And so, like, this is kind of the first time we've.
I don't know if we have.
Yeah, so seeing you at premieres and stuff, or at opens and stuff, has been like really cool. But I always try to keep my distance from people who are playing, especially when they're in Top Cut, because I don't want to distract anyone. So yeah, it's been awesome to get to chat with you, get up here, chat with Frontage as well. It's just been a blast, and you know, thank you to everyone watching today too. This is obviously not possible without any of you.
Yeah, I have to echo that. You know, congrats first to our champion, and huge shout outs to everybody who tuned in. And Perky, it's been so great talking to you as well. We got to do this more. We should. We'll see if we get invited back. I don't know. After some of our Leagues today, I don't know if they're gonna invite us back. We'll hey, they didn't fire me the first time, so maybe the second time they're gonna fire me, but not after the first time. I made it back once. I think you can make it back once too.
Well, if it's always the second time that actually gets you, then at least I've got one more. So
yeah, there you go. We'll see about me. We'll see about me. Who knows?
Oh man, that's incredible. But yeah, man, that was a great interview with Cthulhu. I was honestly kind of surprised when he was like, yeah, I've played this since like the first time, like when Lifestream came out, I've been rocking this deck. And I'm like, wow, that was something that you had said earlier, Perky, of like, when someone sticks with the deck, you can tell. And I think it showed very much from 2 premieres ago when they made it to the finals, and now making it back and winning within the span of 3 events is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. And I mean, when you've been playing a deck that long, the Funglows, they just sort of flock to you, and you always have them when you need them. So it's really cool that Cthulhu's made this relationship with Funglow where they always have each other's backs.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. But I think we are going to be wrapping it up here very shortly. Before we head out, though, this is it. This is the final. The book has closed for Lifestream. We will be moving on to Sunstrike. We will have the first open in person, first premiere in person, I should say, at Card Party, which will be in San Diego from May 22nd to 24th. And that will be the first chance where people can grab the new event packs as well as the exclusive stamped Lumavale card. These packs are incredible. So if you're in the area or want to make it out for the first Sunstrike tournament, definitely do so. You can scan the QR code on screen with your phone if you're watching on computer, or you can screenshot and then tap on it in your photos and get to the QR code link that way. That's a fun little fact that I've learned throughout my time. So pretty cool there. And then the first online premiere for Sunstrike will be on May 31st. So that will be the opportunity to get in. So registration is open now for that. That'll be the first one in the Sunstrike format. And of course, we're talking about Sunstrike. How do you get your hands on Sunstrike? Well, Sunstrike pre-release is right around the corner. We're less than 2 weeks away from it at this point. It'll be on May 15th. So check your local game store. May 15th to the 24th is the pre-release event that we will be going to. I know I'm excited for my pre-release event. I think we might actually have like 15 or 16 people at the LGS, which is pretty awesome for a pre-release event. So I'm very excited for that. So make sure you guys check out what LGSs are near you. And if you don't have one near you, try to get one near you. Lestrals is making some moves, and it's almost out of booster boxes on the Shop Elestrals site. So that it was on the almost gone. We were alerted from the Elestrals social people that the booster boxes on Shop Elestrals are running low. So get your pre-orders in, and then shipments will go out on May 22nd is when shipments start getting fulfilled. So get your hands on some Sunstrike. Get your hands on the pre-release Phosphocell promo. It's gonna look so good. I'm excited. You guys excited for Sunstrike?
I'm so excited.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
As soon as this stream ends, I'm building Sulfuri. You did not hear this if you're going to the Chicago pre-release.
I cannot wait to see the Sulfuri Krakatuga with the Moss Station Bear Bomb side smoke screen that you'll cook up. And speaking of Moss Station, we have our prediction results. Let's see how we did. I know I got at least one. Well, two technically, because it was in the deck list. So we'll see how that's going to come. I'm very curious if anyone actually did play Moss Station today. That's actually what I'm most
really just
about.
want... Please play crabs. They are friend-shaped. They are 6s. They beat over things, and they are green.
All right, here we go. The numbers are in. Let's see. These are copies of cards in the main deck. And then also what was on stream. 6 Moss Station.
Oh, let's go! Let's go! The crab! Thank you, Moss Station! I love you!
You had the Moss Station. There were 5 Volt Tempest for Perky and 4 Indus.
Hey,
so that's pretty good.
I don't know. I'm pretty bad at math, but it seems that 9 is bigger than 8 and 6. So.
Oh, I can't actually see frontage's numbers on my end.
I got 6 Pantera and 2 Night Venom. So that means there were 5 Panteras and 1 hit the board.
And 1 hit the board.
I lost Voltempest jump scare. That's what did it.
You never know when it'll get you. You never know. Who knows?
Well, Perky, I did get more Moss Stations than Induses, which I think means that Crabs is better than Morfrost.
I don't think so. You see, the thing about Indus is I'm pretty sure it's a Morfrost version of Eddie. And I think if people knew that, then they might like it some more. So I don't know. Maybe that's just my agenda. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some confirmations. Who knows?
Is that real?
Morfrost Eddie form?
I don't know if it's real. It kind of looks like it. Now
you're saying it, yeah, because I was always like, which one is Indus supposed to be?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I think you just blew Trishula's mind.
Is my brain like leaking out of my headphones? Like,
I spent way too long just staring at the Morfrost form, just like, what is that?
That's true dedication to the Morfrost. I love it. I love it. I understand it. I get it.
Yeah. If they were lunar, you'd get it. Yeah.
I get it. Listen, Terrastar will make its appearance one day.
It will.
Terrastar FTK, watch out, it's coming.
You have a list?
I can make a list. It won't be good, but I can make one.
Okay, that's fine.
FTK, it hits like 1 out of 16 games.
1 out of like 16,000 maybe.
Speaking of Stellars, you can follow Elestrals and share what Stellars you pull, especially with the Sunstrike release coming up. So make sure you follow Elestrals on all socials and definitely share your Stellar pulls. We love seeing them. We love seeing all the plays. And with pre-releases coming up, take some pictures and share it on socials as well. Show everyone what the Elestrals community has to offer. Flex those Phosphocell Ultra charges, and hopefully you guys pull all the Stellars that you can at pre-release. It'd be cool to see every single Stellar pulled within the pre-release window. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's a pretty cool thing that we can see. So let's see. This is my challenge to the community. Post your Stellar pulls if you're getting it from pre-release, and we'll see if the community, as a combined effort, would pull every single Stellar that has been released inside of Sunstrike products. What do you think? Good challenge?
I think that's a great challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Can I add to the challenge that it only counts if you play Krakatuga and pull your Stellar from the pre-release by winning with Krakatuga?
For you, yes. I
had to get it in there one more time. I had to get it in there one more time.
For you specifically.
Yeah.
But we are going to wrap things up here. Trish, Perky, any last words to the community at home who's been hanging out all day with us?
I love you.
Well said.
I love you. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, and we will see you guys when the sun strikes.